I just glanced at my female boss's black stockings, and instead of scolding me as a pervert after noticing, she proactively took them off and gave them to me, asking if I liked them all because I awakened the goddess system. I suddenly looked up as a seasoned web novel enthusiast. I never expected it to actually arrive. Binding complete. Name, Xiaoyi. Age, 23. Height, 179 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Appearance score, 62. Goddess, none. Seeing the panel, my eyes widened in shock. I instinctively glanced at the colleagues quietly editing videos beside me, and only relaxed when I saw no one had noticed. Detecting first-time system installation by host. Generating beginner task. Task content. Request a pair of black stockings currently worn by director Qin Rushue. Mission reward, 10 attribute points. Time limit, 2 hours. Failure penalty, shortened by 3 centimeters. I was speechless. Is it too late to unbind now? What kind of nonsense is this? Seriously? The system remains silent, silently displaying a countdown. I clenched my fists tightly. Why do others get overpowered protagonists right from the start, while I'm handed a death flag? If I actually go through with this, won't I end up in jail? Turning to look through the glass door of Qin Rushue's office, I saw her typing at her computer, her legs crossed, the Gucci black stockings shimmering faintly under the light. Target detected. Goddess candidate. Name, Qin Rushue. Age, 28. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Overall score, 91. Favorability, 0. Romantic history, 5. Charging count, 118. Gossip, Qin Rushue used her sugar daddy Zhang Xianzong's money to support young live streamer Chen Zhe. A 28-page PPT and surveillance footage have been uploaded to the host's phone. I quickly pulled out my phone and opened the PPT file. The high-definition photos of Qin Rushue on the 28-page slides left me stunned. So this is how it could be done? The game could be played like this? The city's schemes run deep. I want to return to the countryside. After finishing the PPT, the corners of my mouth curled slightly as I thought, someone really knows how to play dirty. Then I grabbed my phone, stood up, and headed toward Qin Rushue's office. Seated in her genuine leather office chair, Qin Rushue heard the door open and looked up to see me walking in. What is it? Finished editing the video? I didn't answer, slowly approaching her. I couldn't quite bring myself to look directly at Qin Rushue. Her professional office lady attire was a finely tailored black suit paired with a black pencil skirt and sheer black stockings, exuding mature charm. As a low-level worker who stammers even when talking to female colleagues, I couldn't help but feel nervous, especially since she was my superior. I'm talking to you. Qin Rushue raised her voice when she saw I wasn't responding. Only then did I snap out of it. Remembering those 28 PowerPoint slides, I stopped hesitating and looked at her. Director Qin, could you give me the black stockings you're wearing? Qin Rushue froze, thinking this junior employee had lost his mind. Just as she was trembling with rage and about to slam the table and yell, I suddenly stepped half a pace forward and lowered my voice. Director Qin, you wouldn't want Chairman Zhang Xianzong to find out about Chen Zhe, would you? Qin Rushue's raised finger suddenly stiffened. What are you talking about? Who's Chen Zhe? I don't know him, a true veteran of the workplace. She quickly regained her composure and asked with feigned nonchalance. I didn't respond, just swiped open my phone, and as the 28-page PPT unfolded on the screen, Qin Rushue's face instantly turned pale. When did you? She stared at the screen, took a deep breath, looking utterly shocked. After a full 10 seconds, realizing the gravity of the situation, she had no choice but to placate me first. She turned around, pulled open her leather chair, bent down to take off her high heels, and handed me her black stockings after removing them. Beginner mission completed. 10 free attribute points obtained. Upon receiving the system notification, I immediately allocated all 10 points to my appearance. When I reopened my personal information, my looks rating had risen to 72 points, while Qin Rushue's favorability toward me dropped by 20. She watched as I stuffed the black stockings into my pocket, her heart filled with panic. If her sugar daddy found out, she was done for. You'd better delete all the backups, Qin Rushue said through gritted teeth. I glanced at the plummeting favorability meter, raised an eyebrow at her, and said, are you threatening me? Then I locked my phone and walked out the door. Xiaoyi, what the hell do you want? Qin Rushue's voice cracked with desperation. Only after my figure disappeared did she realize her hands were trembling. If Zhang Xianzong found out she was using his money to support a younger lover, not only would she lose her director position, but she might not even find a place to stay in all of Shanghai. Not to mention Chen Zhe still owed online loans. If this escalated to the company's higher-ups, the consequences would be unimaginable. Back at my desk, the lingering warmth of the stockings in my palms still burned, their faint fragrance clinging to my fingers. Just as I was lost in fantasy, my phone buzzed with a message from Qin Rushue. Xiaoyi, delete the PPT from your phone right now. Don't push me. Do you really think a few slides can turn the tables? Zhang Xianzong's legal team can blacklist you from every job in Shanghai. Delete it now, and I'll pretend today never happened. I looked up at Qin Rushue standing behind the glass door with her bare calves exposed, snorted coldly, and sent her the surveillance video slideshow. The system interface popped up. Qin Rushue's favorability decreased by 10. Current favorability, minus 30. This was followed by the sound of her slamming folders in her office. How did you get their surveillance footage? Xiao Yi, you bastard. What the hell do you want? I ignored her, feeling immensely satisfied seeing the usually aloof Qin Rushue in such a flustered state. At this moment, the infamous office witch who had once berated interns into quitting was glaring at me through the glass wall, only to avert her eyes nervously when our gazes met. A while later, another text arrived. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you just now. Could you delete the slideshow? I can transfer money to you, just give me your account details. Any amount is fine. I could sense her yielding, but it wasn't enough. Silently curling my lips into a smirk, I sent the message, is this all the sincerity you have? Qin Rushue practically lunged at her phone upon receiving the message. After reading it, she instantly grasped my implication. Don't push your luck. I can push even further, upload the PPT online and spend some money to stir the pot. How does that sound? She replied almost instantly. What exactly do you want? I smiled and said, can't you guess? Do I really have to spell it out? To be honest, I've admired you for a long time. Let's have a good chat, and I won't send the PPT to Director Zhang. Through the glass door, my gaze lingered on her pacing legs, stirring something in my heart. You despicable. If you push me too far, you'll regret it. She gritted her teeth, refusing to believe my lies. I'll give you 5 minutes to decide. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Qin Rushue's throat felt dry as she weighed her options. Compared to Zhang Xianzong's terrifying methods, having a chat with me seemed far less severe. In the last minute, she finally sent a message. I agree, but you must promise these things will never reach Zhang Xianzong's inbox, and don't let Chen Zhe know about this. After sending it, Qin Rushue realized she was already in tears. Watching me sitting outside the glass wall with my legs crossed, editing the video, she suddenly felt like a clown, being played with in the palm of someone's hand. Chao Baiyi's cell phone vibrated and rang. He looked at the message and... Qin Rushue is really on the ball. He looked up into the eyes of Qin Rushue in the glass wall of the... Edited the message to send. So let's go to the fire escape and talk. Old Zhang suddenly let out an O and poked Li with a wink. I see, Brother Chao is going home to study the vehicle. For his part, Li rubbed his head and said. What car? Chao still walks with me from the subway station to work the time off. Old Zhang felt bored when he heard this. Looking at the snickering fat man, he said. Kids aren't funny. Did Fatty bring any cigarettes? Go on. She's like a perfectly ripe peach. Every movement carries the flavor of a mature woman. Plus those waves wrapped up in the jersey. Wifey's sense of humor is a thing of the past. Just then, a system alert sounded from within his head. Ding, goddess candidate detected. Name, Su Wanru. Age, 29. Height, 173. Weight, 53. Appearance rating, 95. Body type score, 97. Overall rating, 96. Friendliness, 0. Emotional experience, 1. Number of collaborations, 8. Gossip, from a posh background, she's been thrill-seeking since her husband's death. Running drops in the middle of the night just to find her 18-year-old boyfriend. But they are afraid of danger, so they are all followed by several bodyguard cars. Is the host bound? That goes without saying. Chao's group training is here. Who dares to act out? Binding successful. Tasks being generated. Task content, ask Su Wanru for a pair of stockings she's wearing. Mission reward, 5 free attribute points. Mandate time frame, 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Penalty for failure, 18-1 is equal to 17. No, we're just saying. Have a say. Why do you give me only the minus and not the plus? The system alert slowed down for 3 seconds before popping up and... Mission reward, 5 free attribute points. Hashtag oh, I wasn't asking about attribute points, hello. Can you be reasonable? How well behaved and how well cared for the host is other people's tutelage. How did it come to me? Before Chao Baiyi could finish his sentence, the system prompt box popped up again. Mandate time frame, 1 hour 58 minutes and 47 seconds. Well, so much for playing right. You've got balls. You're awesome. Immediately, Chao Joukei began to think about how to complete the task. There it is. The BGM of is ringing in my head. Chow Bai started talking. Driver master, you this car running drops, afraid of blood money, ah. Su Wanru sniffed and said with a light laugh. Just passing by, just happened to see it, as the saying goes, helping people, doing good to people, just lifting a finger. Oh. I can't tell, you're really kind-hearted. But what? But this license plate 58 belongs to gold, but this car is silver, belongs to water, gold gives birth to water leakage, not very good. Oh. Su Wanru is in a luxurious family, and she will pay attention to these things. But it's just a lecture. Whether she believes it or not depends on her mood. She's in a pretty good mood at this point. Hearing Chow Bai's words, he thought this little handsome guy was quite interesting. And with that, he asked. I can't see that Mr. knows how to tell fortunes? Chow Bai, on the other hand, pretended to be profound. You're trying to set me up. She was a little pissed off at the thought of. And Chow Bai just thought with satisfaction. It's a sure thing. Suddenly a system alert popped up in his head. Su Wanru's friendship level 10, current friendship level 10. Omega. Unico, is there a malfunction? What the hell? Unico, you talk, ah hey. Mandate time frame, 1 hour 42 minutes and 41 seconds. Chow Bai sensed that something was wrong. But he doesn't know what the problem is? He looked at Su Wanru's face and seems a lot colder than just now. According to Chow Bai's preconceived notions. Shouldn't he have cheered and rejoiced when he said the name said? Wow, you're great. Wow, you are awesome. How did you do that, handsome? And what about the compliments? How come it doesn't work here? He mused for a moment that. It's just a matter of breaking and entering. Looking at Su Wanru, he said. Of course, counting names is too simple to prove my Tao. So, when Su Wanru heard this, she originally didn't really want to pay attention to it. But then a flash of curiosity welled up in the back of his mind and drove her to ask. So what? So counting a harder one is just. Su Wanru frowned. Don't swallow your words, all right. At that, Chow Bai slapped his thigh. Okay, since you begrudgingly asked the question, I'll say it. It's just that counting deeper things would break my own life, and I don't usually count for others. But nay, I'm kind of in love with you. There is a providence in heaven that brings us together. I'll read your fortune, then. Only, if it counts as a success, I want an item from you. Of course, it can be withheld if the math is wrong, or if you say I'm wrong. Chow Bai began his meal of fooling around. Su Wanru's interest was also raised by him at this time. Want the items I have on me? She looked at her body, and all she had was an emerald bracelet that. It was only $10 million when I bought it. She had a feeling that the handsome man had his eye on this object, After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, this object is also a sky-high price that can't be afforded in this lifetime. With that, she nodded in response. Okay, then you do the math, I'd like to see if you're accurate. Chapter 5, wait a minute. Holler. Chow Bai started his lame finger pinching technique again. As he closed his eyes and pretended to chant. After a while, he looked at Su Wanru and said in a pretense of doubt. It shouldn't be, it shouldn't be. I didn't expect that. What's the dumb talk? This gentleman? Su Wanru expected that he was just fooling her. But she didn't expect Chow Bai's next sentence to make her feel a bit inexplicable. I didn't realize you were actually looking for me. Looking for you? What do you mean? She had a vague premonition in the back of her mind that since the accidental death of the family member, she'll never find that joy again. So she's getting crazy. Started running drops, nightclubs, being an anchor. But every time we get to the last step, only to find that. No, not at all. And at this time, hearing Chow Bai's words, she looked deeply at Chow Bai but she realized that Chow Bai was also looking at her. Chow Bai could even feel her anticipation at this point. Slightly opened his lips and said, Can't understand it? I'll give a hint, then. 18. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, the vehicle steeply braked sharply and stopped on the side of the road. Su Wanru was incomparably shocked in her heart at this time. How would he know? I've never mentioned it to anyone. Not even the best of girlfriends mentioned it. It's the secret I've been hiding deep down, the secret I've been craving the most. Could he really calculate it? She looked sideways at Chao Bai, looking at his cheeks with a smile on his face. A flash of dissension welled up in his heart and what he just said earlier was looking for him? So he... Then she dropped her eyes and swept them away, For just a moment, her pupils constricted and I can't believe it's really. Soon, she slowed down and coughing lightly. Well, count on you getting it right, I'm willing to bet on it. Said he was about to remove the emerald bracelet. But just then, her wrist was grabbed by Chao Bai. I didn't say I wanted your precious bracelet, Osawani. Su Wanru paused and she doesn't have anything on her except the bracelet inside and out. Suddenly something occurred to her. Could it be that? Chao Bai said with a light smile at this time. Su Wanru, can you give me the stockings on your legs? Huh? Su Wanru had thought that he was asking for the intimate apparel he was wearing. Though that's kind of what this one is. It's just a relative thing. It's okay. She didn't realize that the handsome little man in front of her was so good at this. Spinning around, he said to Chao Bai. Okay, you take it. Chao Bai froze at this point. What? What the hell? How the hell am I supposed to get? Su Wanru saw that he didn't make a move. What are you waiting for? Take it. She turned sideways, the folds of her black bustier straining against the leather seat, Or do you want me to do it myself? Chao Bai swallowed. See the system interface flashing out. Su Wanru friendship plus 20 current friendship, 10. I can do it, let me. The more she looks at Chao Bai, the better she looks. In thinking about what he just said. Can't wait to check it out in the car right now. Mr. Master, aren't you able to count? Green Bubbles counts by himself. Spinning around, he stepped on the gas and drove off with a boom, Chao Bai and the porter who was about to come over to open the door were left staring at each other. Helplessly. Chao Bai shrugged. Walked into the hotel. There's always a way, with Tatsuko around. After registering my information in the lobby, I pressed the elevator and went up to the 47th floor. When you come to the door of room 4702, he saw two girls standing next to him in the doorway of 4701. It looks like it came from the other elevator. The back looks good. Just as he was about to scan it with his system, the door to 4702 is open. Shin Rushua opened the door in her bathrobe. Sweeping him off his feet again, he turned and walked in. Chao Bai saw the situation and took care of the two girls. Spinning around, he rushed in like an 8-step gale and slammed the door. Oops, wait a minute, the takeout hasn't arrived yet. What takeout? That's the one. Oops. Shin Rushua's friendship 1. Shin Rushua's friendship 1. Shin Rushua's friendship 1. Chao Bai inexplicably looked at the friendship level that had been going negative. This. Can't people play anymore? Chapter 6 Joey Media Lai Xinyue. Looking at the incomparably cooperative Shin Rushue, Chao Bai thought for a moment that the friendliness was bursting at the seams. Who would have thought that the friendliness level was already 30? Okay. That's how it works, right? Let's see how long you can keep up the act. Spinning around, he crouched down and Su Wanru returned to her large 2,000 square foot villa. The crystal chandelier casts a fine spot of light in the living room, She kicked her Chanel heels off her feet and cashmere jersey slipped on the leather sofa. The more she thought about it, the angrier. Goddamn stinking man. Knowing full well that I'm like this. Not even leaving me in front of the hotel. I can't believe it, I can't believe it. She's been cursing and swearing for a long time. Suddenly something came to mind. Speaking commands into the air. Pull up today's trip log. The smart home system immediately threw up the Rolls-Royce's surveillance feed for the day on a floor-to-ceiling screen that. Su Wanru slid her fingers from side to side in mid-air for a moment. Here, zoom in. She fixed her finger on a paused screen and in the zoomed-in image, Chao Bai is standing at the main entrance of Joey Media, looking around. With a battered camera around his neck. The t-shirt neckline revealed the silver glint of a cheap collarbone chain, Upon seeing the Kuwaichi Media sign, Su Wanru spoke the command into the air and Make a video call to Juichi Nidia's Xinu Lai. After waiting for a while, the call was answered. The floor-to-ceiling screen showed the figure of Lai Xinu. She was leaning languidly in her boss chair, the back straightened but with a hint of careless slackness. The black wraparound dress was cut to precisely fit her curves. It set off her superb figure in the best possible way. The skirt falls just above the knee and black stockings on their long, attractive legs. The folded calves were swaying gently. The Egu, isn't this the busybody Su Wanru Su, the big director? How can you still remember me as your best friend? Su Wanru had just laid down on the sofa at this time. Sweeping a glance at Lai Xinu, she said. Don't come to this set, last time you said to go to the bar to look for handsome guy, the result? All of them are pussy, the face of the powder smeared thicker than the city wall. The boss actually said that this handsome man is their headliner, I hudda. Lai Xinyu blushed and said, I don't want to, right, at that time, Ting sisters mouth with me to ensure that all the Northeast big and tall, high and strong, who would have thought that once they are all wearing 10 centimeters of heightening pads off. The point is that you're not even as tall as we are with the booster cushions on, so tell me, what can you do? That was an accident, next time I'll be sure to find a nice place for you. But pull back you just, so big a media company below a take no, every day rely on the introduction of other people, face it? Hey, I don't like it when you say that, what's wrong with me opening a media company? It's supposed to be the age of the internet now, and when the filter is on, 80 years old can turn you into a fancy 20-year-old. Yo, you're still proud of it? Did you forget that I was at your company's annual meeting last year? Those millions of fans under you are all what are they? Let's put it this way, any one of my bodyguard team can be your company's headliner. Shucks, Suwanri you excessive do not bring this said, anchor well, originally is to rely on fooling around, relying on the big brother, good-looking face value has long been fished to the entertainment industry, which also get our turn, but not you open media company, you do not know to give me to share the heart of the acid and tears, every day you know to count me down, who? This is more than 20 years of girlfriends? I'm so heartbroken. Lai Xinu pretended to cover her heart and said in a fake, no more fake crying voice. That's enough haha, stop it, sis is here to hurt you. Seeing Lai Xinu's petulant appearance, Su Wanro was also helpless, who let her a few years older. Okay, down to business. Su Wanru pulled up the screenshot of Chao Bai looking around on the floor screen. Check someone out for me, I think it's from your company. Lai Xinu sat up straight at the words and looked at Chao Bai in the photo and said. Ha? Not. Sister Wanru, you wouldn't like the thin dog model, would you? Look at how thin this guy is, his bones are almost falling to the ground, right? No, you don't say. Su Wanru realized that Chao Bai was really skinny. She hadn't really noticed his body in the car at the time. But it doesn't matter. I'll let you find it, I have a friend who wants to see him about something. Hearing this, Li Xinyue was happy. I remember generally saying there's a friend. It's all about yourself. Looking at the ambiguous expression on Lai Xinu's face, Su Wanru blushed slightly. Alright, good sister, send me the info when you find it that's it, hang up. Before Lai Xinu could finish, she hung up the phone. Lai Xinu looked at Chao Bai's picture. A guy who can make Su Wanru blush, interesting. Immediately, he picked up his cell phone and edited a message to send to the director of the personnel department. Find out if there's this guy in the company, and if there is, pass me all his info at work tomorrow. And at that moment, Chao Bai was brushing up on his friendliness. He opened the system panel and looking at the dropped fitness scores. Name, Chao Bai. Age, 23. Height, 179-18. Weight, 115 pounds. Appearance score, temperament plus charm plus appearance comprehensive judgment 77. Strength score, strength plus agility combined judgment 30. Fitness score, endurance plus recovery plus combined fatigue resistance 68-1 slow recovery. He probably knows the scoring algorithm for physical fitness, It drops a little bit an hour, maybe. And at this point the friendliness has gone from 30 to 20. Chao Bai was ruthless. Keep moving. Shin Rushua's friendship plus 10 current friendship 10. It's late at night. Chao Bai, that's enough, I'm going to bed. At this time, Shin Rushua was really sleepy. He begged Chao Bai for forgiveness. She didn't realize that. This man, though he looks skinny. But Could it be that God closes a door and really opens a window? And she realized that Chow Bai has become good looking again. I don't know if it's just me. She even thinks it's more handsome than Chun Yi. Seeing that Chow Bai has no intention of stopping, she whirled around and didn't say anything more. Wait quietly. She's been thinking a lot. Thinking about the fact that Zhang Xianzong is coming to review the company next month. Thinking of Chun Yi asking her for money again at night. So tired. Why is it so tiring to be alive? I just want someone who's just nice to me, handsome, with $1 billion. How come it's so hard? Thinking about it. Groggy as she was, she actually fell asleep and Qin Rushua's friendship plus 10 current friendship 30. Chow Bai looked at the friendship level that had brushed up to 30. And contentedly slept. Chapter 7 This, she can't be. She's not in love with me, is she? The next morning, Chow Bai went to work early. You asked why you didn't wait for Qin Rushue. Ha! What era is it? If you're having fun, you're having fun. What do you care about all the bells and whistles? She can do whatever she wants. Just don't get it up her ass. The world with the system is a vast, endless sea. How can this little fish pond fit? Sitting in the car, Chow Bai asked the system in his mind. Toon-chan, are you there? Hello? Misty? Ow. Yeah. I'm in. Sensing that Chow Bai is getting more and more biased, the system that was afraid of being put in a small dark room replied. It's so hard to find a host these days. I don't know what I'm talking about. Well done, host, for wanting to be more progressive. You're not doing a good job. You're getting sprayed by the hosts every day. One misstep and you could end up in a dark room. The longest one lasted more than 20 days. It's an old sin. Chow Bai pursed his lips and asked. So what, I'm at 30 friendliness, how come I don't get any rewards? The fitness scores are starting to extend the recovery time. Didn't the previous binding say interact with the goddess to increase your friendliness and win great rewards such as cash, props, rare assets, etc.? Where's the reward? Give it to me quickly. A few seconds of silence. 029 pinging. 3059. 6069 friends over lovers. 7079 thumping. 8089. 9100 life and death together. Friendship reaches 80, 90, 100 to get the corresponding rewards. No. I've worked so hard to get a nod of approval? Will it work? It's really going to be bad. The host can add attribute points to physical fitness. That's no good, we have to get our face value to 100 first anyways. Friendly reminder, after 90 points you need to add points in a balanced way, otherwise there will be a probability of failure to add points. Wang Defa? What the hell? This is the first time I've heard that there's a probability of failure for attribute points. Throughout the entire history of tomato novels, I've never seen you so outrageous. Tramp, you're definitely handicapped. The host insults the system for the first time. Chow Bai was flabbergasted for a moment. He suddenly thought of the story of the warning that. The story goes that a man married a woman and took her home. A man with a donkey in his house. One day the donkey was umming and hawing at the woman. The woman's mind was calm as she followed the donkey and said, "That's a first." After a few more days, the donkey is ming at the woman again. The woman remains calm and this is the second time. After a few more days, the donkey continued to em and bray. But this time the woman didn't say anything. When the men have dinner in the evening, spotting the donkey soup on the table, the man didn't hold back then. The head is splitting and the face is being scolded. Instead, it turned out that the woman was very calm and said, "That's a first." Later, the man and the woman lived happily ever after. What a fine story. Chow Bai now feels extremely strongly that the system has read this story. He got a jolt when he saw that system pop up. So what, Toon-chan, what I said just now was a fart, so just consider me a fart and let me go. Seeing that he couldn't find any effective information, Chow Bai gave up. By this time the car had also arrived at the downstairs of the Kuichi Media Building. He scanned the payment and got out of the car and walked into the office. Starting a new round of moving. Waiting to sit down at the workstation. Finding out that today's editing assignment is a 60-year-old aunt with a wow body. Watching my auntie sweat and dance. Chow Bai couldn't help but use a disposable sticker to the head part. Aha! It's a lot easier to look at. After looking at it for a moment, he removed the sticker with a sigh and, "Hey! Money is hard to come by. Is hard to eat." He began his day carrying bricks. At noon, Shin Rushue woke up. "I drifted off to sleep yesterday. When I woke up, I realized that Chow Bai was no longer there. Meh, scum." Looking at the intact takeout bags on the table, she got up and waved it into a garbage bag. It doesn't matter if this doesn't get up. As soon as she got up, she realized that it hurts. The pain just came through. Not reacting yet. She then fell to her knees. Chow Bai. Shin Rushue gritted her teeth and read Chow Bai's name. Shin Rushue's friendship level 1, current friendship level 29. Chow Bai is busy changing the head of the ant on the video. He was unimpressed when he saw the prompting. Looks like the is awake. After a while, I got a text on my cell phone. Shin Rushue, why aren't you here? Chow Bai put down his hands and picked up his cell phone to return the message. Chow Bai, go to work. Shin Rushue, I can grant you a vacation. Chow Bai, I'd love to. Shin Rushue looked at Chow Bai's message and clenched her back teeth. Stinking beggar, dead straight man, if it wasn't for the fact that the more I look at you, the more handsome you become. After thinking about Chow Bai for a while, I realized that he seems to be more handsome. Shin Rushue's friendship plus 1, current friendship 30. Chow Bai, on the other hand, was inexplicably looking at the rising friendship level. A woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea, and there's really nothing wrong with that. After a while, the message came back. Shin Rushue, did you delete the PPT? Chow Bai, no. Shin Rushue? Shin Rushue, what do you mean? Shin Rushue, didn't we agree yesterday that we would delete after one chat? Shin Rushue, we've been talking for so long. Shin Rushue, cheating? Shin Rushue, you speak. Shin Rushue, Chow Bai. Shin Rushue. Chow Bai waited for a long time, and when she finished crackling, he replied. Chow Bai, I only said I wouldn't send it to Mr. Zhang. Chow Bai, chat screenshot.jpg. Shin Rushue, you're shameless. You're playing word games with me. Chow Bai, screenshots. Shin Rushue, no, you have to delete it. Chow Bai, I don't. Shin Rushue, please, delete it, I'll do whatever you want me to do from now on. Chow Bai, depends on the mood. Shin Rushue, what do you want? Chow Bai, you're in charge of me. Chow Bai looked at the fact that even though he was already like this, the opposite side actually didn't even drop their friendliness. This made him more and more arrogant but he was thinking of deleting it when the friendliness level reached 80 or something, and then he might be able to complete a quest reward. But then he turned his eyes to the fitness scores. Fitness score, endurance plus recovery plus combined fatigue resistance 69, very slow recovery. Alright, there's nothing to think about now. Get down to work. That's when a message popped up again. Shin Rushue, don't be like this, you're making me feel insecure. Chow Bai froze when he saw this message. This can't be. She's in love with me, isn't she? Chapter 8 Li Xin shooting assignment. Li Xin woke up and received a message from the personnel department. Name, Chow Bai. Age, 23. 23rd floor, editing department and filming crew. She's staring at Chow Bai's picture. The photo of Chow Bai is plain and unimpressive. What the hell, this popular face actually caught my bestie's eye? What kind of special powers does he have? With it, she slid open her cell phone and dialed the number. Make arrangements and have Chow Bai take me on an outcall this afternoon. Shin Rushue on the other end of the phone froze for a moment and asked. Mr. Lai. You're going to do it yourself? You haven't made a video in 3 years. Cut the crap, 2 p.m., 3 on the bund. After saying that, he hung up the phone, got dressed, and Shin Rushue was stunned. Mr. Lai wants to shoot outside? Is she making a comeback? Mr. Lai, he knows. She's a woman who was once at the top of the broadcasting world. Having broadcast live in person to 100,000 people. In the years when that organization had just disappeared. It goes without saying that the goal of a 100,000 person live feed is the proper Soundwave's sister. It's just that later on, after Lie started her media company, the live studio has also been handed over to the company's anchor to take care of. Slowly she's fading into obscurity, too. But why did you suddenly start making videos today? And he's actually naming Chow Bai. Looked at the time. It's 12:30. It was too late to think much about it. She got up and dressed in a hurry and limping out of the room. Chow Bai was still pondering as he looked at Qin Rushua's message. She's got a temper. But there's no way she's opening up the grid in more ways than one. But then he looked at the friendliness of. It's still too low. Wait till you're 80. He put down his cell phone without replying to the message at that thought. Starting again with the busy work at hand. After a long time. There was the sound of clack, 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 clack of high heels behind her. Immediately after Qin Rushua's voice came over. Chow Bai, come with me to the office. At that Chow Bai turned his head and got up. Following Qin Rushua into the office. Sit down. Qin Rushua pointed to the sofa next to her, but she didn't sit down herself. Instead, he walked over to the water fountain and got a glass of water. After seeing Chow Bai's eyes that seemed to be smiling, the glass of water in his hand couldn't help but shake out a ripple of. What happened yesterday? I'll break clean, like you said. Her voice was half a tone lower than usual. Chen Ye's contract expires at the end of the month, and the HR department will not renew it on the grounds of incompatible career plans. She paused. On Mr. Sang's side. I'll think of a way. Chow Bai raised an eyebrow. Oh? What way? He leaned back into the couch, his arms folded and resting on his head. The position ripped the neckline of the t-shirt a little. Qin Rushua's gaze involuntarily swept over there and moved violently toward the window again, but the tip of his ears grew. Wait a minute. What? Still want to come? No. Qin Rushua blushed slightly and calling you in because there's a shoot scheduled for you up there. Saying that, he handed a document to Chow Bai. Chow Bai's eyes lit up at his words. As a senior member of the editing and filming crew at Joey Media, he knew the company had a separate piece of the filming department that, although it's been said that he's had previous shoots, but most of the shots were taken of the webcams in the company's live room, never had a chance to get into the independent filming department. You know how many men's dreams that department is? Is that the department? Qin Rushua froze for a moment as she sniffed. I didn't think he'd know about the department. But this shooting assignment is for Mr. Lai. As far as she knows, the department has always been in the hands of Mr. Lai as well. No. But it's not too far off. Your assignment this time is to shoot for the original Soundwave first sister, now the company's chairman, Lai Xinu. Not too far off? Well, company rumor has it that she has that department, and the specifics are pretty secretive. I don't know. It's like this, said Chow Bai, opening the file. The file was about today's shooting assignment. 1400 hours photo shoot at 3 on the Bund. Graphic designer, Lai Yanyu. Photographed by Chow Bai. Looking at the set photo of Lai Xinu in the file. The black wraparound dress is cut to be extremely flattering and the cinched waist design pinches the waistline extremely thin and hemmed just over the hips, revealing calves encased in monogrammed stockings. And then down the line, actually 10 centimeters of studded stilettos. Picture.jpg. Good man, attack Speedstorm pull full 3-piece set off. It's not just for men, it's for women. As expected of the original Soundwave 1. The pictures alone made him a little twitchy. Then he closed the paper and said, Got it, I'll go over there now then. With that, he opened the glass door and walked out. Qin Rushua stared at his back end. The glass of water in her hand was squeezed tight and the water flows into the ground through your fingers without you even realizing it. The cab was braking sharply on Zhongshandonger Road. Chow Bai looked at the revolving door of Bun 3 and step out of the car. The moment you push open the door, he saw the figure in the photograph that at the moment she was leaning on the handrail of the revolving staircase to adjust her earrings. The Just then, a system alert sounded from within his head. Ding, goddess candidate detected. Name, Lai Yenyu. Age, 26. Height, 173. Weight, 50. Appearance rating, 97. Body type rating, 95. Overall rating, 96. Friendliness, 0. Emotional experience, 3. Number of collaborations, 76. Gossip, the surface to support new anchors, in fact, through the artist training program to screen suitable candidates for independent filming department, once on a private yacht in 18-line starlets to sign a confidentiality agreement. Chapter 9, I'm a genius. Is the host bound? That's a must, come on. Binding successful. Tasks being generated. Task, to make XINU Lai change into the black stockings taken from the Rolls-Royce for the shooting. Mission reward, 5 free attribute points. Mandate time frame, 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Penalty for failure, 18-1 is equal to 17. Chow Bai was stunned when he saw the quest prompt. Frog fun. Do you want to play so big? These stockings are still warm in my hands. You're late. Li Xinyua's mature voice interrupted Chow Bai's thoughts. She looked at Chow Bai, who looked like a bamboo pole in front of her. Looking up and down. According to the information received from the Ministry of Personnel, he's just your average, mediocre, working stiff. The only difference is that he's been working overtime every day for the last 3 months. The original 996 was hardened into 9,127 by him. That's working from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., 7 days a week. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm a little bit out of shape. This spirit of hard work and endurance. It's particularly suitable for your own independent filming department. You know, in this day and age, most men are full of. Every day, they say they're horribly strong. But when it comes to real combat, it doesn't take long to start surrendering. She's seen it all before. Chow Bai picked up his cell phone and checked the time. 14:03 p.m. So what, there was traffic on the way here, so I'm late. Traffic jam? Is that your excuse? It was supposed to be a traffic jam, not an excuse. Yo, you're a stubborn kid, aren't you? Do you know how much I'm going to lose if I'm delayed a minute? I don't know, and I don't want to know, all I know is 3 minutes in the zone. A mere 3 minutes? You're really big talkers. Yeah, I'm still pretty confident in the shooting piece, and it'll save you at least 10 versions of the finishing touches. Kind of interesting, let's get started then, let's see your shooting skills. Voila, you're on. After saying that, Chow Bai adjusted the height of the tripod. The camera focuses on the underside of Lai Xinyu's collarbone. Start with a standing shot, facing the bund, 45 degrees sideways. Stretch your neck out a little bit. Stretching your neck when taking a picture will make it look like the character's shoulders and neck have more fluidity. Yeah, keep it up. Okay, for a change, swing your right and left hands back and forth walking in place looking into the camera. She was a bit surprised to hear that. She's taken countless pictures of. But still, this strange way of filming is a little hard for her to accept. Are you sure this isn't some amateur modeling clothing shoot trick? She retorted with her mouth, but she still swung her arms according to Chow Bai's instructions. How could he have known that this was the way Chow Bai came up with the mission when he saw it? First, by simply shooting. And then the nonsensical request for a shot that. And then finally, we'll have her change into stockings. This trick of boiling a frog in warm water. Chow Bai's game is perfect. Chow Bai didn't pay any attention to her. A flavor of the day shoots on. After all, it's not a traditional posed shot, it's still a challenge to. When the set of photos is done. He breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Lai Yenyu's face is online. Occasionally a little bit of a flaw to hand a simple fix and then publish, the. Thinking of this, he brought the camera to Lai Xinu. In the preview screen, the way her hair lifted in an arc as she stepped on her right foot. Covering exactly 1/3 of the left cheekbone of the face. Plus the lighting. It's actually got a hazy beauty to it. How's that for getting by, huh? Chow Bai asked as he narrowed his eyes at the black stockings on her legs. Lai Xinu looked at the photo. This is really good. All the previous shots were too blunt. 1,000 posed shots. The audience will be more or less a little bit tired of watching too much. Chow Bai's hazy approach is just refreshing. This made Lee Xin couldn't help but think highly of him for a few points. Change the stockings. Just as she was contemplating the world of photographs, the Chow Bai's voice came from his ear. It took her by surprise for a moment. Huh? Immediately afterward she saw the outrageous image of the Chow Bai first pulled out a Gucci black stocking from his left pants pocket, looked at it and kicked it back, followed by a semi-permeable black stocking from his right pants pocket, and handed it over. What's going on? Who am I? Where am I? What kind of operation is this? What? Lee Xin was stunned. No. Are film crews this wild now? You've got all the props with you? The point is that the prop is still pilling, and who in the family understands that? Where did you feel it out? She's a little flustered at this point. Can't it be that Su Wanru just likes this kind of tone? No wonder she hasn't had a boyfriend in all these years. It's so hard to get introduced. It blew over in a couple days. At this time, Chow Bai is shaking his hands of the semi-transparent black stockings began to flutter. The letter stockings on your body will affect the focal position of the shot, and the audience group's eyes are easily spread out. While changing this is different, you are a perfect hole in the photo, and can make the audience draw their whole eyes to your essence. That kind of natural and unique beauty is exactly what young people nowadays aspire to. After saying that, Chow Bai couldn't help but call himself crazy in his heart. I'm a ing genius. Lee Xin, on the other hand, looked at him suspiciously. Eyes darting back and forth between her own monogrammed black stockings on her lap and the semi-translucent black stockings in his hands. Upon thinking of Su Wanru, she gritted her teeth and took the semi-transparent black stockings he was holding, walked to the changing room. By the time Lee Xin came out of the changing room, Chow Bai's eyes lit up. The way she feels when she puts it on is totally different from the way Su Wanru feels. A sense of being a wife. One with more than a hint of international modeling fait accompli tension. Immediately after that, a system alert sounded in his head. Task completed. Obtained free attribute points 5. Chow Bai, who got the message that the mission was successful. Looking closely at the panel, this time he's added 3 points to appearance, 1 point to strength, and 1 point to physical. Name, Chow Bai. Age, 23. Height, 179-18. Weight, 116 pounds. Appearance score, temperament plus charm plus appearance comprehensive judgment 80. Strength score, strength plus agility comprehensive judgment 31. Physical fitness score, endurance plus resilience plus fatigue resistance comprehensive judgment 70. Goddess. Qin Rushue friendship 30. Su Wanru friendship 10. Ms. Lai Yen friendship 0. What's wrong with you? Haven't you seen a pretty girl? Lee Xin stepped on her high heels and walked up to Chow Bai. Glancing at Chow Bai in front of him, who was staring at himself dumbfounded and mesmerized, he said, "You better be able to shoot me or..." Chapter 10 Lee Xinu's former glory. I don't know if it was Lee Xinu's illusion. She felt that the Chow Bai in front of her was suddenly much more handsome. There was more than a hint of manly soulful charm in the original small handsome face. The thought made her blush, and she's actually like most women. Like handsome men. But she's come all this way. I've seen all kinds of men. Including her ex-boyfriend. After falling in love and starting to put on weight. And then the face value starts to box down. Being the obsessive-compulsive face she is. I couldn't take it anymore, so I broke up. And after seeing Chow Bai today, she was beginning to develop another idea, why don't I try find dogs? Even when you're blonde, you're not blonde? Shoot sitting next. Chow Bai's speech interrupted her thoughts. Sitting in a recliner by the floor-to-ceiling window, right leg straight, left leg curled up, toes pointing at the focus ring of my lens. Lee Hsinu sat down as she was told and took her place. That's when she realized that the shooting position was a bit. Are you sure you want to shoot like this? Yes, this angle is invincibly beautiful. Chow Bai, on the other hand, is looking at the camera in a serious manner. That's a great angle. Why did you become a photographer? This perfectly legal shot. It's 100 times better than all that peekaboo stuff. And it's all regimented. What look do you want the model to tweak? They'll just adjust it to what you want them to do. Looking at Lee Xin-yu in front of her. So what if it's the number one anchor? So what if he's the chairman of the board? You're going to do what I tell you to do in this moment on my camera. I told you to go left. You can't go right. Click, click, click. After filming this group, Chow Bai suddenly stood up and changed the angle. Lying on your back in a recliner with your side against the armrest and your eyes looking into the camera, yes, like you're gazing at your own reflection. After saying that, Lee Xin-yu posed as he said, "Yeah, that's what it feels like. It's like going to war." The general yelled, "Fire!" The shells should have been fired. That feeling of words coming out of your mouth. It's so unbelievably relaxing. The shoot went on until the sun went down. Chow Bai brought the camera to Lee Xin-yu. "Check it out." He flipped the camera over and in the preview screen, the Lee Xin-yu leans sideways on the recliner. The light from the fill-in lamp outlines her softly, her hair was slightly disheveled by the river breeze. Yet just enough to cover one side of her brow. The corners of his lips seemed to be smiling. The black stockings glistened delicately in the light of the. It's both elegant and with a bit of casual tension. I didn't realize you had a bit of fun filming. Lee Xin-yu straightened up and the heels tapped out a crisp sound on the marble floor, along with the sound of a system alert, Lee Xin-yu's friendship plus 10 current friendship 10. Mr. Lee overpraised, "If there's no problem I'll go back to editing, and the photos will be passed to you before work." Lee Xin-yu originally wanted to continue to try a little more. Like inviting him to dinner. Because she realized that Chow Bai was indeed a bit interesting. Especially when the picture was just taken. She's deliberately revealing a breach in the. And at that time, on the contrary, Chow Bai. I can't believe I'm just doing my best to shoot. There's actually not a trace of impurity in the eyes that. It didn't help that she was starting to look at him in a different light. Plus, looking at ordinary cheeks from the original personnel department photo from before. The more I look at Chow Bai, the better he looks. But the thought of the pictures having to come out. And she's really ready to make a comeback to live streaming, herself. Business is business. Immediately, she looked at Chow Bai and said, "Okay, wait for you, green bubble for me and pass it straight through when you do." After the two of them friend each other. Lee Xin-yu had just gotten up and was about to walk towards the door. Chow Bai's voice suddenly came from behind him. With a few careful abruptness. "So what, Mr. Lee, can I have it back?" Lee Xin-yu's body froze violently in place. The heels knocked against the floor with a crunch, There was a 3-second pause before she responded, and. "What? Huh? Omega. Do you want to hear what you're saying? You have to pay this thing back? What's wrong with this man? I've heard of outrageous things in my life, but I've never heard anything so outrageous." She turned back to Chow Bai and. "Are you sure?" Chow Bai nodded fiercely and. "Family conditions don't allow me to be wasteful." Lee Xin-yu's temples jumped straight up. "What do you mean by not allowing wasteful spending? What does that have to do with wastefulness?" But she made her way to the dressing room anyway. Standing in front of the half-length mirror in the dressing room. She heard herself letting out a long sigh into the mirror and. The fingertips paused as they pinched the edge of the stocking end. She was thinking of helping Su Wanru to probe Chow Bai. But I didn't expect to spy a pervert. When she comes out again. Cupping the neatly folded stockings in her hands, Chow Bai immediately reached out and took it. That move. Good man. As if they were afraid she'd turn back on them. And made a point of pressing the folds of the fabric as he tucked them into his pants pocket. "I don't want to make a single crease. Dead perverts." Lee Xin-yu gritted her teeth and stifled 2 words. With that said, she stomped out the door in a huff on her heels. By the time Chow Bai got back to the office, the floor lamps in the editing room were glowing dimly. Old Chang was lying on his back on the bulkhead, yawning and the keyboard is still covered in unwiped potato chip crumbs. When he saw Chow Bai push the door in, immediately springing up like a spring, "I'll go." You're too good today, old brother Chow. Mr. Lai personally ordered you to take an outside shot? Just now, Xiao Wu of the administration department told me that she wore lettered black silk when she went out, and came back with her legs bare when she came back. He suddenly lowered his voice and elbowed Xiao Bai's waist, his eyes narrowing into a slit with a smile. Honestly, were there any restrictive images while filming? For example? He asked with a meaningful raised eyebrow as he ran his hands through the air in a gourd. What are you thinking? We're professional photographers. Xiao Bai went to his workstation and connected the camera to the computer through the data cable. At this time, Li from another workstation suddenly poked his head in and, Brother Chow, I've heard that Ms. Lai hasn't taken a photo shoot herself in 3 years, and the last time she did it was for the cover of Lifetime's magazine, where she dared to open an 8-figure sum for the royalties of a single photo as her sudden comeback this time around an attempt to hit the annual pinnacle competition? The fat guy in the diagonal corner suddenly squeezes over and, it's more than just the peak tournament. Have you guys forgotten how she hung the Tianji Guild up and beat them back then? Collecting 40 million sound waves in one PK and directly disliking the other anchor to the point of exiting the net. He came closer to Xiao Bai. Come on, is she meaner in person than on camera? I've heard that her heels can stomp a keyboard when she dislikes someone. Don't listen to him. The intern, Xiao Wang, rubbed over with his laptop in his arms, and Lai Xinu's Wikipedia was open on the screen. Mr. Lai is an officially certified live broadcast textbook and has sold 5 million copies of his operations course alone. As he spoke, he opened the crossover live clip from the year before Lai Xinu retired from the net. In the -5-degree river wind, she wore a high-split cheongsam, stepped on 10-centimeter high heels and hardly dancing a full jazz routine on an open-air stage. The number of colleagues online in the live broadcast room exceeded 150,000. The bounty effects floated for a whole bell without stopping. See? Now that's what you call a live first sister's aura. Xiao Bai looked at Lai Xinu's flamboyant posture in front of the camera on the screen. Suddenly I remembered the afternoon at 3 on the Bund. The way her hair fell to cover her flirtatious brow as she sprawled on the recliner. It was two very different temperaments. The moment fades and overlaps as colleagues marvel. Chapter 11, not a lover, but a pervert. Xiao Bai hooked his lips. Fingers tapping out a string of code on the keyboard. The original picture that Lai Xinu took today popped up on his computer screen. Holy! That's a great angle. Fatty slammed the table and the chicken bones in my hands are popping into the cracks of my keyboard. It's even more seductive than her cover from 3 years ago. Brother Chow, you're rubbing the first sister aura and the royal sister ceiling together, aren't you? If you put this photo on the live preview, it'll make the whole industry tremble? Lee suddenly pointed at the screen and exclaimed. Look at her eyes. Back then, when she scolded Big Brother Retreat 1, it was this kind of smiling arc. It's absolutely brilliant. Brother Chow, how on earth did you do it? To make a queen of Lai Xinu's caliber reveal a seductive but unaware demeanor, this is a moment that even a top photographer wouldn't be able to beg for. The sound of keyboards in the editing room stopped at some point. Everyone ran over to stare at the picture on Xiao Bai's screen. It was as if they were witnessing the birth of a new legend. What's everybody doing? Don't you have anything to do? Qin Rushua's voice pierced through the buzz of the editing room like an ice pick. The crowd turned around only to see her standing in the doorway with the glass door of her office open. Her eyes swept over the piled-up crowd of. It finally landed on Xiao Bai's glowing screen. The pupils contracted slightly. Xiao Bai, come to the office. After saying that, Qin Rushua turned around and walked back to the office. The editing room erupted in an uproar of intake of breath. The old Zhang made a 3 gesture at Xiao Li. It's their internal wager that betting on how long Qin Rushua will keep Xiao Bai in her office. The fat guy, on the other hand, sneaks out his cell phone and prepare to record the highlights of female devil dog training live. Hey, they're all scattered. Lao Zhang pretended to cough to disperse the crowd. Instead, her eyes were fixed on Qin Rushua's swaying skirt. Poor old Xiao, he's going to be criticized again. Xiao Bai followed Qin Rushua into the office. The moment the glass door closed, he vaguely heard Li's muttering from behind him. Finished, Xiao this is afraid to be scolded until the early hours of the morning. The last time Xiao Wang made a mistake, a picture hard to be scolded wrote 3 o'clock in the morning. We're scolded to cry. You think of a big man was scolded to cry, that how stoned. Inside the office. Shin Rushua pulled Chao Bai into the blind spot of her vision and leaned in. Chao Bai can't be spoiled. Up comes a mage stirring. After a long time. Just as Chao Bai began to prepare. But Shin Rushua pushed her away. Not in the office. You haven't eaten dinner yet, do you want something to eat? At that, Chao Bai slid open his cell phone and looked at it. Crazy Thursday then? At those words, Shin Rushua froze for a moment. With that, he said with a light laugh. Okay, listen to you. After ordering, Shin Rushua asked. How did the afternoon shoot go? Did Mr. Lai say anything? Chao Bai thought of the few photos he secretly hid in the afternoon. Gulped. Well, it's okay. Shin Rushua, on the other hand, came up to straighten the folds of his collar and said. I submitted an application with the personnel department, and it just so happens that you were named by Mr. Lai for the shoot, so I incidentally asked them to mention you as the head of the shooting team. Oh? So how can I thank you? When Shin Rushua thought of last night. Blushing slightly. The shyness of a little girl's heart. Outside the glass door. Old Chang pressed his face against the glass and he was shocked to realize that there was a soft smile at the corner of the devil's lips. Watching the figures separated by the filing cabinet suddenly overlap and he hurriedly greeted the fat man, Don't record it on your cell phone, just delete it, if this gets out tomorrow we're all screwed, said he, blasting away the surrounding onlookers. Shin Rushua's friendship plus 10 current friendship 40. Lai Xin drove her Ferrari F8 to Su Wanru's place. The roar of the engine tore through the silence of the villa. Lai Xin stepped out of the car with 10-centimeter studded high heels. Lai Xin. Do you have to wake up the dogs in the entire villa area before you're satisfied? Su Wanru's voice came from the second floor. She was wrapped in a Chanel silk robe leaning over the balcony railing. Come on, my sister came to see you once in a while, why don't you come down to greet her? Lai Xin gave a flying kiss to the upstairs. Brought you the Peninsula Hotel's crab roe buns. Yeah. 3 minutes later, the two were sitting at the coffee table in the villa's living room. The spots of light from the crystal chandelier fell on the linen placemats prepared by the closing. The aroma of Su Wanru's hand-ground coffee filled the air. Lai Xin crossed her legs and sipped her coffee. You still have this hand-brewed pot that I gave you 3 years ago, don't you? Lai Xin suddenly opened her mouth, looking at the coffee pot on her table and asked. Su Wanru was holding a crab yellow flowing heart bun and blowing on it when she sniffed and gave her a blank look. If you want artisanal coffee yourself, just say so, and you have to go around corners to bring it to me, and then every time you come over, you make me grind it for you, so you're good for it? Lai Xin covered her chest exaggeratedly. My lord, unjustly accused, my concubine is unjustly accused. Before the words are finished. Suddenly staring at Su Wanru's fingertips and laughing out loud. Look at this, the crab yolk is stained to the nail seam, which is like a chairman of the board of directors in charge of hundreds of billions of dollars of assets, is clearly that year in the host stealing cooking hot pot by the hostel auntie to catch the bag of the little greedy cat. You. Su Wanru copied the pillow behind her and threw it towards Li Xinyue. But she dodged it. Oops, didn't lose it, so angry. Just then, Lai Xinu's cell phone alert sounded. Ding 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 ding. The sound was like a cannonball for a long time before it stopped. It's your little lover looking for you in a hurry. Su Wanru poked Lai Xinyue's waist with her soup-stained hand, which earned him a blank stare from the other side. I just bought new clothes, hate to pull you, said she. Slid open her cell phone to check and it's Chao Bai's photo shoot. The flaws have been corrected. Looking at the red dot of 99 plus still hanging on the message alert. Reminds her of the afternoon at 3 on the Bund. The face of this guy holding up semi-permeable black stockings in a serious attempt to fool himself into changing his clothes. He said with a bit of angry red cheeks. What a little lover, clearly a pervert. Yo, look at you, you're all red in the face. Su Wanru laughed out loud as she looked at the fried Li Xinu. It's not, believe it or not. Saying that, Lai Xinu handed her cell phone to Su Wanru. Su Wanru took the phone and scratched the photo in the message. In the photo, there is a profile of Lai Yinyu leaning on a rotating staircase while adjusting her earrings. Against the light, her slightly tilted jawline was captured just right by the camera. There's the moment when she's lying on her back in the recliner with her hair hanging down. The haze, if you will, is too much to bear. The last one is a freeze frame of her turning around on her studded heels and the calves of the semi-transparent black stockings strained out in a graceful curve. It makes the leg line look extra long and sharp. It's the stockings. Why do they look like the same ones on my legs? Chapter 12, No way, you like this fine dog? Su Wanru subconsciously looked down at Lee Xinyue's legs, only to find the other man's legs bare and said after looking at the photo for a while longer, "This is a good shot, worthy of being in the media. Under the staff are all talented, the camera set you aura enough, when to give me also about a group?" Hearing this, Lee Xinyue snatched back the cell phone without a good mood. "It's not the talent you recommended to me? It's not even if you bring your own props, but after the shoot." She suddenly remembered that after Chao Bai took the stockings, carefully pressing the folds of the fabric the way blushing slightly, talking points. But he does seem quite focused when he adjusts the lens, like a different person. Su Wanru was a bit puzzled at this time. "No. When did I recommend someone to you? I'm a real estate guy and you're not even on the same side. I didn't recommend anyone to you, so don't ever slander me." Hearing this, Lee Xinyue remembered that she hadn't told her about Chao Bai. Instantly, he said, "That's the guy you told me to check out." She slid open her cell phone and flipped to a picture of Chao Bai's license plate. "His name is Chao Bai, he's in our company's filming and editing team. Guess what? During the publicity photo shoot this afternoon, this guy actually pulled a pair of semi-permeable black stockings out of his pants pocket and insisted that the monogrammed models on my legs would distract from the visual focus." Su Wanru was sucking on the soup of the crab-roasted heart buns. Smiling, he nearly dripped soup on his silk robe. "And this operation? Is he usually this good at what he does? Even if I change it, I'll change it, who knows what's even better?" The amplitude of Lee Xinyue's rolling of her eyes was almost to the ceiling. After the photo shoot, he actually had to take the stockings back, saying something about family conditions not allowing for wastefulness. Made me laugh on the spot. Have you ever seen a photographer ask a model for socks after a photo shoot? Simply perverted. Su Wanru was just about to answer, when she suddenly thought of the texture of the stockings she had just seen. Her body froze violently. That fine diamond plaid, could it be her in the Rolls-Royce car? The sourdough snapped at his fingertips and fell onto the china plate. She fumbled with a silk scarf to wipe her mouth and instead, the tips of his ears suddenly went red. "Wait a minute. What did you say his self-contained stockings looked like?" "Just one of those semi-sheer ones with a little matte texture and little bows at the ankles." Lee Xinyue casually scratched to close up, suddenly noticing Su Wanru's perverse expression. "Hey, why are you so red in the face? Shouldn't it be? Ahem. The coffee's too hot." Su Wanru fiercely filled her mouth with ice water, but with uncontrollable replay of last night's scene in his mind. Seriously, though. Lee Xinyue didn't notice the difference in her best friend. Keep spitting. This guy works like a different person. His eyes are shiny when he's adjusting the lens, and he's got a real knack for getting it right. Look at this turnaround photo. The stockings set off the legs like a supermodel, and my assistant asked if she got a foreign photographer. What, looking down on the little photographer? Su Wanru raised her eyebrows, her fingertips crossing the captured photos in Lee Xinyue's cell phone. "I've been wanting to do a set of vintage-style portraits lately, and I just love these shots with a lived-in vibe and besides." She suddenly came closer, her warm breath brushing against Lee Xinyue's earlobe. "I'm obviously the one who told you to find someone." Su Wanru suddenly came closer and warm breath brushed against Lee Xinyue's earlobe. "You're good. You didn't report it in the first place, not to mention that you let people shoot on it yourself first?" Her fingertips traced over the shooting highlights in Lee Xinyue's cell phone, and she suddenly laughed lightly. "What, afraid I'll steal the pervert photographer from you? Who's robbing you?" Lee Xinyue leaned back violently, hair brushing against the crab crumbs on the couch cushions. "I was afraid you'd be tricked into doing some private customization." Suddenly she narrowed her eyes and her eyes flicked between Su Wanluo and Chao Bai in the photo. "Wait, you don't think you have some kind of ulterior motive with him? Don't talk nonsense, it's just that there was a meeting." Before the words were out of his mouth, the tips of his ears instantly reddened as he suddenly remembered what happened last night. Lee Xinyue was so sharp that she immediately caught this suspicious blush. A side of the relationship? She reached out and pressed her best friend's wrist, her fingertips touching the rapid beating beneath her pulse. Sister Wanru, be honest, did he do something to you? Blackmail you? Threaten you? Or? No, really. None of these. That is? Xin, you looked at Su Wanru suspiciously and. Is that what you like about him? Feeling Su Wanru's pulse begin to beat wildly, Wanru-san, your hands are all sweaty, she narrowed her eyes and. Oops, okay, I like him, okay, come on, make an appointment for me for tomorrow's shoot. Su Wanru friendship plus 10 current friendship 20. Chao Bai is plowing a field. It's kind of baffling to watch the rising friendliness of the Shin Rushuez didn't go up, Su Wanru's did. The system also comes with a spinning traverse? Without thinking too much, he continued to plow the field. Xin, you suddenly erupted into a deafening laughter. Oh my god. Su Wanru actually admitted it. Back then, the financial talents chasing you lined up to the Huangpu River, you could even return the Hermes they gave you, and now you're actually planted in the hands of a small photographer who can take stocking shots. Enough. Su Wanru jerked her hand back and. Help with the date or not? I'll find someone else if you don't. Egu, help. Of course I'll help, my good sister, don't be so hasty. Xin, you pulled out her cell phone and typed frantically. But out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Su Wanru gawking at the crab roe heart bun. The corners of his lips were still stained with soup that he hadn't wiped clean. But first things first. She suddenly lowered her voice and. I'm going to be with you the whole time we're filming, in case he's plotting against you. Plotting? I'd be happy for people to plot against me, but you mustn't come and delay me in my business. No way? Wanru, you're playing for real? And what else? No, there's nothing in a fine doggy with a bone to that can make you look. Suddenly, Xin, you seem to have thought of something. Could it be? Her shocked pupils met Su Wanru's you-know-what eyes. Coupled with her reddened cheeks, she realizes she's missing out on some kind of treasure, At this moment, Xin was a bit messy. Why didn't you think of that this afternoon? I'll be damned. Chapter 13, Schoolgirl Lin Yu Tang. Xin, you sent a message to Qin Rushue. Tell her to arrange for Chao Baiyi's shooting assignment tomorrow. I realized that the other party hadn't replied for half a day. She looked at the time and. It's not even 1 o'clock in the morning. Going to bed at this hour? I've stayed up till 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock when I was working on a video before. A phone call was then made. After waiting a while. No one's answering. Looking at Su Wanru looking at herself with puzzled eyes. It's a bit humiliating, really. I can't believe the subordinate didn't reply to the message. Not answering the phone. It's kind of embarrassing for her that. Suddenly, something occurred to her that. Slide up your cell phone. Find Chao Baiyi's green bubble. Made a video call. I'm the chairman of the board. I'm going to put you on a direct line. What's wrong with that? That's got to be okay. After waiting a while, the video was rejected outright. At this time Su Wanru asked. Have they all gone to bed already, or should we talk about it tomorrow? And at this time, Xin was a bit on top of her head. Chairman of the board. You can't find anyone? She started frantically typing on the video call that. Played once. Opposite refused. Hit it again. The other side refused again. Until after the 10th hit. When the video came on, Lai Xinyue almost threw her cell phone out of the window. Chao Baiyi's face in the picture shows only half of his eyes. The disheveled hair stained the fluffy pillows of the TV screen behind her glowed with an eerie blue light. A woman's cry of alarm could be heard faintly. No, Mr. Lee, are you suffering from some serious illness? Can't people sleep in the middle of the night? Ah. Hearing the voice, Xin and Su Wanru froze for a moment. Xin stared at the hotel backdrop that flashed across the screen. Stalking, he said, the filming assignment continues tomorrow at 2 p.m. at 3 on the Bund. Didn't I just shoot you today? How? Chao Baiyi's phone was hung up before he could finish his sentence. That's when the system alert rang out. Qin Rushua's friendship plus 10 current friendship 50. Spinning around, he left it alone, his cell phone on silent. Go back to sleep. After hanging up the phone, Lai Xianyu slowed down for a long time. She didn't think Xiao Bai would be so good at it. It's all connected to the video. Su Wanru's voice came from behind her. With 3 parts doubt and 7 parts snark. Usually. Is he this arrogant? Lai Xianyu turned around violently, just in time to see her best friend leaning against the bar, the neckline of her silk robe slightly open, revealing a girlish shoulder line that did not match her age. She suddenly laughed out softly, that voice with a broken release, arrogant? This kid dared to make the chairman eat a closed door in the video, the whole company is probably just him. Looks like your little photographer is busy tonight, Su Wanru winked. So busy that it took the 10th time to answer the chairman's call. You. Saying that, Lai Xianyu pounced on Su Wanru. The two were chasing each other around the Persian carpeted living room. In the end, Lai Xianyu was pressed onto the sofa by Su Wanru. Admit defeat, admit defeat. Will you dare to contradict me from now on? Don't dare, don't dare. That's right, that's my good Xianyu, go to sleep. After saying that, Su Wanru threw over a blanket. Himself wrapped in a knitted coverlet on the couch. Early the next morning. Xiao Bai then went to work early. As he stared at his black eye and pushed open the door to the editing room, the old Chang is snoring on his keyboard. Xin Rushue has been coming in late for the past 2 days. It was an immense relief for the guys that no one's watching. Most of them come over here and punch their cards and then go on to touch the fish and catch the shrimp. Xiao Bai looked at the empty team leader's office next door to Xin Rushue. Thinking that the top doesn't know when it's going to be approved. When the time comes for you to become the leader of the group. Every day just to be in the office. Do what you want to do. Just as he was rambling on, the computer dinged with a work notification that popped up. The red-labeled Lin Yutang dance vlog refinement in the editing taskbar made his finger pause. He opened the rotating image inside the clip preview and the girl in the white waistless dress is getting down in front of the camera. It was his 4-year college crush. The journalism department's schoolgirl. The goddess who once sang the first time at an orientation party until he lost sleep. Xiao Bai was still shy in college. He didn't realize he had that much of an advantage either. Usually very low-key, too. He vaguely remembers his sophomore year. The set of an outdoor promotional video for the Department of Journalism, the midday sun whitened the lawn in front of the school building, the Lin Yutang practiced spinning and jumping in front of the camera in her white dance costume. Xiao Bai's hand holding up the camera has long been sore and numb. But the camera can't move away from it. It was his first time as lead cameraman. And the subject of the photo shoot is none other than Lin Yutang, the dream girl of all the boys in the department. Every time she turns around, the hem of the skirt then lifts in a beautiful arc, He followed to capture the shot that. Only to see her suddenly stagger half a step in the viewfinder frame. Ankles twisted slightly in their dance socks, Is everything okay? Xiao Bai put down his camera and rushed over to check it out. As he rushes past, Lin Yutang was kneeling on one knee covering her ankle. Xiao Bai rushed to help her untie her dancing socks to check. When the crystal clear feet appeared in front of Xiao Bai's eyes, he was actually flustered and red for a moment, and Lin Yutang suddenly laughed out loud as she looked at the shy boy in front of her. It's okay, I think the dance socks are too tight. When the cold touch came from the hands of the Xiao Bai woke up with a start. It was only then that I realized my fingers were still resting on the red marks on her ankles, He retracted his hand as if he'd been electrocuted and... Is that enough material for today? Lin Yutang rubbed her ankle and stood up. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, with slightly reddened cheeks, examined the material in the camera. After looking at it for a while, he said, Enough is enough, just go back and adjust the color temperature and release it. And with that, he scurried back to the editing room, leaving only Lin Yutang's unfinished words in front of the lawn. Class, you gave me back my dance socks. At a later date. Xiao Bai also tried to write a love letter and put it on her seat. But I didn't expect Lin Yutang to be sick and not come that day. Instead, Yin Jingting sat in her seat. Because Xiao Bai's really good at filming. Yin Jingting, consciously or unconsciously, would often ask him to help with the shooting. One thing led to another and he got together with Yin Jingting. Slowly, he had no more interactions with Lin Yutang. And then later, I heard that Lin Yutong has a boyfriend too. And then there was some kind of change in the family, too. I didn't go to school for a long time. Until graduation day. It was only then that Chao Bai-yi saw that Lin Yuetang was wearing a black dress. That journalism graduate, Yu Tang Lin, honored as school's outstanding student leader. The moderator's voice echoed through the auditorium. She walks on stage with her stiletto heels, with a few less effervescent smiles on their faces. A little more mourning and sadness. At the end of the ceremony, Chao Bai-yi chased her out and was about to call out to her, only to see a black sedan pull up beside her. In the end, Chao Bai-yi still lowered his hand in the air. Chapter 14. This mission is difficult. Choking off memories. Chao Bai-yi tries to get the system to gossip and scan. Name, Lam Yutong. Age, 24. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Face value, 94. Stature, 90. Overall rating, 92. Friendliness, 30. Number of relationships, 1. Number of collaborations, 24. Gossip. Her father was eventually sentenced to 10 years in prison after a drunken argument with someone in her junior year of college, in which he accidentally pushed the other person down a flight of stairs, causing him to die from serious injuries. This sudden change in the original cozy family instantly collapsed. The mother, in the huge economic pressure and public opinion under the criticism, gradually becomes silent. Less than a year, the mother was introduced to the neighboring city, remarried, followed by the new husband moved to an unfamiliar city, leaving Lin Yuetang alone to face the life of a chicken feather. And her boyfriend, who once said he would spend the rest of his life with her, after learning about her father, his attitude gradually became cold, from the beginning of the avoidance, to later on the excuse of busy with school to reduce the number of meetings, and finally in a late autumn evening, said the words of the breakup, said that his own parents do not agree with them together, do not want to affect their future because of her family. The successive blows made Lin Yuetang fall into depression for a while. Once cheerful and smiling, the light in her eyes slowly dimmed, and the smile on her face became less and less, and she could only lick her wounds alone and silently in the dead of night. Chao Bai-yi stared at the Lin Yuetang gossip entry on the system panel, thinking of that white figure spinning on the lawn in college. Overlapping with gossip about father in jail, mother remarried, boyfriend broken up. It made his temples jut. Thinking about that black car at graduation, again. He'd have thought it was her boyfriend picking her up in his car at that point. At this point, the memory of the license plate raised as the black sedan drove away. Suddenly clear at this moment, that license plate starts with Jiangyi. That is, neighboring cities. The system beep sounded in his head, interrupting his thoughts. Is the host bound? Bind. Come on. Binding successful. Tasks being generated. Mission, ask Lin Yuetang for the white armor she's wearing. Mission reward, 1 5-minute Soundwave cashback card. Mandate time frame, 3 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Failure penalty, reduce attributes by 10 points immediately. No, Toon-chan, wait. What the hell is armor? Suddenly, Chao Bai-yi seemed to have thought of something, and the same expression that appeared on the faces of the teddy bears of the I see. I can't believe it. Wait, this thing isn't on the same level as the previous mission. What the hell is this reward again? 5 minutes Soundwave cashback card? Crooked? Tuanzi, you speak. Hashtag oh hello? Hello? You have to force me to release my best move, don't you? Yeah. I'm in. Come, answer me. 5 minutes Soundwave cashback card functions explained. Upon activation, the Soundwave 1 Soundwave equals 10 cents rewarded by the host in any livestream will be withdrawn to the bank account in real time at a rate of 0% for 5 minutes. Example, brush 10,000 Soundwave worth $1,000, you can withdraw $1,000 immediately, independent of the platform's share. So that's what it means. That means if I'm quick enough with my hands, then for those 5 minutes I'm. Chao Bai-yi lifted his thin arm and it was obvious to him that his right arm was a knot thicker than his left. He realized that most of the boys were like that, too. Just because he's skinny. So it's a little more obvious. But then he thought of something else. Unico, this mission is difficult, can I change it? After waiting a while for the system to ignore him. Hello? Unico? Master Unity? Righteous Father? Mandate time frame, 3 hours 57 minutes and 17 seconds. Come on, asking for nothing again. Chow Bai looked at the computer screen and saw the vault of Lin Yuetan's dance. Into a state of contemplation. He kept fast-forwarding, pausing. Looking for something. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight. Grabbed my cell phone and scoured the classmates' groups. But realized that they hadn't found Lin Yutang. He opened his cell phone again to send a message to personnel that. After waiting for some time, the HR department transferred Lin Yuetan's information from the company's intranet's employee address book to Chow Bai. Chow Bai added Lin Yuetan's green bubble through his number. I didn't realize it was actually a second pass. With that, he sent the copy he had thought of. Hello Ms. Lin, I'm from the editing department of Joey Media. Because the shot of your waist and belly powering your vlog is a bit weak, can you make up a detail? After a while Lin Yuetang replied. I wasn't at the office, I'm home on my day off. Chow Bai, it's urgent, can you send me the address? I'll bring my equipment to the house to make up the shots. The shot of your waist and abdomen in your vlog is related to the persona of your live debut. After sending it, he stared at the other person is typing in the top right corner of the chat box and. A few seconds later. Lin Yuetang. OK. 302, Lane 15, Ganluyuan, Golden Block. Attached is a locator followed closely by an addendum. The house is a mess, don't mind. OK, the first step is done. Chow Bai hurriedly packed up his things, checked the camera to light up the memory and walked out of the editing department. He also sent a message to Qin Rushua on his way out. Don't miss me too much when you're out shooting. An hour later. Chow Bai stood in front of door 302 and knocked. The moment the door opens, the fresh scent of laundry detergent hits your face. Lin Yuetang was wearing a loose-fitting gray sweater that hair in a casual ponytail. Unlike the delicacy in front of the camera, at the moment she looked more like the veiled face she remembered from the library. But even so, it doesn't hide her moving beauty, either. The end of his eyebrows rose slightly as he the matching soulful peach eyes that. It's a lot more dynamic. Lin Yuetang looked at the photographer in front of her. Realizing that he was built like the shy little boy he remembered. She remembers he's a photographer, too. It's just that the photographer in front of me is so handsome. The jawline is taut with a sharp curve, the three-dimensional brow bone coupled with the slightly upturned corners of the lips. It's actually a bit of a rambunctious plod. She didn't think much of it. I'm going to do my makeup. He guards the blossoms waiting to bloom. And how is it that you are not guarding a broken life waiting for the dawn? She waited until 4 in the morning. The moment the blip blooms. She saw a goofy grin spread across the corners of the boy's mouth, didn't realize. There really are people who will stick to on countless subsequent nights when I couldn't hold it together. She'll always think of that boy. That goofy grin. It's the one light that keeps her alive. Was a ray of light that redeemed her. Then she tried the boy, too. Only to find him holding another girl's hand. In fact, she had thought about crossing the line at that point. Even going so far as to make small. But after a moment's hesitation, I gave up. She's afraid. Fear of getting. And more afraid of loss. Until after the graduation ceremony. She was sitting in her stepdad's car. When he turned his head sideways, he saw the familiar figure of But then when she hastily rolled down the window of the car. Only to find that the figure was no longer there. Maybe, it's just not meant to be. The light is ready, when are you good? Chow Bai's voice interrupted her memories. Startled, Lin Yuetan's brush head snapped and fell onto the dresser. Ma, right away. She scrambled to pick up her brushes and continue applying her makeup. By the time she's done painting, sidling up to only to realize that Chow Bai had been staring at her. It made the tips of her ears burn, I'm better. So what? Both men spoke out at the same time, You first. You first. The voices of the two men clashed together and. After you. After you. Chow Bai's mouth is quick to jump ahead of him. Ladies first. The sunlight slanting through the window onto Chow Bai's face. Lin Yuetang looked at the beam of light that refracted on his face and. Gradually overlapping with the blurred cheeks of her memory, You. She bit her lower lip. Much like my college friend. The moment the words left his mouth, she felt as if she had lost so much of her strength, and a fine sweat was slipping out of his palms in nervousness. And when Chow Bai heard this, noticing that Lin Yuetang actually didn't recognize him, it made him want to tease her a little. He suddenly took a step closer and, "Oh? And did your classmates ever tell you about that nice birthmark on your ankle?" Hearing this, Lin Yuetang panicked and looked down at her ankle. "Realizing that I'm wearing black knee-high mid-calf socks today, not showing the bare feet." It made her panic and, How do you? No? Who the hell are you? Are you the pervert? Who used to stalk me at night? Help! Don't you come over." Looking at Chow Bai, who was getting closer and closer, Lin Yuetang picked up the lipstick on the table and held it across her chest. Chow Bai couldn't help but hold his forehead as he looked at her flustered appearance. A helpless smile between his fingers. That pervert probably won't remember videotaping you and taking your dance socks in the process, will he? Lin Yuetang was flabbergasted at his words. A sudden surge of memories in his mind. That scrawny little body. After the video. It's funny, it's obscene, it's all in one. The backs of those fleeing in panic. Chow Bai? Her voice suddenly trembled, and her lipstick snapped to the floor. Is it really you? Chow Bai, on the other hand, smiled and shrugged his shoulders. As fake as it gets, classmate Lin Yuetang. Next. He was suddenly knocked back half a step by a warm force of. Stick it to the wall. Lin Yuetang violently jumped into his arms and the tips of his hair brushed against his collarbone. With the light scent of rose cream. He froze in his tracks. Only a small murmur could be heard from her. Long time no see, long time no see. Chow Bai was a bit surprised at this point. No. What's going on? What's the matter with you, Mrs. Lin? Isn't there an antidepressant on the table? Now the drugs can be skewered? Before he could think much about it, Lin Yuetang's lips then kissed up. Chow Bai's pupils crinkled. You know what? I searched for you. She looked up at Chow Bai and. It's just that back then there was always a girl around you. Smiling, Chow Bai said with a light smile. I have a girl with me now, too. Oops, that's not what I meant, it's just that back in college, I think it was your girlfriend, right? Hearing this, Chow Bai thought of Yin Jingting. Was. At those words Lin Yuetang's eyes lit up. That's great, from now on you're my boyfriend. Huh? That sloppy? I don't feel hasty. So how? Before Chow Bai could finish his sentence, he was gagged again. After a long time, Lin Yuetang seemed to suddenly think of something and looking up and asking. What were you going to say earlier? Chow Bai also came back to his senses this time. He looked at the schoolgirl in front of him with her watery peach eyes and hesitating. It finally came out in her incredibly expectant eyes. Lin Yuetang, can you give me the white armor you're wearing? I can't help it. The mission is the biggest in the world. If you deduct 10 attributes, amounting to 2 wasted missions, to realize that this buttoned-up system, it's so difficult to accomplish a task that it's like walking a tightrope with your life. Lin Yuetang, who heard this, froze for a moment. But soon she looked down at the gray bodysuit she was wearing and she's a little surprised how Chow Bai knew she was wearing white armor. But it doesn't matter. If he wants it, give it to him. With that, he raised the hem of his gray sweatshirt and while Chow Bai was frozen in his tracks, the white armor had been placed in his hands. Lin Yuetang looked at him deeply. If you like, I have a lot more armor, any kind you want, you can have it. Lin Yuetang is such a person. Now that I've chosen, then you won't hesitate before you follow. Chow Bai, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. He was not expecting the mission to go extraordinarily well. It went a little too well, didn't it? It's just like the unicorns rewarding you with a meal. Before he could withdraw his reward, Lin Yuetang then continued. I gave you what you wanted, then I want you too. Lin Yuetang's friendship plus 2 current friendship 82. Congratulations to the host for increasing his friendship with the goddess Lin Yuetang to 80, reward, Bagua auxiliary option. Mission accomplished. Get a 5-minute Soundwave cashback card. Quest completion strike reward free attribute points 5. Noon, 12 p.m. Shin Rushue, who had just woken up from her hotel bed, felt that the sky had collapsed. I opened my cell phone to find a bunch of messages from Lai Xinu. 047 tomorrow at 2 p.m., schedule an outside shooting assignment. 047 arranging for personnel Chow by E to shoot. 048 please respond if you receive this. 049 the. She slowly felt suffocated. Su Wanru's eyes snapped open and fingernails almost. The glass walls of the office complex reflect the log of Star Trail network, owned by Lai's father, Lai Zhenbang. Lai Zhenbang, as one of the earliest internet entrepreneurs in China, often raised my daughter at the Su's house, saying it's better to let Wanru take Xin Yue to play than to look at the computer screen. So Su Wanru's childhood memories. There was always the figure of Lai Xinu following her with her computer in her arms. And the change came without warning. That July, during the rainy season, Su Mingchong suffered a heart attack during a groundbreaking ceremony for a new building. Lai Zhenbang worked overtime for debugging the servers of the Star Trek network, and no one noticed when he suffered from acute pancreatitis. When Su Wanru received a call from Lai Xinu outside the ICU, after the cries coming through the receiver, she realized that both men's fathers had been admitted to the same hospital on the same day. None of it made it through that humid July, eventually. And then later, Su Wanru got married and continued to take care of the family business. Lai Yenyu also founded her own Joey Media. Su Wanru had actually heard some rumors about Joey Media. But more than that, she probably knew that. In a drunken ramble, Lai Xinu said it was different from the treasure she was looking for. She's trying to find that amazing treasure, 5 centimeters in diameter, through the Department of Independent Filming. But the difficulty of this. It's really difficult. It took her years to find it. But in the end. Chapter 17 The Pigeon Flying Chow Bai. Su Wanru gently broke away the hands that strangled her. Xinu, it's me. She gently patted Lai Xinu's back. It's okay, I'm in, all the time. She put a pillow between them and Lai Xinu's head slid smoothly onto her shoulder. It's like that year all over again. All the farewells dispersed. They used to lean on each other like this, listening to the rain outside the funeral home, slowly counting each other's heartbeats. Think of each other as the only thing you can count on in a rainstorm. Ding! The alarm went off at 1300 hours. The smart home system pulled back the curtains. The darkened living room was at once illuminated by the noonday sun. Lai Xinu was woken up by the alarm bell. Eyelashes fluttered and fluttered. When she opened her eyes, she saw Su Wanru's sight face close at hand. She was looking at herself with her arms outstretched, fingers gently rubbing the strangulation marks on his neck. Did I dream of strangling you again last night? Su Wanru shook her head and sighed, getting up and going to the bathroom to wash up. The slippers made a soft sound on the floor. Get off you in a big way, and I'm almost ready to go see my grandfather. Auntie Chan, the housekeeper, saw the curtains drawn up and just arranged for the servants to put the placemats on the table. When Xin Yue propped herself up on the sofa and made her. Su Wanru was only focused on eating. There's no time for her. Soon Su Wanru finished eating, looking at Lai Xinu still chewing and swallowing slowly. Take your time eating, then, I'll be on my way. Hearing this, Lai Xinu immediately put down her knife and fork. Alright, I'm not eating, you have to rush people to eat a meal. Who told you to eat? When did Chopaki arrive at the location? Shin Rushue had just arrived at the company at this time. Seeing Lai Xinu's message. Reply quickly. Mr. Lai, wait a moment, I'll check for you. She then hurriedly slid to the top page and called Xiao Baiyi's video call. I've been calling 4 or 5 times and no one's picking up. That's when she realized that there seems to be a problem somewhere. She rushed over to Xiao Baiyi's workstation and, looking at the empty seats on the computer monitor edited halfway through the video of, "It's okay, you go about your business, I'll get him." After that, he hung up the phone. Then she flipped to Chow Baiyi's green bubble and called Chow Baiyi's video call. I've called many times, but no one's answering. She glared at the message on her cell phone and no answer from the other side. No answer from the other side. No answer from the other side. At this time, Su Wanru also discovered that Lai Xinu's face did not look right. What's going on? Lai Xinu, on the other hand, stammered. Sister Wanru. Have you ever experienced? She paused. Ever experienced what it's like to be stood up? Omega. Xinu. Are you teasing me? Is there a possibility? Is that we've been stood up? Chow Baiyi? Right. Stood us up? Right. Is he usually this brave? Aren't you the chairman? Right. FCK, I'll give you the chairman of the board of directors to forget about it, who likes to be whoever you want to be, even a staff cannot control, this chairman of the board of directors don't want it. Well, maybe he's really not okay? Sister Wanru, it's us who have been stood up too. And you're still talking to him? Chapter 18, New Skills. Su Wanru smiled and looked at Lai Xinu. It's okay D, didn't you just didn't have enough to eat too? It's just right that we also shop, our two sisters haven't shopped for a long time, today, sis will take you to kill the four directions. Look over there. The white-collar worker at the coffee shop window touches her best friend and Su, strength score, strength plus agility combined judgment 34. Physical fitness, beauty sticker disposable, stick it on your forehead to temporarily raise your appearance score by 10 points, the effect lasts for 4 hours, and when you tear it off your face will appear with colorful disco lighting effects, lasting for 4 hours. Kidney treasure punch, plus 5 physical fitness score, side effect is that you need to squat in the restroom for 8 hours after drinking its system explanation, detoxification and health first. Bad luck charm, stick it on each other's photos, so that she will always be out of stock for online shopping, always be stuck in a traffic jam in a taxi, and other unexpected effects. Good luck charm, you can't stop luck when it comes. Other items such as 3 asset classes. Items value $1 million, cars, houses, stocks, etc. 4. Tawdry operation category. Social death bundle, farting every time he enters an elevator and talking to women, you're playing with fire. Goddess vision filter, makes the specified character automatically look like Daniel Wu in gray elastic pants when they see you temporary plus 30 appearance score, lasts for 1 hour. Reverse quest scroll, converts a claim quest issued by the system into a goddess-initiated gift. Example, Shin Rushua suddenly says this Ultraman battlesuit is for you, don't ask why. The above rewards are randomly dropped, the host if 3 consecutive times to draw the social death gift pack, it is recommended to go to the temple to burn incense, after all, the system is not completely not speak of virtue. Froggy fun, good guy, I'm straight up good guy, so many big babies. Just how many good goods have you hidden away in your private stash, Master Unity? Bad luck charm, good stuff, good stuff. Reverse mission scroll. Isn't this a pure white whoring artifact? TSK. Lin Yuetang realized that Chow Baiyi was a bit off at this time. She noticed his eyes drifting to and fro, the mouths open and drooling. He's got the face of a pig. She subconsciously poked Chow Baiyi. What are you doing? Chow Baiyi, who had returned to his senses, lowered his head and asked. Lin Yuetang blushed. No. You just kind of. He ran away before he could finish his sentence. It's okay, hurry up, there's still filming to do, brother Chow. Hearing this, Chow Baiyi seemed to suddenly remember something. He recalled. Last night I think Lai Xinu asked me to go to Bun 3 to shoot today? No wonder. No wonder the just boxed off her friendliness like a jerk. Chapter 19. I've never seen such an uncouth chairman in my life. After taking a shower, Chow Baiyi dried his body and walked into the living room and picked up his cell phone. Opened my cell phone to find a bunch of messages. First it was Chin Rushuez. 1316, Mr. Lai arranged for you to shoot at Bun 3 at 1400 hours today. 1317, where are you? 1317, where are the people? 1318, the other party has cancelled. 1319, the other party has cancelled. 1320, the other party has cancelled. 13:20, 13:30. And then Lai Yen Yu's. 1331? 1331, where are the dead perverts? 1332, I've been to Bun 3, why don't I see you there? 1333, the other party has cancelled. 1334, the other party has cancelled. 1335, the other party has cancelled. 13:35 13:50. 1351 okay. You dare to stand up to the chairman, you don't want to work anymore, right? Believe it or not, I'll let you go? Seeing Lee Xinyue's message, Xiao Bai replied with a backhanded one. I don't believe it. Then make a video call to Qin Ruxue. After connecting, Qin Ruxue anxiously asked. Where are you? Last night Mr. Lai asked me to arrange for you to shoot, and I didn't see it until I got up. I'm out shooting. This anchor's video is flawed, I have to make up for it. You go to 3 on the bun now, right now. Xiao Bai frowned. Are you teaching me things? Qin Ruxue froze when she heard this, and her voice immediately softened. Please, Brother Qiao, or else they'll blame me for my dereliction of duty. Xiao Bai interrupted him before he could speak. Got it, I'll talk to her. After that, he hung up the phone. Qin Ruxue looked at the black screen of her cell phone and... Long time no words. Lai Xinu was shopping with Su Wanru at the moment. With his left hand holding Su Wanru, and his right hand holding up a large squid skewer and nibbling on it, the authentic sweet and sour taste of Magic City. Sweet smelling. The ding of a green bubble message beep came out and... She opened it subconsciously and... I found a message from Xiao Bai. The squid in my mouth didn't feel good anymore. With that, he made the video call. When the call came through... Xiao Bai, you dead pervert. You me dare to let my mother pigeon, my mother? Xiao Bai was stunned. Is this the chairman of the board? Whose chairman is full of stars? Awesome. That's awesome. At once he gave in and... He coughed lightly when Lai Xinu finished cursing. So what, chairman, quality. Take it easy. He looked at Lai Xinu's bearded and glaring face. It's really hard to imagine that this guy is the chairman of the board of directors of the entire Kuwaichi media. Like a little girlfriend who's pissed off at her boyfriend. The point is, she's got a great voice, too. If it weren't for Lin Yu Tang, Xiao Bai was happy to listen to her scolding while drinking a Coke. It's a taste that's designated as sour. Hurry up, the pervert's gone soft. Said it once. Okay, tomorrow then, no need for your old man's 9:30, just 2 p.m., 3 on the bund. Said while viciously pressing his face against the screen. Those big eyes were spilling out of the screen and... If you ever stand me up again, I'm telling you, you're done. Said snapped and hung up the video call. Xiao Bai looked at the black screen of his cell phone and... Shaking his head helplessly. She's got character. I like it. At this time Lin Yuatan's sweet voice sounded from behind her. Brother Qiao, how about I switch to this set for the video? The moment Xiao Bai turned back, his breathing suddenly lightened by half a beat. Lin Yuatang leaned against the doorframe and... The sunlight slanted in between the slits and the blinds behind her, a furry gold trim on the black and white JK uniform. Slim-fitting white shirt with an enameled red bow tie at the collar. The knotted end hangs gently below the collarbone. With the slightest tremor of her breath, on the calf exposed at the edge of the black skirt. Translucent black stockings wrapped in well-proportioned lines that... The whole figure looked like a young girl who had stepped out of a manga, Picture.jpg. Good looking, really good looking, you're reminding me again of you in college when you ranked PKs for schoolgirls in the forums. That's a real slam dunk, TSK. Lin Yuatang blushed slightly. It's good that Brother Qiao likes it #carrot. Carrot hashtag. I like it, that's a must, come on, let's start shooting, with this makeup, we must not get the first traffic flow to say that we are saying. Said Xiao Bai as he began to fiddle with the camera. With bar BGM playing. Xiao Bai moved the camera and made an aiming gesture. Remember, the motion card chorus note, the wave should look like a marshmallow wave, and the pleated skirt must explode into a perfect 120-degree fan when you spin around. Lin Yuatang is also a top student in the dance class after all. Having gotten into the groove by the time the drums jumped to the chorus. She followed the rhythm and started swinging her arms around. The pleated skirt lifted in a pretty curve as the side of the black stockings glowed pearly in the backlight, Left shoulder 2 centimeters lower. Right. Stretch your neck a little. Arch your upper body slightly toward the camera. Yes, that's it. With Chow Bai's guidance, the two made 5 videos in all. Until finally Lin Yuetang just didn't have the strength to jump anymore. Then Chow Bai stopped. After the shoot he packed up his equipment and said, "I'll go back and edit it for you now. You remember to post the video according to the company's internal schedule. There are rules, don't post it indiscriminately ask the operation in advance." Oh. Okay. Lin Yuetang was sitting on the sofa, both hands clutching the hem of her skirt. Chow Bai looked at her and then said, "When I get off work, I'll come back for you." Hearing this, Lin Yuetang arched her eyebrows for a split second. Smiling, she replied, "Fine, brother Chow," amazed face. Chow Bai closed the door with a smile and take a cab back to the office. As soon as Chow Bai returned to the company's workstation, old Zhang from next door came over. "Brother Chow, what's going on? Yesterday was not still the female devil gesture of obedience, today so on." Saying that he nudged at Qin Rushue's office. Chapter 20, Lighting the Lamp. Chow Bai followed his gaze and only Qin Rushue inside the glass wall was pacing back and forth. The side of the face, faintly flushed with anger, was faintly visible. Chow Bai smiled slightly at this, sliding up his cell phone and sending a message to Lai Xinu. "Today it's my private outing, the responsibility doesn't lie with anyone else, so don't dislike anyone." It wasn't long before the message popped up that, "Yo, now you're scared? You're the chairman of the board, you're a generous man, aren't you? Okay, I know. Don't fall off the wagon tomorrow. As you wish." After finishing, he sent another message to Qin Rushue. "I'm back," Mr. Lai's side said, "it has nothing to do with you, don't shrimp worry." Qin Rushue heard the sound of a cell phone. View on the fly. She looked up when she saw the message and through the glass wall, he met Chow Bai's eyes. She thought Chow Bai was just making a casual remark. I didn't realize that it really took her to heart. It made her shudder and touch her heart, and biting her lip before lowering her hair in a message, she asked, "I'm sorry, that would be the wrong thing for me to say. Don't be angry, okay? What do you want to eat tonight?" Cassoulet. After sending the message, Chow Bai dropped his cell phone and started editing. The time has come to midnight without realizing it. One by one, co-workers started clocking out of work. The floor lamps in the editing room went out in turn. Only the glass door of Qin Rushue's office was still lit with cold white light behind it. When Chow Bai pushed in the door with a half-cooled milk tea in his hand, was seeing her slumped over a pile of papers, rubbing her temples. The promotional video for Lai Xinu's revival on the computer screen had been looped 20 times. The number of likes in the lower right corner is scurrying online at 500 per minute. The street video captured by a passerby when Li Xinu and Suwan Ro were shopping in the afternoon. At the moment is hanging in the third of the Shake Shack hot search list with the phrase "The street shocked the Soundwave, a sister and mysterious rich woman" in the same frame. Still nuclear material? Chow Bai shook the plastic bag in his hand and the aroma of microwaved octopus dumplings mixed with the sweet and creamy flavor of milk tea flooded his nostrils. "It can't be helped, I'm afraid I'll be staying up all night for the next few days at such a critical time." She stuck an octopus ball on a toothpick and put it in her mouth. "Go back to sleep on your own these nights." Chow Bai stared at the blue blackness under her eyes and oh. Qin Rushue, who heard these 4 words, froze, looking out at the darkened editing department. Biting her red lip lightly, she rose from the leather seat and "You really don't know how to feel for people at all." After blankly glancing at Chow Bai, bending over to straighten her heels. Half an hour later, Chow Bai came to Lin Yuetang's door. The door lock clicked open in the back. Lin Yuetang rubbed her eyes and opened the door. The tips of her hair are sticking up like a fried kitten. Chow Bai looked at the person in front of him, then gently smiled and said, If you're too sleepy you can go to bed first, you don't have to wait for me." "That's no good, said I'd wait for you." As she spoke she had made her way to the kitchen counter. The warm light from the microwave reflected the delicate side of her face. When Chow Bai enters the house, she was serving pumpkin porridge from the microwave on the dining room table. "Quick, eat it while it's hot," handing over a glass of warm milk in the process. In the soft clatter of a porcelain spoon touching the rim of a bowl, the Chow Bai blew off the hot air to take a sip of pumpkin porridge. The dense, sweet flavor melts away on the tongue. The rice is cooked extremely soft and the melt-in-your-mouth warmth slid down the esophagus and into the stomach. Even his fingertips were warmed by the. He suddenly remembered working overtime at the office 3 months ago, while eating a $5 spell good meal at the computer. The scene with the plastic fork poking at the cabbage gang. Ordered a bowl of rice then. And 2 separate meals. The rice is always cold the second time you eat it. Vegetable soup soaked in overnight rice. Even the taste buds feel like they're frozen. The ceramic bowl in my hand at the moment is still warm from the microwave. Lin Yuetang had her chin propped up with both hands as she watched Xiao Bai eat. Suddenly I realized he had stopped. What's wrong? Too hot? That's true, not only can he do tongue twisters but he can do other things as well. And other specialties? What kind of tricks? Suddenly Lin Yuetang thought of something. But before she could react, Xiao Bai then picked her up. Lin Yutang friendship plus 2 current friendship 84. In the afternoon, Lai Xinyue followed Su Wanru when she was shopping and received a message from the company. Said she made it to number 3 on the Shake Shack Hot 100. With an uncanny eye for hotspots, she immediately thought, this is the perfect time to warm up for the live stream. At once she began a series of operations that. Lai Xin got close to Su Wanru and said, Sister Wanru, borrow your Rolls Royce to use as a backdrop. Before Su Wanru could agree, she had then run to the Rolls Royce. Chapter 21 Lai Xinu's resumption of broadcast debut. Su Wanru stumbled half a step as she was yanked, watching her fingertips fly across the screen. What's going on again? I don't want to be on the hot seat as a vase. But having said that, but still following her nonchalantly towards the parking lot. While walking down the road, Lai Xinu had already dialed the phone number of Qin Rushua, the director of filming and editing. Cut the street video into 3 versions. The first version focuses on cutting close-ups of my legs and Mr. Su's copywriter with black silk heels and posh girlfriends. Version 2 plays the moment Mr. Su opens the car door. The license plate is coded but reveals Magic A88888. Third edition. She paused and looked at Su Wanru. The third version cuts off the shot of me bending over to pick up a silk scarf, with the caption, the mysterious gold master of the chairman of Joey Media. Su Wanru leaned against the car door and laughed out loud. Need me to cooperate and say something? Nothing is needed, you're already the most beautiful view just by standing towards here, my good sister. Lai Xinu gave her a flying kiss, and the camera was already focused on the night view of the bund. By the way, remember to dislike the emerald bracelet on your wrist intentionally or unintentionally in front of the camera. Netizens love the posh sister thing. She suddenly looked down to adjust the angle of her cell phone, straightened the hem of her skirt, and there's an unwritten talk in the live streaming world that the length of the hemline is directly linked to the live traffic that for every knuckle of length that's reduced, the flow rate is geometrically increased. As a senior anchor, Lai Xinu naturally understood this. Suddenly, she mentions it again. Just jiggle the car keys twice when I mention the comeback debut perk and don't say a word, good sister. Alright. Su Wanru sighed helplessly. When the complete oral video is recorded, she passed the video to Qin Rushua. Qin Rushua received the footage and quickly edited it for release. In just under 3 minutes. The video has already broken through the 11,000 play threshold alone. The number of likes has grown, too. By the time she'd watched Xiao Bai walk out of the office, she then realized that the video had already broken 10 million plays. This is the strength of the first sister of Soundwave. She murmured and dialed Lai Xinu video call. When the call was answered, she saw that Lai Xinu was in the Rolls-Royce car. Mr. Lai, the video exploded. I suggest striking while the iron is hot and going live now. Well, I've seen the data on my end in the background, and I'm on my way to the office now. Okay, I'll contact the live department to arrange a venue, then. Okay, 15 minutes to. Okay, Mr. Lai. Su Wanru sent Lai Xinu downstairs to the company and left. Lai Xinu, on the other hand, quickly walked into the Joey Media building. By the time the elevator ride got to the 22nd floor of the live department, finding the crowd ready for the live stage, The dome drops down with 18 chasing lights arranged in a diamond shape, which was at the moment shining cold white light on the circular live stage in the center. When Lee Xin stepped into the center with her 10-centimeter high heels, the whole person seemed to be gilded with a layer of white fairy air that, with a nod of the head from Lee Xin, the live stream is officially open. Lee Xin's aura changed at this time. From what had been a forceful, sudden shift to a, "Oh, my god. That's outrageous." While it's true that no one can really do that, but the gold of a live debut at this point that really needs no introduction. The gifts basically never stop coming. Especially the special effects for the carnival. It's been blinking. Just one of them is 30,000 sound waves. That's $3,000 when converted to Dragon's dollars. It's the equivalent of a month's salary for many people. Lee Xin waved her hand at this point, with the gift effects turned off. "Don't be moved, answer me first." She turned and pointed to the big LED screen behind her and a screenshot of a new female anchor's live broadcast suddenly popped up on it. Nowadays, with the beauty filters, they can pee a 150-pound girl into an 80-pound one, and pee single eyelids into big European-style pairs. What do you guys think? That's what you want to see live? The pop-ups were instantly silent. Immediately following the frenzy of swipes, finally, someone has the guts to break it down. I swiped rockets last week for the beauty queen, and now I feel like I'm paying the AI. It turns out that the wasted lady I follow has swimming circles like my mom in reality. It is recommended that weight scales be standardized in live broadcast studios A+ HD camera. Sister Yu's words have silenced all the beauty hosts. Suddenly, I realized that the anchors I follow have jaws that can poke through the screen. The truth about the industry. How dare you say that, Miss Yu? Lee Xin snapped her fingers. The assistant pushed up a laptop. On the screen is Chow Baiyi's retouching interface. On the left is the original, unretouched image of one of the anchors. On the right is the S-curve after retouching. Watch, this is how the goddess you see is born. She ran a laser pointer across the picture of a swimming ring that. Look guys, even my company's editors can fix a sow into a sable, and you still believe in pure nature on the air? While the pop-ups were in an uproar, Lee Xin, however, suddenly turned off the retouching software. Pulled up my own unrevised highlights from 3 years ago. In the open air stage at -5 degrees, the calf exposed at the Cheongsam's opening is frozen red. Yet it was still hard to hide her stunning face. Chapter 22 Cashback Card Use. Lee Xin's fingertips traced over her own shaking wrist on the screen. There were no warm babies, no assistants to hold umbrellas, and I didn't even dare to wear bottoms for fear of the camera catching the hems of my bloated pants. She suddenly turns to face the camera and, "But what you guys remember is the way I glowed on stage, right? You is real. The defense is broken. It's so hard to shine. It turns out that the queen's aura is practiced at 5 degrees Celsius, and I'm cold even when I'm lying under the quilt." Lee Yenyu, however, is now riding the wave of victory. Pulled a crumpled sticky note from his pocket. "Here's the replay I wrote this morning." She unfolds to the camera and it's circled in red. Sentiment killing, memory killing, selling out, and other keywords. But just now, when I saw you guys brush up on rectifying the online environment, I suddenly thought. She crumpled up her post-it note into a ball and, instead of acting out the script you want to see, I'm going to show you, in the truest sense of the word, the real me. With the slow passage of time, the number of people on the air has slowly increased to 60,000 people. Shin Rushua shouted excitedly. "Mr. Lee. The all-time high was 58,000, now it's 61,000. Lee Xin just waved her hand casually. Continuing to speak to the live feed, "Do you know why I chose to go on air 3 years later today?" She suddenly moved closer to the camera and, "Last month I went to visit the new anchor and saw the 19-year-old crying in the locker room because the operation was scolding her and telling her to pee her waistline below 60 centimeters. Guess what she said?" Lee Xin suddenly laughed. There was a touch of bitterness in that smile that. She said, "I'm not real on camera anyway, so who's going to fall in love with the real me? That's why I decided to carry the banner of real life broadcasting with the most real self, secretly tell you my live room did not open any beauty filter The pop-ups instantly exploded upon hearing this. What? This pure shot is 100 times better than the anchor I follow. Help! Isn't this skin condition too good without beauty shots? Sister are you sure you haven't secretly turned on the filter? This jawline is so sharp that it can peel an apple. The anchors I follow don't even have this effect when they turn on their 10th grade beauty face. Shocker! So there really are people who can look this beautiful in pure footage? Those anchors who rely on beauty to survive will have to shut down their broadcasts. Industry Blitz. Use wave of operation is simply dropping nuclear bombs in the live broadcasting world. How can those beauty monsters live? Real name Envy. You look so good without a face. Did you secretly sign an exclusive customization agreement with Manhwa? We've broken the defense of our families. If you don't need a face to be a top streamer, those anchors who can't live without filters will have to change their resumes overnight. The real YYDS. Sister U's wave of real live broadcasts has directly sealed the gods. Whoever opens the beauty face again in the future, I will be the first to rush to the live broadcast room to fight the fake. The pure camera face value crushes the whole field. We suggest that all anchors come to use Live Studio to learn the law of survival without filter and roll them to death. Meanwhile, Chow Bai, who just finished his work. Licking his dry mouth, he sat down at the table and drank water. The cell phone screen suddenly pops up push. Soundwave's first sister, Liu, made her comeback debut, and the number of people online exceeded 80,000. Curious, he clicked on the live feed and just in time to see Liu was comparing the retouched and unretouched main broadcast on the big screen. Looking at the unretouched swimming rings, Chow Bai's whole body instantly became bad. Just then, he suddenly thought of the 5-minute Soundwave cashback card. With that, I asked the system. Tuzi, do I need to recharge this card? Not required, the Soundwave quota is unlimited for these 5 minutes. At that, Chow Bai's eyes lit up. Charge $10 to try it out with for the love of power first. Straight away the public screen showed the Deputy Chief of Chow Clan has sent power for love 1. Deputy Chief of the Chow Clan has sent power for love 2. Deputy Chief of the Chow Clan has sent power for love 3. After finishing the $10 Soundwave brush, Chow Bai looked at the time and it's about 10 clicks a second. That's a pretty high frequency, I think. With that, he began to move his hand joints to warm up. After saying start using the 5-minute Soundwave cashback card to the system in his head, his finger moved to the carnival option, start tapping the screen like crazy. Deputy Clan Chief of Chow Clan has sent Carnival 1. Deputy Chief of Chow Clan has sent Carnival 2. Deputy Chief of Chow Clan has sent Carnival 3. 1 minute. Deputy Chief of Chow Clan has sent Carnival 600. Not to mention the others, just Liu was a bit surprised. Usually it's Big Brother who gives away so many carnivals in a row. She looked a little dumbfounded at the sudden popping up of list 1, popped from level 1 to level 59 in just a minute. You know it's real money, 1.7 million to get to level 59. But before she could think much about it, Carnival has turned into the Deputy Chief of the Chow Clan has sent Carnival 645. At this time the number of people in the live broadcast room has come to 100,000. And she's come to number 1 on the hourly pinnacle list. Thank you to the Chow family patriarch for sending so many carnivals. For the first time, Liu uttered her thanks on the air. On the contrary, Chow Bai. By now the fingers were tapping out stumps on the cell phone screen. Lin Yuetang was also stunned by Chow Bai's maneuver. This hand speed for tapping the screen. My God. So scary. The pop-ups on the live feed paused at this point, and looking at the carnival being stacked on the live feed. Everybody's thinking, who's this goddamned guy who's starting to get his act together? But more people are trying to watch. Just how many carnivals did this godly man end up swiping? After all, this scene, from the opening of the live streaming world until now, they really haven't seen it. 2,485. 2,486. 2,487. With each overlay the hearts of the crowd shuddered. 1 month's salary. Another month's salary. It's already up to my 200-year salary. It still hasn't stopped. 210 years of salary now. Eventually, the Deputy Chief of the Chow Clan has sent Carnival 2845. The crowd waited for some time and then the numbers never grew again, And at this moment, Li Xianyu looked at the level of the vice patriarch of the Chao clan, which had become level 69. Li Xianyu quietly looked at Qin Rushue and inquired. Generally speaking, a lot of the people above level 60 are unions, corporations, Colorado ops, that sort of thing. A lot of anchors have their partner companies swipe a wave of gifts after they turn on their live streams. Even many of the partnership agreements signed are in the form of gift swipes for cash. The upside is that the platform will automatically deduct taxes that the money that comes to you is clean without a care in the world. Chapter 23: The System That Kills and Kills. And the truly wild Big Brother. Most are hovering around level 50-60. That's between $500,000 and $2 million in live swipes. Don't look at the small number. The Dragon Kingdom has a population of over 1 billion. No more than 100,000 people have actually made it to level 50 on their own, which represents less than 0.0071% of the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom. To put it another way, billion-dollar assets. It's when a family's assets reach hundreds of millions of dollars. The last time the Dragon Kingdom released a figure of 133,000 people. It's safe to say that wild big brothers above level 50 that are rarer than billionaires. And this vice patriarch of the Chao clan only took a mere 5 minutes. Just from a level 1 trumpet. Shake it off. Into a top level 69 big brother. Qin Rushue shook her head at Li Xianyu at this time. She looked it up half the time. This resumption of the show because it's rubbing off on a direct start of the show. There was no time at all to prepare a partner either. Plus the fact that none of the company's originally prepared operating numbers were used. Typically companies grabbing traffic will get hourly level traffic lists through operational numbers as well as big data grabs. After swiping money based on the leaderboards to get the anchors into the higher level traffic pools. And Li Xianyu has already popped into the highest level of the traffic pool as soon as the show started. So not even using the company's ops number, not to mention the cooperators. Li Xianyu was also startled at this time. But it's okay. After all, they've seen it all before. She handed a flying kiss to the camera that. Here's my first flying kiss of the revival, to the vice chief of the Chao family. With Li Xianyu's reminder. The crowd on the pop-up reacted at this point. Is this the legendary Big Brother? Mom, I've been tinkering with the computer. 2,845 carnivals, 237 years of my salary. Killing from level 1 to level 69 in 5 minutes? This isn't swiping a gift, it's like turning on a rocket booster in the live room. 2,845 carnivals smashed down, the calculator are sparking. A laborer can't even save up a fraction of that in his life. Wild brother Ben. What's the concept of this guy killing his way through level 69? Amazing. It turns out that there are really people who can play the live broadcast consumption into the Fast and Furious. I am still torn whether to first charge $6 to buy a small heart. Ms. Yu's kiss is worth 1,000 words. I'm afraid you're going to get all the hot search terms tonight. Ordinary people, $3,000 a month to save for 10 years. Big brothers, 5 minutes to brush out 237 years of salary. The gap between man and man is bigger than man and monkey. I just checked the level meter. Level 69 has to brush 75 million sound waves. This brother is moving the bank to the live room, right? It is suggested that Chao's family be given the award for the trenchiest newcomer of the year, and that the ability to pay money be engraved directly into the public screen. So this is the legendary kryptonite like running water? Holy, one swipe from a big shot is enough for me to buy a suite in a first-tier city. And the main man, Xiao Bai, is looking at his cell phone's bank alerts at this time. Grinning in a demented grin, Your Longhua bank account tail number 1118, income amount $8,535,000, balance after transaction $8,584,586.18. Formal channel funds, safe and reliable. This all of a sudden one is almost to 10 million, first buy a supercar, in the purchase of a small house, in the Magic City should purchase a 3-room, at that time Lin Yuetang a room, Qin Rushua a room. Toon Chan, crooked and greasy. Master Unity willful. Just as Xiao Bai kept touting the system. The system popped up a message cold. Host stupidity detected. Beginning scanning for increased intelligence score. What? What the hell? No, Toon-chan, what do you mean by that? Did I invite you to mess with you? What does stupid mean? You answer me. Don't bring such insults. After waiting a few seconds, the system began to pontificate. The 5-minute Soundwave cashback card is a cashback for all the gifts swiped within 5 minutes, right? Right. Why doesn't the host use a clicker? Depending on the network environment can be 5,500 clicks per second. Is it that the point linking device is not worthy? Good night. Maka baka. Chow Bai completely wilted, paralyzed in his chair like a stomped balloon. Until Lin Yuetang handed Chow Bai a cup of warm water. Brother Chow, don't be sad, I'll be unhappy too if you're like this. Tears actually surfaced in her eyes as she said that. After Chow Bai wiped the tear stains from the corner of his eyes, he drawing out another tissue to help Lin Yuetang wipe as well. It's okay, I'm just so happy. Is it something at work? Lin Yuetang asked. Chow Bai turned off his cell phone, gently patting Lin Yuetang. I can't force a smile out of you. No, it's really okay, go to bed now, you have to move bricks tomorrow. After lying down, Lin Yuetang looked at Chow Bai, who was gradually breathing evenly. She wanted to help him so badly. But then again, I don't know what's going on. What a bummer. Good night, Brother Chow. Chapter 24, Qin Rushue's helplessness. Lai Xinu's live broadcast finally came to an end at 3 a.m. As the last wave of goodnight pop-ups flowed across the screen, she gave a flying kiss to the camera and that's it for tonight's Real Live, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. She suddenly glimpsed that the ID of deputy patriarch of the Chow clan had long since turned gray. The corners of his mouth lifted into a helpless smile that I'll take you guys to the secret editing room tomorrow for the Sauda Wolverine technique, remember to come and see it. The moment the live feed closes, the live assistant then rushes up clutching her tablet. Mr. Lai. Tonight's Soundwave surpassed 120 million, excluding the platform share, the company netted $48 million. Li Xinyue took the tablet and scanned it, but her gaze stopped at the first place on the reward list. 2,845 carnivals, equivalent to 8.53 million yuan, is more than double the single bounty she received at her peak 3 years ago. Check the registration information for this account. She pointed to the screen and 5 minutes to brush his level to 69, and I don't know which group's crown prince. Lai Xinu's friendship plus 10, current friendship 7 plus 10. Sitting in the car on the way back, she then remembered that she had left her Ferrari at Su Wanru's house. Whirling to the driver, he said, "Go to the Quiet Zone Villa." Suddenly she remembered something else. Sent a message to Qin Rushue. Tomorrow at 1400 hours, arrange for Chow Bai to shoot at Bun 3. This time with the exclamation point added on purpose. If there's a mistake, even if you're under Uncle Chang, I fired you too. Qin Rushue returned to her apartment. Fade away from the fray. Rinsing the body in the bathroom, she thought back to Lai Xinu's live broadcast. In a few short hours, 48 million. Thinking about how long he's been under Chang Shin-chung. It's only a few $1,000,000. It's really a man's game. But it can't be helped. Trying to survive in the Magic City. She also really had no choice before. After getting out of the shower, she saw the cell phone light up and when I saw that it was a message from Lai Xinu, she rushed to reply. Roger that. Just then a call came in. Wait until you see the cell phone displaying the caller's name, father. Her palms subconsciously tightened and picked up the phone. The ticking of the ICU's characteristic testing machine came from the other end of the line. Father's voice with a sob, mixed with the sounds of the monitoring instruments, came into the ears. Snow, your mom gave another critical notice today. The doctor said she needs to go on ECMO, but the deposit is still short. The coolness of the tiles crept up the spine from the soles of his feet. The Qin Rushue leaned against the wall and slowly slid to sit on the floor. 3 years ago. The scene of my mother fainting in the food market suddenly flashed before my eyes. The white coats in the emergency room, the sky-high numbers on the bill, the ash that shook off my father's cigarette as he crouched by the porch to smoke. It's like a looped video playing back over and over again. Since then. She then agreed to Zhang Haiyan Zhang, who had been looking for him. Even though she knew that Zhang Xinzong's family. But it can't be helped. Sometimes life doesn't turn out the way people think it will. Too many surprises. Too much uncertainty. And too many regrets. She wants a good love, too. The kind of love that's pure and unadulterated. She's willing to give up everything for love. Even life. But no. No, really. The world has been saturated with material things. It's hard to get around in this world without money. So she's trying really hard. Sitting all the way up to the director's chair through Chang Shin-chung. And she's taken the seat with her real work ethic. The last light in the office will always be the one she puts out. But the pressure's too much. It made her anxious to the point of collapse for a while. Until I met Chun Yi. It was last year's annual company meeting. At that time, Chun Yi was still the company's handyman. Shin Rushue teased him by looking at his coy look. Who knew he'd actually take it seriously? Then many banquets spontaneously blocked drinks for her. Looking at this little boy who had gone out of his way for her, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of intent in her heart. It didn't take long. Then he gave himself to him. She did later get him into the anchor ring successfully, through the convenience of her position. But some people, born not to eat in the anchor world. She moved a lot of traffic to Chinma. But he couldn't catch it no matter what. So sex later Chin Rushue let him be a salted fish in the company. After every drink with Chang Shin-chung, I'm going to pay him a portion of the money. The rest is sent home. And the other day, she just had a big fight with Chinma. Chinma doesn't know what to do anymore. Having borrowed over $1 million on a lending platform. Now the platform is urging him to pay back the money. He then found Shin Rushue. Shin Rushue was holding just over $100,000. After keeping $50,000 in reserve, I transferred $50,000 to him. But he said it wasn't enough. He wanted more. At that time, Shin Rushue said angrily, "You figure it out, I don't want to care about you." Who knew she'd hear the most solid words of her life? Old woman, if it wasn't for the fact that you have some good looks and some money in your hand, do you think I would lick you? Every day chasing my 18-year-old young model can circle around the Magic City, really think I rare you? You. After the quarrel, Shin Rushue had nowhere to vent the fire in her body. I just saw Chao Bai retouching a picture. The fire was turned on him at once, and But who knows? He's just out of the wolf's den. Into the tiger's den again. What's even more shameless is that Chao Bai gleaned the last $50,000 she had on her. Thinking of Chao Bai's shameless face, she clenched her back teeth But then I think of the feeling of letting myself go when I'm with him. It was like nothing she'd ever felt before. She found herself becoming deeply obsessed with the feeling that. But then she suddenly realized that Chao Bai looks like an asshole. The truth is, it's even more of an asshole. Never once called out to her when she got up. Yesterday's work blunder would have been better if it wasn't for him. And he's going to be mean to himself, intentionally or not. What? You're teaching me how to do something. I'll give you one more chance to reorganize. It's all in the family. And with this guy's seemingly scrawny body. The truth is very strong. Obviously a small staff. It's amazing how the words come out of your mouth with that kind of bossy vibe. This damned ingrate. Come to think of it. She couldn't help but make a video call to Chao Bai. She wants to talk to him. About the family. As well as the possibility of her going back to Jiang Haiyanjiang tomorrow. Lin Yuetang is still awake. She just blinked and looked at Chao Bai. She didn't realize she hadn't seen her in a few years. Chao Bai has become so good-looking. Just when she kind of resisted the urge to lean in, the cell phone started vibrating non-stop. She picks up her cell phone and realizes that it's Chao Bai's cell phone. The screen displayed Shin Rushue's name. Chapter 25, Shin Rushue is going to find Zhang Xinzong? She looked at the sleeping Chao Bai. Hesitating. Put down the cell phone. 3 or 4 in the middle of the night. A woman calls a man. There's no way it's some kind of best friends consoling each other. Some of it can only be indescribable as a wishful thinking. Plus Chao Bai told her he broke up before. So these women come to him. What's it got to do with me, Lin Yu Tang, if he's asleep? Then she leaned toward Chao Bai and Just fell asleep. Early the next morning. Chow Bai yawned and stretched his back. Yesterday's operation. After a night's sleep. The defeat has pretty much dissipated. Looking at Lin Yuetang, who was breathing evenly with her beak. He got up and dressed with a bashful smile and... It's just a cashback card. There'll be more goddesses in the future. Master Nature has mountains and seas. The kind that you put your foot through. Got dressed and walked out of the apartment. Actually not good. Qin Rushue said. He got up without shouting. He does know how important sleep is. And how bad it is to wake someone up in case there's bedlam or something. Solely not yelling at people to get up. Qin Rushue is, and Lin Yuetang is, as a matter of fact. If they're late. Things got delayed. That's their business. What's it got to do with me? What's wrong with it? There's nothing wrong with it. When you come to the office. Chow Bai realized that the crowd, who usually lie down at the table in the morning to slack off and feel the fish. They've been working like crazy today. No. I'll just be out shooting for a day. Is the workload that heavy? By the time he subconsciously looked up at Qin Rushue's office. Before realizing that she was staring at her with unblinking eyes. So it's the demoness who's arrived. You guys? After seeing Qin Rushue's gesture, he put down his backpack. Walked into the office. Qin Rushue changed into a well-tailored black professional suit. It's a perfect outline of a proud body. Want something to eat? Qin Rushue asked, though she said she had no money in her hand. But since the pay isn't that low. So the relative credit card limits are still very high, about $200,000. I've been paying for all my hotel stays on my credit card for the past few days. She didn't show it, though. Seeing Chow Bai coming. A little nasty inside. But more than that, Tweety. Always subconsciously trying to get him to eat more when I see how skinny he is. Whatever. Chow Bai said indifferently. After Qin Rushue swiped her cell phone and ordered a crab roast soup dumpling. Looking at Chow Bai, he said. Don't be late for the 3 on the Bund filming assignment at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Chow Bai walked to the water fountain and received a glass of water before sitting on the sofa. I know, she's rushing you too. It's only 10 in the morning, what's the rush? I'm not afraid that Mr. Lai will get angry, then your promotion to team leader will be in jeopardy. At that, Chow Bai's eyes lit up. How's it going now? Qin Rushue looked at the empty office next door and... I asked before I came here, when the time comes, all I need is Mr. Lai's signature. That's the way it is, okay, I'll take care of her today, then. With that, Chow Bai was ready to walk out the door. But he realized that the hem of his coat was being tugged by Qin Rushue, What's going on here? Chow Bai couldn't help but ask as he looked at Qin Rushue's speechless appearance. I might have to look for Zhang Xinzong once. Hearing this, Chow Bai's face swished coldly. You say what? Hearing Chow Bai's steeply sinking voice. Qin Rushue was startled by the coldness in his eyes. Instinctively curling his fingers. But stubbornly refused to let go. A few inaudible sighs rolled across his throat, She stared at her own fingernails on the... Not long after, Qin Rushue received a message. She opened it and... Chow Bai transfers 500,000 renminbi to you note, voluntary gift. She didn't look closely enough at the... Think of it as Chow Bai returning the $50,000 to her. The deposit was $300,000, even if you pay me back I'm still $250,000 short. As she spoke she inadvertently swiped the amount again and... Suddenly, I realized that it wasn't $50,000, but $500,000. You? You what you? Lousy's woman is short of money. Trouble you ask Lousy for it. If I hear you say that kind of thing in the future, humph, I'll let you know how steel is made. What, too little? Seeing that she didn't answer, Chow Bai then asked. Qin Rushue, however, suddenly reached out and hugged him, the tip of her nose brushing against the faint smell of tobacco on his t-shirt. I'm sorry. I really can't get the money. Otherwise I wouldn't have. Chow Bai originally wanted to make a fierce face. But when I looked down, I realized that Qin Rushue's tears were already falling down like pearls on a broken string. Hey! They're all suffering. He sighed helplessly and... gently patting Qin Rushue's back. Shin Rushua raised her head in emotion and, I'm going to kiss Chow Bai. Just then, the system alert box came out. Option 3 is selected successfully, and Kidney Treasure Punch has been taken automatically for the host. Shin Rushua's friendship plus 20 current friendship 70. Chapter 26, Don't Trust A. Chow Bai suddenly stiffened. A strange sensation came over me. Unico, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? What the hell is an auto-take? Who's a good guy taking it automatically? Chow Bai's face instantly turned red. Looking at Shin Rushua's face as she slowly closed her eyes and moved closer. He pushed her away, violently. The glass door of the office was pushed open with a bang by Chow Bai. He sprinted down the hall to the restroom at the end of the hall like he was being chased by a dog. The shoes under his feet rubbed against the tiles on the floor with an ear-piercing squeak, 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 squeak. Old Chang in the you. Just you. Don't look. You're the one with the longest neck. Finished editing? Don't try to slack off. The people lowered their heads and began to busy themselves with the business at hand. Shin Rushua, on the other hand, her face changed. A bit unable to hold back his laughter, he greeted Chow Bai in his office. When Chow Bai closed the door behind him, Shin Rushua immediately fished out a box of gastrointestinal pills from the drawer and slapped it on the table. Take a pill. Chow Bai looked at the words fast-acting gastrointestinal conditioning pills on the box and hated to find a crack in the ground. He doesn't know if it's working or not. But it's better than nothing. After downing a couple of these, he's lounging on the couch. The Shin Rushua, on the other hand, bent down and rummaged through a cupboard to find a pillow. Slam it on him hard. Plop down on the couch and rest for a while. You have to go to Bun 3 this afternoon. Don't look like you've been struck by lightning. At the end of the sentence, his voice was suddenly as light as a feather. Anyway, don't delay the shoot. Chow Bai watched as she turned and sat down at her desk. The computer-blocked body was shaking slightly. He heard the sound of Shin Rushua flipping through papers and, as well as the almost somewhat suppressed laughter. What's so funny? He asked in a muffled voice, his face buried in the pillow. No, nothing. A little while later, the takeout arrived. Chow Bai was already a bit off his feet at this point. Shin Rushua, on the other hand, was using chopsticks to hold a crab meat soup dumpling. After gently blowing up the crab roe soup dumplings to cool them down, he passed them to Chow Bai's mouth. Chow Bai opened his mouth and ate one. Suddenly, the feeling came back. He rushed to his feet and darted off to the restroom and, after another while, he walked into the office, slowly holding onto the wall. Straightened up and slammed down on the couch. Shin Rushua was about to come over. Chow Bai raised his hand to stop it. Stay back, give me a break. A few minutes later, Chow Bai pulled out his cell phone and, it's about a half-hour trip to the restroom. Tonesy, we don't have any deep grudges, do we? As far as that goes? With that, she opened the character attribute panel. Name, Chow Bai. Age, 23. Height, 179-18. Weight, 115. Appearance score, temperament plus charm plus appearance comprehensive judgment 81. Strength score, strength plus agility combined judgment 34. Physical fitness score, endurance plus resilience plus fatigue resistance composite judgment 76. Skill, gossip assist option. Special items, none. Goddess. Shin Rushua friendship 70. Su Wanru friendship 20. Xin Yulai friendship 7 plus 10. Lam Yutong friendship 84. Luckily, the fitness scores went up. Otherwise I'd have suffered for nothing. At this time he suddenly saw Xin Yu's friendliness that 7 plus 10. What does that mean? Xin Yulai has not confirmed that the giver of the gift is you, and the confirmation will be incorporated into the normal calculated value. Feeling like I swiped my gift for nothing? Confirmation will be incorporated. This whole thing with you is the same as if I had to go to the police station to prove I'm me. Xin Yu woke up in Su Wanru's villa. She sat up rubbing her disheveled curls and, seeing Su Wanru leaning on the doorframe in her silk pajamas, awake? I was on the air until 3 last night and the bags under my eyes are falling down to my chin. Life is hard, life is tiring, life needs to get drunk. You can pull it off, sleep can hear you dreaming and cackle 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 laugh, don't know think my house is haunted. Exhausted one night, Soundwave only 120 million, deducted platform share to less than 50 million baby heart bitter. How dare you? HM? Your big brother, the vice patriarch of the Chow family, swiped $8.53 million in 5 minutes, 5 minutes too, it's enough for me to buy a Rolls Royce. Speaking of which, I don't really know who he is, I left a message yesterday off the air and sent a message that hasn't gotten back to me until now. Could it be Kid Brother? How is it possible, Kid Brother tens of thousands tops, this is almost tens of millions, no way. Then who could it be? By the way, his name is Deputy Patriarch of the Chow clan, could he be a relative of Chow Bai? Chow Bai? That pervert? His relative? Can pull back. Lexin, you thought of Chow Bai's pervert. The high split at the hem is embedded with a lace lining in the same color. Walking adds a touch of seduction to the. And the top features a slim fit design that. Perfect for showing off her amazing body. And with a pair of black stilettos. The whole thing exudes a fashion magazine-like beauty that. They arrived at the garage and got into Su Wanru's Rolls Royce. Su Wanru looked at Lai Xinu and said with a smile. Xinu, if Xiaobai can't get a good shot of us today, it's really not worth it for us to dress up so carefully. Li Xinu raised her eyebrows, cheap for that dead pervert. On the contrary, Xiaobai. He flamed out of the office after another run to the restroom, Estimating the time, half an hour would be enough to get to the Bun 3, if there was no traffic. Shin Rushua looked at his hurried back. Some of them want to say something. It eventually left a soft sigh of relief that. By the time Chow Bai arrived at the shooting location. Just in time to see the backs of two gorgeous people dressed in Chong Sams. But just then, Chow Bai's stomach suddenly seized. He scanned the restroom location, put down his equipment and rushed over to it. Su Wanru and Li Xinyue turned their heads when they heard the commotion. Just about to say hello. Only to find Chow Bai passing between her two. Rushing straight for the restroom. Before they could react. There was a sudden, muffled pfft from the direction of the restroom. The two women locked eyes and. Su Wanru had a puzzled look on her face. Lai Xinu, on the other hand, was wide-eyed and. What is this? This? The corner of Lai Xinu's mouth twitched slightly, it shouldn't be. Before they could think about it, another duan came from the restroom. A series of sounds. After a while. Chow Bai came out of the restroom with a weak look on his face. When he looked up, he saw Su Wanru and Lai Xinu staring at him with burning eyes. This immediately brought an extra twinge of embarrassment to his heart, hate to dig my toes in the soles of my shoes for a 3-bedroom. He squeezed out a smile that was worse than tears. So what, I was just researching the construction of the restroom. Suddenly he looked at Su Wanru and just opened his mouth, huh? Su Wanru? How did you? The words were interrupted by Su Wanru before they were finished. Master Chow, how have you been? Last time when the fortune teller said my name, you weren't in this sorry state. Li Xinyue sniffed, telling fortunes? What new type of fraud is this? Her suspicious eyes swept back and forth between Chow Bai and Su Wanru. Su Wanru, on the other hand, thought of the scene in the Rolls-Royce car that day. We can't let her know about this. It's so humiliating. So she panicked and rounded off the conversation. He said with a smile piled on his face. Let's take pictures first, I've been waiting an extra day for this. Lai Xinu raised her eyebrows, and although she was a bit puzzled in her heart, she didn't ask any more questions. He just said to Chow Bai, today, we will shoot for our two sisters. Chow Bai, you have to shoot for me well, if you don't look good, how can I clean you up? Chow Bai nodded his head busily. In the back of my mind, I'm muttering. You two are sisters? Tetsuko didn't tell me about this. Muttering in a low voice. Sisters? One named Su and one named Lai. Who knew that Lai Yenyu had sharp ears? Blanking him out, he said without a smile. Who says you can't be a sister if you don't have the same last name? Hurry up and take a picture. Okay. Don't rush me. Look at you. With that said, he picked up his camera without slowing down and began to adjust the lens. Not long after the adjustments were made, he began to instruct Su Wanru to pose. Turn your body a little sideways, put your hand on the armrest, yes, that's it, turn your head a little more and be gentle with your eyes. Su Wanru did as she was told. Every movement is as elegant as it can be. Every now and then, she looks over at Chao Bai. With a hint of imperceptible observation in his eyes, After taking a few shots, Chao Bai asked Su Wanru to change her position again. You cross your legs slightly to show off the beauty of the lines of your cheongsam with a little smile on your face. Su Wanru looked at Chao Bai's focused appearance. A smile came from the corners of her mouth. They say serious men are the most attractive. That's true. Su Wanru's friendship plus 10 current friendship 30. When Chao Bai, who received the system prompt, was also happy in his heart. Winking at Su Wanru. The two of them smiled at each other and all this was seen by Lai Xinu in her eyes. Her eyes grew more and more suspicious as it always felt like there was something between these two that they were hiding from her. Then it was Lai Yenyu's turn to take a picture. Lai Yenyu stepped in front of the camera, deliberately striking a very imposing pose, looking provocatively at Chao Bai. Take a better picture of me or I'll dock your paycheck. Chao Bai just wanted to dislike him. Suddenly the feeling came. He hurriedly put down his camera and ran to the restroom and Lai Xinu just kept her posture awkwardly. The smile on his face gradually froze and the provocation in his eyes instantly turned to anger. Chao Bai! Stop right there! She was so angry that she stopped her feet and Su Wanru was also stunned, then she covered her mouth and laughed lightly. She hurried over to Lai Xinu's side and gently patting her shoulder soothingly. Xinu, don't be angry, he might really be unwell. Lai Xinu turned her head to look at Su Wanru. Not feeling well? There's no such coincidence. I think he did it on purpose. Okay, wait a minute. By the time Chao Bai weakly walked out of the restroom, looking at the angry Lai Xinu, she panicked and smiled. Mr. Lai, I'm really sorry, I just had a sudden sharp pain in my stomach, let's continue. Lai Xinu snorted coldly, it better be. Chao Bai nodded his head in a hurry, picked up his camera and noticing that the camera still shows Lai Xinu with anger. Mr. Lai, just now that posture is perfect, but you can slightly chin up a little bit, yes, eyes in sharper, hey yes, this aura absolute. Keep it up. Entering the state of filming, Lai Xinu gradually forgot the dissatisfaction she had just experienced. Chapter 28, The Landlady. After taking a picture of Lai Yenyu, Chao Bai couldn't even say a complete sentence. Blushing furiously, she ran to the restroom again and looking at his hasty and wretched figure, Su Wanru and Lai Xinu exchanged a glance. This time both of them saw a hint of concern in the other's eyes. Xinu, the way he looks, it seems like something is really wrong with his body. Su Wanru frowned and Lai Xinu skimmed her lips. I told you, dead perverted fine dog with a poor physical condition. That said. But she couldn't help glancing her eyes at the restroom discovery, either. Su Wanru ignored Lai Xinu's words. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed the bodyguard old song's number. Hey, you go to the nearest pharmacy right now and get some gastrointestinal pills and send them over immediately, yes, fast. After hanging up the phone, she turned her head to look at Lai Xinu. Don't talk about people like that. Lai Xinu grunted and sat down in a side chair. Pigeonholing yesterday, running to the restroom today, and hell knows what else is next. After a while, Chao Bai came out of the restroom holding the wall breathlessly. He was on his feet, and his whole body looked weak and Su Wanru hurriedly went up to help him to a chair and sat down. Chao Bai, how are you doing? I've sent someone to buy gastrointestinal medicine, it'll be here in a while. Chao Bai is madly spitting on the system at this moment. 8 hours. Who's a good guy for 8 hours? Die. The stomach is already empty. Nothing. There's nothing left. He sat in his chair looking up at the ceiling and I want to die. Lai Xinu looked at Su Wanru's concerned look from the side. Couldn't help but say sourly. Yo, what's wrong with Chowda photography? Can you handle it? Should I call you 120? Su Wanru blankly glanced at Lai Xinu. Just don't talk about it here, it's hard for people to be like this. Not long after, the bodyguard song brought over the stomach medicine. Su Wanru took the medicine, poured a cup of warm water and handed it to, and Xiao Bai was so weak that he almost leaned his whole body weight on Su Wanru. All the way down to the garage. Xiao Bai was already fast asleep when he got into the passenger seat. By the time we got to the apartment downstairs where Xiao Bai lives, Su Wanru realized that he had fallen asleep and she ghostly reached out to check the item on Xiao Bai's body and after confirming that the item was really a cake, she blushed slightly and Xiao Bai was also awakened with a start. "What do you want?" Su Wanru subconsciously replied. Wanted to, but suddenly it didn't feel right again, and flustered, he changed his tone to, "It's downstairs at the address you said." Xiao Bai then saw that he had arrived at his apartment. That's when the feeling came back. He opened the door in a hurry, ran out of the car, rushed to the elevator and leaving Su Wanru in the car murmuring in a small voice, "It was fine if you didn't take me with you last time at the hotel, but this time you're downstairs at home and you still won't take me with you?" Xiao Bai doesn't care about that. He pressed the elevator, frantically. "Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up." Ding! The elevator sounded. Only to see a gorgeous woman walk out of the elevator room and the thin nightgown outlined the curves of her perfect figure. When she saw Xiao Bai, she said, "Getting off work so early today?" Xiao Bai, on the other hand, forced himself to say hello and, "Hello, Auntie Landlord, I'm not feeling well and have taken a leave of absence." The landlady's aunt looked at the faint sweat on his forehead and, "Want to see a doctor?" "It's okay, no, just rest a bit, I'll just go up first." "Oh, good." When Xiao Bai rushed into the restroom. After a long time he clenched his hands into fists and, "Anyone who chooses a punch in the future is a dog." Suddenly something occurred to him. Brain asked the system, "Why doesn't Auntie Landlady jump out and bind if she's so good looking? That kind of rating isn't enough?" He's a little confused about that. Landlady Auntie Lin Xia, both in figure and looks. It's all great. How is it not in the system's goddess range? Given that the host is in a state of serious injury, the detection function is temporarily blocked. The system's beep sounded in his head. My hardy horse. Really would appreciate it. The landlord, Su Xia, had just finished picking up the courier and was about to go back when, turning his head sideways, he suddenly saw the Rolls-Royce with the license plate number Magic A88888 at the entrance of the apartment. She walked over to them with a heartbeat in her. Su Wanru, who was sitting inside, was found to be pouting her lips and looking at the apartment door with a puffed-up look. Why didn't Wanru say anything in advance when she came to my place? Su Xia flexed her fingers and knocked on the car window. Hearing the voice, Su Wanru turned her head violently and, looking at the exquisitely made-up woman in front of me, memories suddenly come tumbling back. The mole of tears at the corner of the eye of the person in front of me, slowly overlapping with the sister-in-law who cuddled herself to sleep with stories as a child. She asked, rolling the window open a little uncertainly. "Auntie? What, you don't recognize your sister-in-law? How did you end up in the country? Didn't the family say you were with your aunt?" Su Wanru remembered that her sister-in-law Su Xia had followed her aunt's husband abroad when she was very young. Auntie was a business genius who had carved out a huge business territory abroad. My sister-in-law followed suit and took care of the family business abroad. But now how did it suddenly appear in Mordor? Su Xia was slightly stunned at his words, and the smile on his face instantly froze. There was a flash of pain in his eyes that she opened her mouth, trying to say something. But then he swallowed his words. Chapter 29, So Brief Gossip. Su Xia took a deep breath and said slowly, "Wanru. I'm divorced." "What?" Su Wanru was surprised and, "I didn't have the face to go back to the clan, so I secretly stayed outside." "Auntie, I'll go talk to the family." "It's no use, you don't know the family, I'm basically the same as the net out of the house, I didn't bring anything back, if the family knows about it, they might count me out." Su Wanru looked at Su Xia. She knew in her heart that Auntie is afraid that her grandmother at home will get angry. After all, grandma's got a temper. It's scary to think that. Seeing Su Wanru's worried look, Su Xia waved her hand and said, "It's okay, don't worry too much, I left a backhand before, you see?" Said hand pointing to the apartment building. "I left this building in the country at the time, and now I can barely make ends meet by collecting rent. She looked at Su Wanru and continued. It's you, I just saw you were angry, who upset you? Auntie will help you to clean him up. Hearing this, Su Wanru pouted, thinking of Chow Bai's flustered appearance. Just a stinking man, no human feelings at all, treats me like a chauffeur and rushes off. Rushy stinky man? Su Xia suddenly thought of Chow Bai, who she had just seen at the elevator entrance. I don't know, he's getting more handsome as he goes along. Typical of a man who's a big boy. And drenched in sweat just now. It's got a different kind of charm, too. With that she asked. The person you're talking about, it wouldn't be called Chow Bai, would it? Ha? Auntie, you know? He's my tenant. Just saw him running like a rabbit at the elevator. Su Xia revealed a meaningful smile. I didn't realize it was my Wanru who sent it back. Auntie. Don't you dare tease me. Fine, Auntie's not kidding. It's not a good idea to wait here, why don't you go up and have a seat? It just so happens that he lives across the street from me. Su Wanru's heart stirred at the words. Obediently parked the car and followed Su Xia into the apartment. The two of them talked about a lot of things that. With the passage of time. The sky was growing dim outside the window and. At this time, Su Xia looked at the distracted Su Wanru and suggested. Eat dumplings or not? Yeah. Upon seeing Su Xia take out ingredients such as glutinous rice, rice dumpling leaves, and 5 flour meat, the Su Wanru's head was spinning for a while. She thought it was made dumplings. Who knew it was original? Handiwork for someone like her, who dresses and feeds herself. It's really a little too hard. She stammered. Auntie. I won't rap. Su Xia smiled at her words. I didn't know how to do it before, or Chow Bai taught me, why don't you ask him to come over and teach you? Su Wanru's cheeks reddened slightly, and after a moment's hesitation. Still, he went to the opposite door and knocked on it and shouted, Chow Bai. At this time, Chow Bai was squatting on the toilet with a blue face. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his hands were clutching toilet paper in a death grip. When he heard Su Wanru's voice, he stiffened and his voice was tinged with tears. Don't yell. Give me a few minutes. A few minutes later, Chow Bai's door opened. He braced himself against the doorframe and looked at Su Wanru in front of him. How did you know I lived here? Did you follow me? Su Wanru rolled her eyes. Your landlord called you to come and make dumplings. Landlord? Ha? Chow Bai realized that Su Wanru and Su Xia both have the surname Su. And the two do seem to have a bit of a resemblance to each other. Oh, well. Coming. He was about to go out but Su Wanru pushed him in again. Go take a shower, it stinks. And with that, he turned his head and walked away. Chow Bai raised his hand and sniffed. It doesn't smell. Copped another sniff of the t-shirt he was wearing. It's so tasteless. But he went ahead and took a shower. It's been 8 hours, after all. I'm sweating so much. Sticky. By the time he got to the opposite door, I happened to see Su Wanru wrapping the dumplings in a twisted manner. The emerald-colored leaves of the dumplings were twisted into twists in her hands, the grains of rice mixed with the minced pork rustled down. There were several monsters lying around on the tabletops, some of them looked like flattened pillows that had been stepped on. Some of them were tied up with 3 pieces of twine in 5 different ways, and hardened into mummies by her, Are these dumplings? His shoulders were shaking as he held back a laugh. Su Wanru copied a ball of glutinous rice and smashed it over. What are you laughing at? Chow Bai sidestepped and sat next to her. Grabbing her hand, he slowly and methodically instructed her on how to spin the leaves of the dumplings, how to fill the glutinous rice, how much glutinous rice to fill before putting the meat, or put the honey dates. Su Xia, on the other hand, laughed softly beside her. I think he was taught the same thing by Chow Bai. She looked at Chow Bai's hand, and then at his focused eyes, Shaking his head gently, he continued to wrap the dumplings in his hand, Su Wanru was trying to concentrate. Trying to keep up with Chow Bai. But her mind always drifted involuntarily to the hands they were holding. She stole a glance at Chow Bai and only to find him staring intently at the dumpling leaves in his hands. That earnest touch made the tips of her ears redder and And at this time, Chow Bai was happy as hell. Only the system prompts kept ringing out. Su Wanru friendship plus 1 current friendship 31. Su Wanru friendship plus 1 current friendship 32. Su Wanru friendship plus 1 current friendship 33. When the friendship level came to 40. Su Wanru also barely wrapped a decent dumpling. She looked up excitedly and, blinking his bright eyes at Chow Bai. Master Chow, how about it? This is the first real dumpling I've ever wrapped in my life. Count yourself out. Only then did Chow Bai reluctantly let go of his hand. Su Xia, on the other hand, got up to fish out the dumplings she had started to put in the pot. When the plates are brought to the table, the scent of rice dumplings filled the house. Come and taste it. Su Wanru couldn't wait to peel one off and. Soft sticky rice wrapped in golden salted egg yolk. Take a bite out of that. Satisfaction overflowing. She watched Chow Bai eating seriously. A grain of rice in the corner of his mouth. Subconsciously pulling out a tissue to help him remove the. And that's when Chow Bai felt a foot being cupped back and forth on his foot, When he looked up and then met Su Shi as if he smiled, The system prompt came from the back of his head. Ding, goddess candidate detected. Name, Su Xia. Age, 37. Height, 168. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance rating, 92. Body type rating, 98. Overall rating, 95. Friendliness, 30. Emotional experience, 4. Number of collaborations, 163. Gossip, lucky number 6 preferred number 9. I can't believe this is the first time I've had such a short gossip tip. Lucky numbers? Preferred numbers? Suddenly, Chow Bai thought of something and. Unico, is it that legendary lucky number? Please recognize the gossip by yourself. So ask it another way, is it the one I think it is? You just have to answer me yes or no, Toon-chan. Yes. Chapter 30, What are you doing? Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Chow Bai is happy. That's a lucky number. It's 1 in a million. Is the host bound? Bound. Come on. Binding successful. Tasks being generated. Mission, Mage Stirring Su Xia. Mission reward, 5 points of free attributes. Mandate time limit, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Penalty for failure, weight loss of 50 pounds. Seeing as the mission is punished, Chow Bai did some math. Himself, currently 115 pounds. Lose another 50 pounds. That doesn't seem so different from not having it at all. Tuesday, people are cool with writing every day. It's killing me every day? Strongly request enhanced treatment. The system watched Chow Bai's exasperated appearance with a single glance. But he ignored it. Chow Bai came back to his senses. After seeing the gossip prompt, he realized that what Su Xia was looking at was his own mouth gnawing on the dumplings. Time is ticking away. Chow Bai left and right did not think of any good way. If Su Wanru isn't here, he could have just charged right through it. But now there's one more person. And looking at the situation within an hour, I'm afraid Su Wanru will not go at all. Just after he had been meditating for a long time, I really don't think there's any good way to do this. Just as he was hesitating to charge straight ahead, Su Wanru said she had to go to the restroom. Then he got up. And Chow Bai's eyes lit up. Here's your chance. He moved over to Su Xia and said, I know your lucky number from your preferred number. Su Xia, who heard this, was surprised. This kind of thing is a secret she's buried deep in her heart. And this man at this point actually named names straight out of the box. What? How do you know this? Before she could finish her sentence, Chow Bai got right down to business. Su Xia's friendship plus 1 current friendship 31. Su Xia's friendship plus 1 current friendship 32. Su Xia's friendship plus 1 current friendship 40. With the sound of the system prompt, the task completed. Obtained free attribute points 5. Chow Bai, who got the message that the mission was successful. Looking closely at the panel, this time he added all 5 attributes to strength. Name, Chow Bai. Age, 23. Height, 179-18. Weight, 119. Appearance score, temperament plus charm plus appearance comprehensive judgment 81. Strength score, strength plus agility comprehensive judgment 39. Physical fitness score, endurance plus resilience plus fatigue resistance composite judgment 76. Goddess. Shin Rushue friendship 70. Su Wanru friendship 40. Xin Yulai friendship 7 plus 10. Lam Yutong friendship 84. Su Xia friendship 40. Chao Bai felt that the strength in his arm had grown a touch more. That's when the restroom door slammed softly. Chao Bai hurried back to his seat. When Su Wanru sat down at the table. I don't know if it's an illusion. She always felt like she'd gone to the restroom and... It's like there's something wrong with these two. What's wrong with you guys? Su Xia was the first to reply. Chao Bai discussed the rent reduction with me. He said that this month's salary was late and asked me to hold him off for a few days. Right, Chao? It's a little hard to watch, really. Chao Bai continued. That is, that damned black-hearted boss. You see me every day diligently and conscientiously overtime, 12127R, but also I owe wages, have not seen such a black-hearted boss. Sushmita helped out, too. I'll come over to see you some other time, ha. Good, come back often when you can. Waiting to walk out the door. Chao Bai went back to his house to get his camera. Who knew that Su Wanru had followed her in? Looking at Chao Bai, whose eyes were averted, he asked. Say, what the hell did you guys just do? It's just me negotiating a rent reduction. Are you sure? Sure. Fine, you're sure right, then I'll call IXANU and ask if you should be penalized for the entirety of your salary. Saying that, Su Wanru picked up her cell phone and pretended to dial IXINU's number. Chao Bai's serious nonsense. After saying that and pretending to be a little ashamed at school, he lowered his head. He doesn't believe that women don't get angry when they hear the truth. Those are all patches. Real women love to hear lies. Why else would they like scumbags? Falsehoods as long as they're not too outrageous. They all listen. It's like why green tea is popular. People's green tea gives emotional value. Every day good brother called. Emotional value is pulling up all right. It's not like a lot of people who put on a bad face when something goes wrong. I don't know who I'm showing it to. Who wouldn't be able to make a face? Who doesn't have a temper? A lot of people are just spoiled. But who is Chao Bai? The deputy head of the Sao family. And there's still Tetsuko. Can he fall here? No way. Absolutely not. And Su Wanru listened to Chao Bai's very false words. I can't believe I believe 8 out of 10. What, I'm the one who goes behind your back in your mind? No, how could that be? How could someone as sweet and kind and invincible and gigantic and beautiful as you be that kind of person? Listening to Chao Bai's amusing words, Su Wanru smiled sweetly. I can't tell, you're quite the little talker. Chao Bai sort of realized that. Whenever a woman likes you. How you're making this up? That's all right. He's just saying that because he couldn't think of a better word. Whirling around he said. I'm a real honest person, what I said is the truth, besides, I don't believe you even have this realization, is there anyone better looking than you in this world? No, there can't be, in my case, you are the most beautiful. After saying that, Chao Bai raised his head and posed in what he thought was a very handsome pose. In fact, he's so handsome now he doesn't even have to pose. Su Wanru felt her heart beating so fast at this time. Is he confessing to me? He was complimenting me on my beauty. I'm the most beautiful too. Oops. He's so talkative. Oh, that's disgusting. I love it. Then Su Wanru's voice softened. I'll tell you what, you can tell me anything from now on, I won't get mad. That's for sure, I'd tell you even if I stepped on an ant on the side of the road. I'll believe it. That's a must, fool no one but you. No way. Su Wanru friendship plus 5 current friendship 45. A system alert suddenly popped up and Chao Bai's eyes lit up. It's all right. Again, he was going back in his head to see if there were any more complimentary words that he's trying to be wildly friendly. But after thinking about it for half a day, nothing comes to mind. And just then, Su Wanru came close to his ear. touching the cake on him. So, can I have a taste of the cake? Chow Bai's body stiffened. It was a moment of realization that Su Wanrue's friendship plus 10 current friendship 55. The next morning, Chow Bai got up to get ready for work. But Su Wanru pulled her back. No going today, stay with me. After saying that, Su Wanru opened the grill. The phone is ringing. Chow Bai was about to pick it up. But Su Wanru slapped it away. At 12 o'clock. Chow Bai looked at the countless missed calls on his phone and fell into a deep thought. Shin Rushua called in 24. Lai Yanyu called 99 plus. It's strange that Lin Yu Tang didn't make a single phone call. He glanced at Su Wanru, who had fallen asleep again. Started flipping up my cell phone. Shin Rushua. 2217 I gave the money for the surgery at home, thank you. 2218 Are you feeling better? It's really heartbreaking to see how breathless you look. 2305? Are you going to save the world if you don't answer your messages? 2306 Shin Rushua tapped my abs, but she tapped a lonely one. 2307 Get back to me as soon as you get this message. 137 For the last time, are you really ignoring people? With a selfie of a black eye from staying up all night to change the program. 920 You don't answer your phone calls, you don't reply to your messages, Chow Bai, you're good. 940 Missing again and I'll come to your house to block. Spinning around and picking up the video call. Just as soon as he picked up Lai Xinyu's voice roared out. Chow Bai, you're going to die. How many times have I called you? Ha? When Li Xinu saw that Chow Bai was still lying on the bed, she became even more furious. The old lady, the chairman of the board, is working in. Lin Yuatang, okay brother Chow, don't work too hard, remember to eat on time. Oh. Shin Rushua, the takeaway arrived, the merchant said the writer sent the wrong one and sent a replacement. That's when the knock came at the door. Chow Bai got up and went to return to his bedside with a steaming takeout bag. Su Wanru was leaning on the bed and swiping her cell phone. Men's t-shirts hanging loosely over their shoulders. Chow Bai tore the small ticket from the takeout bag and crumpled it into a ball and threw it into the garbage can, emphasis added. Then ripped open the lunchbox and scoop up a spoonful of skinny porridge and blow it to cool. Open your mouth. As he said this, he passed the porridge to her lips. Su Wanru suddenly bit the spoon handle gently. That's when the system prompt came out and Su Wanru friendship plus 1 current friendship 56. Chow Bai's heart was delighted. Another spoonful fed. Su Wanru friendship plus 2 current friendship 57. When he was about to ladle the porridge again, the Su Wanru, however, pressed his hand. Ambiguously, he said, I want you to feed it. By the time the bowl of porridge was finished, the friendliness level had been brushed up to 60. While Su Wanru's cell phone kept popping up messages. Chow Bai vaguely saw what the assistant sent what party beside of the design program out of the need for your approval and so on. Su Wanru, on the other hand, held her cell phone upside down on the nightstand. Chow Bai asked in a small voice. Is this really okay? Su Wanru looked at Chow Bai and smiled. I belong to you today. Without waiting for him to answer, she got up and walked to the restroom to start putting on her makeup. Chow Bai, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders and break open another serving of skinny kanji and start eating it. When Su Wanru finished her makeup and came out, Chow Bai's eyes lit up. As the saying goes, there is no color in the 6 palaces, but a smile back is 100 winks. It's no more than that. Looking at Chow Bai's dumbfounded look, Su Wanru laughed out softly. Was it good? Looking good, looking good. Su Wanru picked up the cheongsam and deliberately buttoned it slowly and methodically. Chow Bai, on the other hand, is enjoying the visual feast. He's eating even more. Soon. By the time he's finished eating, Su Wanru handed him the Rolls-Royce car keys. For you to use later. When Chow Bai heard that, he said, This devil A88888 is a sign at first sight. Scrambling and shaking his head. Your license plate is so recognizable, I'm afraid of getting hit. Look at what you say, which is not so exaggerated. Let's see, the villa still has a Pagani, but it seems to be uninsured. Forget it, you get dressed and take you to buy one. Ha? What are you waiting for? Come on. Okay, said Chow Bai as he began to put on his clothes. This is what it's like to be adopted by a rich woman. That's a plot that's only in a ING novel, isn't it? Looking at the attribute panel, which 81 appearance score. Hey! I've got no place to put my charms. Su Wanru drove Chow Bai to the group of automobile 4S stores. Most of the 4S stores are zoned to the same area. Chow Bai looks to his left at Lamborghini, Maserati, Land Rover, Mercedes, Ferrari. On the right-hand side, Volkswagen, Audi, BMW, Rolls-Royce, Porsche. Su Wanru stopped the car at this time and asked, "Which brand do you like?" Chow Bai swept around. "Ferrari." The two men parked their car and walked into the store. As a high-end model, Ferrari's guides are extremely nice and they're all tall and leggy, and they're all made up. And any high-end brand shopper, they've all gone through a rigorous screening and training program. There is no such thing as looking down on people and mocking them on sight. Even for a guy like Chow Bai who wears a ground-up t-shirt. They also greet you with professional smiles on their faces. Chow Bai hasn't said anything yet. Just one of the female shoppers came up and said, "Good afternoon, sir and madam, welcome to the Ferrari Magic City branch. Do you have a favorite model?" Chow Bai waved his hand. "I know you all have to reserve a lineup, just tell me which one is available." The shopgirl, on hearing that, "This handsome guy must be a regular luxury car buyer. You know, this kind of thing." Generally speaking, Ferraris pick their models and then line up their orders. The so-called queuing is the piling up of orders caused by too many people buying. According to the data, the current order book is already 3 years away. That means if you want to pick up a Ferrari now, I'm sorry, wait 3 years. She took another look at Su Wanru, who was holding Chow Bai's arm. Slightly stunned. This woman's aura, surprisingly enough, is more adequate than that of a TV star. Together with the cheongsam, the whole charm of a mature woman is exuded. Seeing this, the saleswoman's professional smile deepened a few points and the only cars currently available are the matte gray model of the 296 GTB, and the SF90 in racing yellow. These were left behind by a previous customer who defaulted on the contract, and are currently being used as a show car, if you don't mind, sir. Chow Bai interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. SF90 it is. At this time, Chow Bai's arm felt something strange. He reaches out and touches it. It's a bearer black card. When meeting Su Wanru's eyes, Chow Bai's heart suddenly surged with a strange feeling. At home, it's all about the inside. This woman. You know what I'm talking about. That's a lot of emotional value to pull off. If Su Wanru had a system, it is estimated that Chow Bai's favorability could be directly plus 50 right now. The shopgirl froze for a moment even as she sniffed, and she's uttered a total of 2 sentences since she walked in the door. It took less than 2 minutes. And it's a deal? She raised her hand and smacked herself in the mouth. It hurts. It's real. It's not a dream. Realizing that the commission on a car is around 1%. As long as the deal is done, one will have enough money to buy the Chanel bag that one has been longing for. Chapter 33, Meeting in Jingting. Chow Bai looked at the operation of the female shopper in front of her a little less understand. You walk in the door and you're smacked in the mouth? Are shoppers so demanding these days? Returning to his senses, the sales sensation bowed and reached out to point to the rest area next to him and said, "Sir, would you please wait in the lounge area for a moment, I'll get the contract." When Chow Bai and Su Wanru sat down in the rest area, he suddenly sidestepped. "Wanru, do you know how attractive you are yourself?" Su Wanru raised her eyebrows and sipped her water. "Oh? How? When a man goes out, who gives him face? Women give it, and you are such a beautiful woman, plus give me the black card of God's one hand, it's like holding the whole world in front of me. Do you know how much I love you at this moment?" "Bah, oily mouth," Su Wanru said on her lips, but she couldn't stop smiling on her face at all. "I mean it." Chow Bai suddenly held her hand and there's a saying that fairies should only be found in heaven, but not on earth, and I think I'm the happiest person in the world. Su Wanru's smile finally collapsed, spilling over in the face. "Chow Bai, is your mouth honeyed?" She withdrew her hand from the grip, but hooked his pinky in the process. "How many girls have you coaxed in the past?" "Heaven and earth." Chow Bai raised his hands as if swearing, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw the shopgirl returning with the contract in her arms. Suddenly leaning close to her ear, "I used to be afraid to even hold a girl's hand when I saw her, until I met you." This sentence was carefully thought out by Chow Bai. he used to be really introverted. You can't even speak properly when you see a strange girl, let alone hold hands. When the shop girl was nearly 10 paces away, the Chow Bai suddenly gripped Su Wanru's wrist, pressing her hand to his chest. Listen, the heart is beating so fast and it's all because of you. At this point the female shopper just happened to arrive in front of the two men and I can't help but feel envious when I see the two of them in such a loving manner. And Su Wanru saw the envy in her eyes and it was a much happier time, and Su Wanru's friendship plus 5 current friendship 65. Chow Bai was also delighted when the system prompt came out. Surely the book Making a Rich Woman Love You was not a waste of time. Waiting to go back under the warm-up. Keep it simple and take it. Hello sir, this Ferrari SF90 current car is going to have a price increase, so with insurance, purchase tax and so on, the final cost is $7.5 million, after checking it is correct you sign over here. The saleswoman handed the contract to Chow Bai after she finished speaking. Chow Bai did not even look at the contract, directly after signing the words threw out the black card road. Swipe. With its swipe successful, beep, the female shopper's eyes changed when she looked at Chow Bai. If it weren't for Su Wanru beside me. She'd already asked Chow Bai to add her green bubbles. Pity. She regretfully handed the key file 0-hour license plate to Chow Bai. Eyeing the two men out of the hall, after Chow Bai walked out the door. The Ferrari SF90 is parked out front. The body of the car glowed cold and golden in the light of the carbon fiber aero kit is as bare as a skeleton. Chow Bai got into the car and gripped the steering wheel, a delicate frosted texture coming from his palm. Su Wanru stepped on her high heels and went around to the passenger side, handing the Rolls-Royce car keys to Lao Song, who had been waiting for a long time. A fingertip poked at the back of Chow Bai's hand. Let's go. Chow Bai stepped on the gas. With a buzzing boom, the vehicle scuttled off. Magic City. After Chow Bai parked his car, Su Wanru took his arm and walked into the mall. The mall is filled with a wide range of top luxury brands, the familiar Hermes, Dior, Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Armani, etc. Go to Brioni and pick out 2 suits first. Su Wanru tugged at Chow Bai's crumpled t-shirt collar. The words have not yet been spoken. An ear-splitting high heel from the Chanel store up ahead. Chow Bai's body paused slightly as he looked at the figure in front of him. I can't believe it's Yin Jingting. It's really a narrow road. Su Wanru seems to have sensed something. Follow his gaze. I just saw a woman in a Chanel suit holding a middle-aged man wearing a Patek Philippe. The two were looking at the new bags that. Su Wanru's eyes twinkled, pulling Chow Bai into the store. Chanel sales greeted the two with professional smiles. Good afternoon and welcome to Chanel. And the sharp-eyed manageress of the store. One look at the two of them and you know it's not normal. As a luxury goods manager who has been in the business for many years, naturally, there's a way to read people. Seeing Su Wanru first, all the sophisticated glamour of being in a Cheongsam nearly eclipsed the entire store. Plus the emerald bracelet on her wrist. The average person can't carry this bracelet with the same aura of. And based on his slight knowledge of jewelry, this bracelet is worth $10 million. And such a woman walks with a handsome, plainly dressed man on her arm. Needless to say, it must have been a big, low-key guy that. He didn't know why the big man liked to wear such plain clothes, but none of it mattered to her. She's always been a good judge of character. At the thought of this, she started to meet them. Good afternoon, I'm Chen Wei, the store manager. The Hiramaya crocodile bag that just arrived today, with a worldwide quota of 3, I wonder if you'd be interested? At this time Yin Jingting also heard the manager's voice. You know, the manager told her about this limited edition when she came in. The asking price is $1.88 million. After seeing that she wasn't interested, he didn't bother with her. She subconsciously looked at the figure facing the manager, the Chow Bai? Yin Jingting's voice came through with doubt. Why are you here? Saying that, she stepped on her high heels and walked ta-ta in front of Chow Bai. Chow Bai turned his head and glanced at Su Wanru. Seeing that Chow Bai ignored her, Yin Jingting asked in an aggravated tone. Chow Bai, what are you doing here? The voice was a mixture of grudges, irritations, and other emotions. Xiao Bai feels as if he is a third party who has been caught cheating on his wife. But then it turns around. No. You're the one who ran off with someone else. How do you have the nerve to ask me that over here? Where's the face? None of your business? The old man goes wherever he loves. What's it got to do with you? Yin Jingting froze for a moment when she heard this. Is this the same Xiao Bai who used to look up to her? You know, in the old days, no matter how angry she got so mad. In the end, it was Xiao Bai who coaxed her. As small as a cup of milk tea. Big enough to ask for a nice present. You. That's when she noticed Su Wanru beside Xiao Bai. The Cheongsam and the greatness hit her in the eye, That aura of elegance put her to shame, Damn it! How can there be such a good-looking woman in this world? Chapter 34 The Surprised Su Wanru. Yin Jingting is very uncomfortable right now. I don't care if you meet your ex on your own. The point is that the ex you met actually had a current one 100 times more gorgeous than yourself by his side. Who could stand that? Especially Su Wanru's body that was crying out to be seen. Making her subconsciously tighten her clothes and... That's a completely different order of existence. A deep sense of frustration welled up and Su Wanru's hand on Xiao Bai's arm tightened at this time. Honey, who is this guy? He's so mean. That gentle voice was like a spring breeze on the ear. It calmed Xiao Bai's mind, who had been slightly annoyed. It's just the ex. After saying that, he turned his head around and... Wanru, how about this bag, do you like it? The smile on Su Wanru's face surfaced all of a sudden. I love everything my husband buys. She added deliberate emphasis to the word buy, Yin Jingting thought at this time. I don't know how much money you beggars have. In order to buy me iPhone 16 Pro Max, saving money to eat 3 months to put together a good meal, the key is also 1 meal is 2 meals, really think I do not know? The thought made her want to turn around and not pay any attention to him anymore. But just as she was about to turn around, she saw Xiao Bai holding the iPhone 16 Pro Max, which he was going to give to her, and scanning it against the payment code. Green Bubble Collections $1.88 million. A collection beep sounded in the store and the... Yin Jingting froze in her tracks. How is that possible? Where did he get the money? She stared again at the Ferrari keychain looming on his wrist, Originally, she thought it was just a lighter. Now that I think about it, it's a real car key? Yin Jingting's nails pinched deep into her palm. She suddenly realized that the man she once trampled underfoot. At the moment it is being used in the rarest of ways, crushing all her arrogance. Shenwei, the manageress, also froze. As a store manager who's seen countless billionaires throw away their money. But it's the first time I've seen someone buy a bag for his girlfriend without blinking an eye. It's as if it's as casual as buying groceries at the grocery store. And sure enough, she was right. That's a real deep-pocketed big shot. I want to be his girlfriend too. Feeling this unintended surprise, But then she looked at Su Wanru. This woman's elegant, mature demeanor. Forget it. I don't deserve it. Soon Shenwei was back to normal. Yes sir, this will help you with the bags, just a moment. And Su Wanru was a bit surprised at this time. He bought it for me with his own money? But he knows I'm never without a bag, and he could have used my black card. She took a deep look at the handsome cheek before her, If you're just working part-time, I'm afraid the money is all he has, right? I've heard a quote before. When a man loves a woman so much, he'll do anything for her. It's not like you have $1 million you're willing to spend 10,000. Rather, you only have 10,000, but when it comes to what a woman wants for a gift, you use the only 10,000 you have on you to buy. Su Wanru. Yin Jingting, on the other hand, used her whole body to shake it off. Chasing me every day that Gucci stockings look good with my legs and that Chanel's camellia embroidery complements my skin. And now, I have to pay for even a $300 lipstick. And at that moment Shenwei looked at the Chanel suit on Yin Jingting and muttered in a small voice. This dress pattern is different from the one we have in the store. The salesman next to me also muttered in a low voice that Look at that fit, it's obviously high fashion alright. The middle-aged man's hair tips instantly burned red upon hearing this, and while Yin Jingting hadn't heard yet, stormed out of the store, yanking her by the arm. Enough! Do you consider yourself still a college student? Are luxuries something you can eat, or can you? The words were interrupted by Ian Jingting's scream before. Load 2 sets of this one, too, and that one. By the end of the day a full dozen bags were laid out side by side on the counter. Su Wanru casually greeted the bodyguard. These sets were sent back to my villa, and these sets were delivered to this address. Turning around and tugging on Xiao Baiyi's wrist again. Hungry? What do you want to eat? Xiao Baiyi smiled faintly and. Want to eat you. Oops, we'll eat when we get back, let's eat first. Okay, listen to you. At the dinner table, Xiao Baiyi looked at Su Wanru's lustful look and asked. Wanru, what's wrong with you? Chapter 35, Cinema. Su Wanru hesitated and said. I want to go to the movies with you. Xiao Baiyi froze. Just watch the movie, what do you want to see, hesitant? Su Wanru lowered her head. I mean I want to be in a movie theater. Xiao Baiyi then reacted. Is it possible that? And Su Wanru showed Xiao Baiyi the location of her cell phone purchase. When the seat is in sight. Xiao Baiyi suddenly thought of his previous trip to the movie theater for editing. That's when he saw the surveillance, intentionally or not. Followed by a few conversations with the staff. It was learned through conversation that the average movie theater only has one camera. And it's for the screen only. Even if you get a shot of the audience, you only get a shot of the back of your head. And because of dragon privacy laws, surveillance video is not allowed to be backed up, not allowed to be outsourced. The Xiao Baiyi's eyes lit up when he thought of this. Upon meeting Su Wanru's eyes, the two smiled at each other. The lights in the screening room dimmed 5 minutes before the start of the show. Sawani chose the re-release of Titanic. As the movie begins. When Ruth opens her arms on the deck in the movie, and Jack starts the most iconic of scenes. Xiao Baiyi also imitated the look in the movie. Only, he's sitting down. When the classic scene ends. Su Wanru turned to look at Xiao Baiyi and. Along with the lambs, and as the movie comes to a close. Su Wanru felt Xiao Baiyi's heartbeat and. Long time no words. Just then, a system prompt sounded in Xiao Baiyi's mind. Su Wanru's friendship plus 5 current friendship 80. Congratulations to the host for increasing his friendship with the goddess Su Wanru to 80. Reward, Soundwave return skill. Xiao Baiyi took a look. That's a good skill to have. Soundwave cashback. I don't know how it differs from the previous card. Tuzi, how does this skill work? Soundwave cashback skills details. After active activation, the single gift manually swiped by the host in any live broadcasting room will be 100% ratio real-time cashback to the bound bank card. A single activation lasts 30 minutes and can be used once per day. Example, swipe 1 Carnival 30,000 Soundwaves, valued at $3,000 and get $3,000 cashback immediately. Upon reading the instructions. Xiao Baiyi is furious. Tun Chan. I suspect you're targeting me. Didn't we agree last time that we could increase the cap? Didn't we agree that we could use a mouse clicker? Feelings that everything you said before was framing me? You talk. Don't play dumb with me. Strength scores increase hand speed. A timely reminder from the system. Xiao Baiyi's entire body went numb. However, at least there's a steady stream of cash back with this skill. After the movie, Xiao Baiyi drove Su Wanru back to the apartment in his Ferrari SF90. He had just pressed the fingerprint lock to unlock the door when the opposite door suddenly opened. Sushia was wearing a silk nightgown, her curly hair pulled casually behind her head. Was bending over to place a garbage bag in the doorway. Wano? Sushia's eyes lit up as she looked up. Sight swept over the two men's folded wrists. The smile at the corner of his mouth carried a few moments of. You're back so late? The tips of Su Wanru's ears abruptly reddened, her fingers quietly withdrew from Xiao Baiyi's palm, only to be held in his backhand. Good evening, Auntie Landlady is still up? Xiao Baiyi raised his hand in greeting and. It's getting ready. Sushia looked Xiao Baiyi up and down for a moment. Noticing that the young man, who always wore an old t-shirt, seemed a bit fitter than before. The shoulders are wider, too. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes that. She casually straightened her robe and. You guys get an early night too, less tossing and turning haha. After that, he turned around and went back to the house. The door closed. 4 people huddled in front of the camera. Beauty filters turned up to the max. A pointy chin that practically pokes through the screen. Captain Wolf in the very center was dressed in a suit but wore an exaggerated wolf ear headdress. Yoo-hoo, is Sister Yu in a hurry? Wasn't she quite capable of cursing just now? Why is the blue bar emptier than my era's dog food bowl? And after mocking it and giving the camera the wolf howl gesture. That's when a wolf minion behind him holding a fluorescent light shouted. Our first big brother on the list has angrily swiped $20 million, this set of combinations smashed down, directly to our wolf's nest to the gold-plated. What did Sister Yu say? Why don't you just admit defeat and let my brothers give you a couple of whales? At this time, only to see Lai Xinu grabbing the mineral water on the table and fiercely pouring a mouthful of it. She wiped the water stains from the corners of her mouth and... Families, we're just saying, said she as she stomped her heels on the arm of the swivel chair. Even if I lose PK, I have to let the opposite side know how lethal Sis's legs are. The pop-up immediately ran off the rails. The way you stomped on the chair was like my boss scolding Mr. A. Does Wolfie across the street dare to show his leg hair? I suggest that you take off her shoes and hit them. Why don't you go pedaling? I'm not sure it's working. Lai Xinu's blue bar slowly rose to 30%. She took the opportunity to shake her hair, thanks to my old iron for sending the rocket. Did you see the 4 brothers across the street? That's it? However, before the words were out of his mouth, the opposite side suddenly threw out a string of carnivals and the PK bar was crushed back to 15%. Lai Xinu's smiling face instantly froze. Su Wanru looked at Lai Xinu's puffed up appearance. Tapping on the gift was about to swipe the carnival. This time he was stopped by Chao Bai. Wait. Chapter Lai Xinu's. Su Wanru watched Chao Bai open his account. In the nickname column, the ID of Deputy Chief of the Chao clan caught my eye. This surprised Su Wanru to the point that she didn't expect that the joke she had made during her previous casual conversation with Li Xinu would actually become true at this moment. This ID is actually Chao Bai. Before she could think more, Chao Bai had already activated the sound wave return skill. The fingers moved a little. The electrocution frenzy has begun. Su Wanru couldn't help but be staggered as she watched how often Chao Bai clicked on the screen. How in the world can there be a man with such fast hands? And Lai Xinu on the live feed was slamming her heels down on the table and screaming curses at the... Suddenly she realized that the blue bloodstain on the PK bar looked like a lit fuse. It's going crazy at 300,000 sound waves per second. The golden carnival effects connected into an impenetrable curtain of rain that... In just a minute, the blood levels have evened out. The pop-ups started coming in like crazy. Who's this guy, the vice chief of the Cao clan? He's so fierce. 2800. The vice patriarch of the Cao clan is awesome. You've got a turbocharger on, don't you? Who can pick out the real patriarch? I would call him the exterminator of the broadcasting world. Ms. Yu has embraced the matriarch's leg. I'm having a heart attack because of this blood counterattack. It's over. When you see the Chao family ID, you'll have to kneel down. Who can bear this face? And Chao Bai was watching the numbers on his bank card grow wildly at the moment. Your Longhua bank account tail number 1118, income amount $3,000, balance after transaction $6,707,586.18. Regular channel funds, safe and reliable. In just 1 minute, we've already earned $1.8 million. He ignored it and continued to point wildly that PK time is 15 minutes. There's like 10 minutes left so far. Holy! Lai Xinu almost fell off her swivel chair when she grabbed the microphone. Did you weld your keyboard to your hand, Vice Patriarch? I haven't even digested the 2,800 carnival swipes from my last debut, but today you've just given me a sonic tsunami? She suddenly gave an exaggerated military pose to the camera and... From today onwards, you are the honorary captain of my Li Xinyue's live studio. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never dare to go west. The system prompt also sounded at this time, looking at the sailor suit blouse in front of him, which was only 2 hand widths wide. And a skirt the width of a hand lapsed into contemplation. Ardent horse, really wearing this thing? Eventually her teeth clenched and ripped off the wrap-around skirt she was wearing and started to change. by the time she was back on the air in. Her hair was slightly disheveled from running, but it added a touch of girlish nonchalance to it. The lights in the live room reflected off the shirt's snow-white glow. The original queenly aura was softened by the sailor suit, yet retains a bit of sexiness due to the studded design of the heel. I'm going. You has changed from a wolf grandmother to a sailor warrior, right? Help! A short top with high heels is amazing. The vice patriarch is a god. This change of clothes has made me go straight to the pit. The pop-up screen was instantly screened by you, Sister Saigao. Carnival special effects took on a new high with her appearance. In a few short minutes, PK's blue blood bar has come to 70%. The moment Xiao Baiyi's afterimage swept over her. The fingertips paused on the screen for a moment. I didn't realize that this Chairman Lai could wear any clothes with different beauty. Even Su Wanru, who was on the side, couldn't help but marvel at it. Xinu wears this and it really shows off her figure. Xiao Baiyi, I'll buy one and try it too? At that, Xiao Baiyi's eyes lit up. Fine, buy it now, he said as he clicked on the gift to send. Su Wanru, on the other hand, tapped her cell phone to place an order. 5 more minutes. Lai Xinu reached out her hand and compared the numbers, ready to start taunting the opposite side. Who knew that? Looking across the street again. The 4 wolves have lost their arrogance. Wolfie, with his 3 wolf minions, stared at her sailor suit and gulped. Captain Sama. It can be stopped. The opposite side has lost miserably, give them 100 years and they won't be able to catch up. But Xiao Baiyi doesn't care. He just brushes. He's got 16 minutes left on the skill statute. No time to waste. Our time is money. When the 15 minutes of park time is up, a banner half the size of the live room was hung in the 4 wolf live rooms across the street. We were convinced by Ms. Yu. And Xiao Baiyi's hand still hasn't stopped. Seeing as how punishment time is almost over. The first big brother of the list did not command a word, just a carnival. Lai Xinyue could only let the opposite side of the face of each person to draw a panda eyes hastily. And just then, Xiao Baiyi's cell phone popped up an alert for Lin Yuetan's live broadcast. Without a moment's hesitation, he simply switched live streams and began to continue sending out carnivals like crazy. And Lai Xinu's side froze. What's the deal with this list one? Come on up here and brush your teeth. Just to win me the PK? Just to see me change into a sailor suit? And then just watered down and left? And he's gone? She clicked on the backstage, and her last message to the deputy matriarch of the Chao clan hadn't been answered yet. It made her mind wander and Lai Xinu's friendship plus 10, current friendship 7 plus 30. Chapter 37, The Surprised Lin Yuetang. Lin Yuetang stared at the cell phone screen, her fingertips shaking slightly under the fill light. This was her first official live broadcast, and the company told her that because she was a new anchor. It's only just started with a very small traffic pool, so pre-live is going to be at night. She was wearing a pink rabbit ear headdress crooked in her hair. The shirt of her JK suit was tugged and pulled nervously. Great, everyone. She gave a clumsy love heart to the camera. I'm new anchor Lin Yuetang, I'll give you a dance today. Before she could finish her sentence, the live broadcast suddenly exploded with golden special effects that a whole screen of carnivals smashing down like a meteor shower. The cell phone screen was reflected in gold. Lin Yuetang watched the level mark in the upper right corner of the screen. Level 75, that godly level that was legendary in the live streaming world for being able to smash through servers. With the bombing of the carnival, the live feeds are starting to come on, too. Gradually a pop-up began to be initiated that what the hell is this live stream, a 12-man blitzkrieg carnival? Froggy, 75? What the hell? I know this person. I've just seen him in Sister Yu's live studio, why did he come here? I'm going. The patriarch has come to the newcomer's room? This is a blow to the head, isn't it? The new girl's going to be knocked out. Is the matriarch lost? Why did you go to a small transparent live broadcasting room to brush up on the carnival? After seeing the pop-up screen, Lin Yuetang said nervously. Thank you, Deputy Patriarch Big Brother. She bowed in a panic, her rabbit ear headdress completely askew to one side. That? Don't need to swipe so many gifts, I'm an average dancer. But the carnival hadn't stopped, and the sound of the special effects shook her eardrums. when Lin Yuetang took a closer look at the name on the first list. Deputy Chief of the Chow clan. She guessed it was Chow Bai right away. Brother Chow, is that you? At this, Chow Bai paused and typed. Go Yu Tong. Find someone to play PK for 5 minutes. The simple 2 lines made Lin Yuetang's eyes burn. It turns out that Brother Chow will come to the live broadcast to keep me company even when he's busy. And all this carnival paint. It must have cost a lot of money. Lin Yutang friendship plus 2 current friendship 86. But thinking of Chow Bai's command, she answered in a low voice. Yes, yes. Only to see her tap on the PK screen. It took 3 taps off me finger on random match to get it to work. Xin use live broadcast. She's wiggling her long legs on her 10-centimeter heels. The bow tie of her sailor suit had been tugged up to her collarbone, and the families, how many points do you give for that wave of cross-dressing just now? Before the words are out of my mouth. Should the PK invite pop up? The moment I saw the opposite ID. Her heels almost kicked the camera. Joey Media's Lam Yu Ton? A family member beating up a family member? She froze when the connection was successful. I'll go. New anchor? How can a company let a newbie anchor play PK? Isn't that pure white giving? Just as she was about to count down Lin Yuetang, suddenly glancing at the 75th grade sign below, the lashes fluttered violently and wait, Deputy Patriarch Big Brother, how did you? The PK bar had just finished loading when the golden carnival rain slammed down again. Lin Yuetang watched as his blue bar went crazy at the rate of 300,000 sound waves per second. And the blood bar on Xinu's side was like a balloon that had been stabbed by a needle. Zip shrinks into a line. Pop-ups exploded back and forth between the 2 live streams. Sister Yu was killed in seconds? This wave is a godly man chasing his wife across the border, isn't it? You've changed, Vice Patriarch. You just swiped a sailor suit in Yu's live room, and now you're swiping your first love for a newcomer? Lam Sui Tong, who am I and where am I? Brother Shinhao, help me fight the boss? Don't panic, newbie. It's your big brother in a Ferrari picking you up from work. Laughing, Yu's sailor suit is still warm, and the matriarch has shifted the battlefield? Lin Yuton's backstage private messages exploded, right? All the gossips on the platform are taking screenshots. Sister Yu's fans have collectively rebelled. Sorry, we climbed the wall, new sister. Yu's knuckles whitened as she gripped the microphone. A moment ago she was imagining things. And now all of a sudden they're being cleaned up by their own captain. She pouted. Are you deliberately coming to tear me down, Captain Sama? Lin Yuetang looked at Xinu's puffed up appearance. But it was an easy laugh that. She didn't think that the usually fierce chairman would have such a cute side. Mr. Lai, don't be angry. I didn't know that Deputy Patriarch Big Brother would be so powerful. When the PKN tone sounded, Lin Yuetang's blue bar stopped at 55 million tones, while Li Xinu's blood bar was only 30,000 left. Li Xinu helplessly held her forehead. Meet this kind of godly man. She can't handle it. The point is that people still don't care about her. It made her intensely curious about the ID, She did ask her assistant to look up the ID info. But the official side refused to disclose it, citing privacy reasons. It set her teeth on edge, and Lin Yuetang whispered to the camera. Thank you for your support, Brother Patriarch. Yutang presents a dance you just learned. She took a deep breath, scratched the play button on the screen and the intro to Bar 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 plays. The pleated edges of the JK skirt raise in a pretty curve with movement. Pink, 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 must be pink, this dance is great. Is this the taste of first love? Wow. My sister's dance is so sweet. The pop-ups kept starting to bubble and Lin Yuetang's movements also slowly became smooth from stiffness. Originally a dance specialist, she became more and more natural when familiarized with the. Even Chow Bai subconsciously stopped his fingers. Start enjoying it. Su Wanru, on the other hand, looked at Chow Bai suspiciously. Is this your little love interest? Chow Bai, on the other hand, hastily waved his hand and this is my classmate, and now also the new anchor of Li Xinu's company, so I thought I'd help out. Oh? So that's what it's like, oh? Suddenly Su Wanru snatched Chow Bai's cell phone and so, quick question, what color is her backdrop? White. Su Wanru was surprised that she actually guessed correctly. What color is her background couch? Pink. Where's the chair? White with powder. Su Wanru returned the cell phone to Chow Bai, although she was a bit skeptical. Looks like it's really just classmates. Otherwise, logic would dictate that we should only focus on JK and black silk. And Chow Bai laughed. You're kidding. The wall, I'm lying on it. The couch. I've been on my knees. The chair. I've sat in it. I can't believe you're trying to trick me with a question like that. No way, absolutely no way. But how dare you try to trick me? Let's see what I can do to you. Just as Chow Bai was getting up, there was a knock on the door. Su Wanru, on the other hand, flew to open the door. Then Chow Bai saw her quickly grabbing the takeout paper bag and another quick dash into the restroom. Chow Bai, on the other hand, glanced at the alert on his cell phone and your Longhua bank account tail number 1118. Balance after transaction $60,707,586.18. Well, buddy, this is taking off. When Su Wanru came out again, Chow Bai fixed his eyes on. Good man. I can't believe she's wearing the same sailor uniform as Lai Xinu. Only to see Su Wanru walking over gracefully. Chow Bai, how's it going? In one word, absolute. After saying that, Chow Bai hugged Su Wanru. Grid open, please. Su Wanru's friendship plus 2 current friendship 82. Chapter 38, Chow Bai is promoted to team leader. Early the next morning, when Shin Rushua pushed open the glass door of the editing department with heavy dark circles under her eyes, the floor-to-ceiling screen in the office area was looping the recorded screen clips from Lai Xinu's live broadcast. That crossed live carnival tsunami last night. At the moment, it is hanging in the 3rd place of the short video platform Hot Search with the phrase God Ho Vice Patriarch double line rescue. The image of Lai Xinu stomping her feet on studded heels in front of the camera in a sailor suit was cut into an emoji. The comments section below is filled with that read, I'm begging you to reveal the true identity of the deputy head of the. Good morning, Superintendent Shin. Intern Wang scurried over, clutching his laptop. Mr. Lai asked that yesterday's PK clip be cut into 2 directions, Overlord saves the day and newcomer rebels, and that the hashtag real live be added. Shin Rushua pinched her temples. The eyes swept over the mountain of hard disks on. Don't worry, team leader Chow. The fat man slammed the camera, disliking Chow Bai's work badge, and said, I can wait to drink the new high tea product, don't fool people with Honey Snow Ice City. Chow Bai waved his hand. The cell phone screen showed an order for 20 cups of milk tea that had just been placed. I lit it for you long ago, get to work. After saying that, he walked towards Shin Rushua's office. Inside the glass door, Shin Rushua was adjusting Lai Xinu's editing program to the computer. The mid-length black suit dress wrapped around her curves and vertical striped stockings add a bit of a different flavor. The big team leader Chow Shirley came to work in person today? Shin Rushua heard the sound of pushing the door and flirted with it without raising her head. Chow Bai casually closed the door and noticed the dark circles under her eyes. Did Director Shin eat the wrong lemon this morning? Why does it feel sour? For your information. Shin Rushua raised her head and blankly glanced at him, but suddenly staring at Chow Bai's shoulder. Have you gained weight? The cuffs on your t-shirt are tight. Chow Bai looked down at his white t-shirt and indeed, the system added strength points had muscled up the whole body, which made the otherwise small-sized t-shirt a bit taut on the body. That he deliberately came half an inch closer and you found out such a little detail, so you care about me so much, nah? Bah, shameless. Shin Rushua parted her face, but asked in a whisper. What do you want to eat? Want to eat, you carrot. Don't be poor. Let's have the skinny pork porridge with eggs, the one we ordered last time tasted great. Good. After ordering your meal, Shin Rushua led Chow Bai to the office next to hers. Everything's packed up here. Upon entering the door, Chow Bai noticed a bouquet of brightly colored flowers on the table. It's the first time he's ever gotten flowers from a woman in his entire life. I vaguely remember seeing it on the forums a while back. What's the point of sending flowers to a woman when you can get a woman to send you flowers? It turns out that 99% of the people under the forums at the time had actually never received flowers from a woman. Xiao Bai did not expect to become the 1% in their mouth so soon. He subconsciously hugged Qin Rushue and, "Geez, what do you want? Think. Don't, this office is soundproofed. You could have kept it quiet, then. Bugger you, who can't make a noise? How about a reward first?" Hearing this, Qin Rushue raised her head and pecked Xiao Bai on the cheek. Well, I've got some work to do." And with that, he panicked and walked out of the room. Xiao Bai touched his cheek. "This feels so good." The ergonomic chairs in the office fit the curve of the lower back. He leaned back lazily and spinning around on his toes. So this is what it's like to be a leader. Comfort. I turned on my computer and realized that nothing more could be done with a simple review of the clip files. No wonder the team leader position has been empty for so long. I think it's just a lazy job. Thinking of this, Xiao Bai picked up his cell phone and began to swipe it. I haven't used any of my skills today. He's trying to use up his skills while he's lazy. Subconsciously raising his right hand, he realized that his right arm was a little sore and, I guess I tapped my phone screen for too long yesterday. This physical fitness is still a bit poor, we need to hurry up and add strength points. As the phone began to slide, he's noticed that there are so many anchors with live physical strength gimmicks these days. Randomly slipped into a live stream. Only the left side of the broadcast is labeled Power with Love Shallow Squat, Boo Boo Milk Tea Deep Squat, Big Beer Slide, Go Ducks Upside Down, Flowers Open and Close Jump, Stars Light Up Big Bamboo Shoots, The Sports Car. And at this point the black silk, long-legged anchor in tights is being swiped 99 with love to start with a shallow squat. After she finished her shallow squat, with a look of disdain to the live feeds, just this? That's it? The strongest physical strength in the whole network, the district shallow squatting, the whole network to find a big brother who can make this Tao gasp. Xiao Bai doesn't know why it's all about this type of broadcasting lately. Doesn't stop him from appreciating it, though. After all, generating electricity with love is free, crazy implication. With that, he ordered 3 for the love of power. And that's when the anchor saw Xiao Bai's level 75 ID. The anchor woman wiggled her thumb and forefinger then a very small distance in front of the camera. The ends of his eyes rose slightly, and a one-sided sneer tugged at the corners of his mouth. A level 75 number and you give me 3 for the love of power? I'm afraid you didn't steal this number, did you? Hearing this, Xiao Bai became interested. A little anchor, you're pretty wild, aren't you? He hooked his lips, slid his fingertips over the gift bar and the Boo Boo Milk Tea icon lights up. This time, he clicked 99 times. Chapter 39, Now You're Convinced. When anchorwoman Peachy did her 99 squats, the words had taken on a slight wheezing sound. Xiao Bai took a look. This guy's got a lot of stamina. The backhand is 99 big beers. Peach is back on the slide. She was seen kneeling on the pulley with both knees and started the slide. That Xiao Bai did think that this slide was much less laborious than the. When she was well and truly done, gasping slightly, she said, "Just another 99 flower effects blowing up." She was bracing her hands against the wall, ready to rest for a while, and Xiao Bai can't let him get away with it. Jump. By this time the crowd of onlookers at the live broadcast was growing. White-whoring bigwigs straighten out the stamina anchors. Momo's knees are red as tomatoes. The 75th grade bigot is here for gym class, right? Mama Tomo, if I had known that I had to pay back for pretending, I should have shut up in the first place. The screen is full of on-off jump counters that bounce around like crazy. Just as we're nearing 99, Xiao Bai swiped another 99. Keep dancing. It's not because of anything else, it's simply that the scene of the opening and closing jumps is so beautiful. That call to arms makes Xiao Bai want to see it again and again. Big Brother understands me. Big Brother is a role model for us. It's being rewarded. Don't stop. It's actually fluorescent green armor. Xiao Bai didn't realize that he seemed to have made a start. The onlookers also swiped a lot of flowers after more and more people came behind them. That's a small profit for the anchor. Swimming on the edge of soreness and pleasure. By the time the dance was over, the anchor, Peachy, had begun to gasp for air. Sweat was beading on the tip of his nose and brothers have mercy. Did you win? Momo hesitated. But just as she hesitated this, Chow Bai didn't hesitate to come with 99 starlights. Her pupils constricted and 99 large bamboo shoots. It's about doing 99 open and close jumps on a big bamboo shoot shiatsu board. Brothers. She stared at the shiatsu board in the corner of her yoga mat and the sound trembles even more than when it opens and closes and jumps. Toes unconsciously curled. Start dancing. Chow Bai couldn't let her run away like this. By this time the shiatsu board is laid out in front of the camera. The moment she gritted her teeth and stepped on. Hiss. As the first open and close jump landed, she popped up screaming, hiss ah. Overall rating, 72. Friendliness, 50. Emotional experience, 29. Charge, 1,168. Chow Bai looked at the panel and then at Tao Tao, who was panting and resting in the live stream. As an editor, he has an understanding of the maximum slimming effect of live footage, too. About body type, if it's a swimming ring he can tell at a glance that the. But from what he observed, Little Moon is on fire. When anchor Little Moon saw the pop-ups on the public screen, the screaming was extraordinarily arousing, and I don't hurt ah. Suddenly, a banning notice popped up in the center of the screen. The live room has been closed due to a content violation. Chow Bai looked at the rectification notice on the black screen, secretly sighing with regret. What a nice guy. For the countless boys waving their sweaty performances. Even though it hurts so much, it's still trying to hold on through the dance. What a motivated man that is. He backhanded a concern. Chapter 40 Bamamu. Just then a chat box popped up and hello Mr. Vice Patriarch of the Chow Clan, your level has reached 75, I'm your exclusive VIP customer service, Beaver. See this tip. Chow Bai remembers before people rumored that there is a special VIP customer service at level 50. I don't know how it differs from the one I have. Asked after a moment's thought. What's the difference between you and a regular level 50 VIP customer service? Hello sir, the first thing is to unlock the gift for you as well as the gift limit. It was already unlocked when you were contacted over here, you can take a look. Chow Bai found a random live stream to watch. Oh, nice one. What the hell is this? I've never heard of it. He always thought the most expensive was the Carnival, or Wazoo, as everyone kept saying. I didn't realize there were so many. Just see the gifting page showing a variety of gifts with different names. The Phantom Ride 99,999 Soundwave. Dragon 99,999 Soundwave. Eagle Love 99,999 Soundwave. Golden Phoenix Neon 99,999 Soundwave. Fire Unicorn 119,999 Soundwave. 119,999 Soundwave. Supreme Guardian 119,999 Soundwave. The Roar of the Lion 119,999 Soundwaves. 160,000 Soundwaves in the kunai. Frog Fun, that means I'll get 16k for every click from now on? According to my average of 10 strokes a second. $160,000 in seconds? 9.6 million a minute. 288 million in half an hour of riveting? Take off. Chow Bai looked at the balance of 60 million in the card, instantly felt unscented. He looked at the office again and oh. If I didn't want to go on a special filming crew. Who still goes to work every day. Thinking about it, he started brushing up on his live stream again. Swiped another anchor, this time. It's also a gift swipe command type of thing. Calling Joba talkative. Only this time, it's a left dub and a right dance. Power with love frog call. Boo boo milk tea barking cow. Big beer sheep barking. Ducks on wheels phone dance. Flowers. The vice chief of the Chow family has become a top 30 online viewer. Chow Bai typed. Cow and goat combo to a set. Anchor Joba instantly started barking at Mappy in the shape of a cow or goat. 89 words omitted. After hearing this, Chow Bai, his thighs. She started spinning around and around. The live feeds are flooding in with more and more people. This anchor. What's going on? Frontier dance plus herding cows and sheep? Are you nuts? Upstairs, there's a frog. Is this square dancing or performance art? Upstairs Village Network? It's called Animal Flow Street Dance, you know? Stop it, Mr. Godho, the anchor is going to be so tired that he's going to evolve into a bullfrog. Xiaobai, on the other hand, tried to send a dragon rising to the four seas. The booth suddenly went dark. Sound effects of waves crashing on the shore come pouring out of the speakers, spinning in circles. Joba was stunned and she's never seen anything like it. What is this? Suddenly, a whirlpool exploded in the center of the sea and the dragon's roar exploded like rolling thunder. A huge green dragon breaks through the water. Droplets of water from the dragon's whiskers flung onto the screen, surprisingly realistic, as if the live feeds were in the water. What kind of special effects are these? They're so exaggerated. I don't know. Is this a gift? The screen is flooded. This is an official special effect, right? It's even better than the movie. What kind of special effects are these? They're so exaggerated. I don't know. Is this a gift? The screen is flooded. This is an official special effect, right? It's even better than the movie. When Xiao Bai turned off the live feed, 99 plus private message alerts are like swarms of buzzing mosquitoes. Joba's big brother next time. Peaches, does the Sao family lack a mascot? And countless ambiguous invitations from unnamed anchors. And yet none of them really interested him. Until a message popped up that Biggie, 5,000 nationwide is flyable. Chapter 41, Nangon Lingwei. Seeing this information, Xiao Bai was moved. It was also at the time that I heard some bigot talk about all this knowledge that 5,000 usually includes travel expenses. The current downward spiral in the economic environment. You have to pay travel expenses before you come. It's not like you can just give a deposit and be done with it. A lot of them work together before they pay. And that's when the advantages of big cities come into play. Basically, you can find candidates to work with at 1,500 up to 5,000. Xiao Bai immediately asked for detailed photos to refer to the next cooperation candidates. As the green bubbles crackled with information, one by one, finding it surprising that none of them qualified. He couldn't help but sigh with regret that just gonna have to keep brushing up on the live feeds. Suddenly, a system beep came out and ding, goddess candidate detected. Name, Nangon Lingwei. Age, 22. Height, 169. Weight, 47 kilograms. Appearance rating, 97. Body type rating, 89. Overall rating, 93. Friendliness, 0. Emotional experience, 5. Number of collaborations, 0. Gossip, not yet available. Xiao Bai was stunned. This 0 would be amazing. In this day and age of one sports car parachuting in, there are actually zeros? And then, it's gossip for a while? Xiao Bai stared at the screen and rubbed his eyes violently. I was about to ask Tetsuko, only to see the girl in the shot sitting in the background of the dormitory, wearing a cream-colored jersey. The double ponytail swings in a playful arc as her body sways, with a cat-eared headband on top of his head. Her eyes lit up like water-soaked glass beads. Eyes slightly raised, yet wearing a natural innocence, under the eyes of the full silkworms in the smile when go into a soft peach general. The tip of the nose is not only small, but also has a hint of a straightened. The light red lip glaze glows with a little starburst in the light. The pure pearl trembled with the syllables as he spoke. I've seen the pearly whites. Adding a touch of playfulness to the sweet picture, this made Xiao Bai feel the breath of spring all of a sudden. Is the host bound? Bind. Come. Binding successful. Tasks being generated. Mission, airborne. Mission reward, 5 points of free attributes. Mandate time limit, 23 hours 50. It was just an accident. I think the cafeteria ant sprinkled too much pretzel. What, according to you the kitchen ants not only have shaky hands in spooning, but now they even have shaky hands in cooking? Who says otherwise? The lady's pretty. Where's she from? Looks like a student. Which school is it? I'm running a takeout today, so I'm close by, so I'll give you an eyeful. Click on my avatar for a surprise. Part, job 300 plus. When he's trying to send a message but realizes that the other person has set strangers to send only one message. It's a sin. Watching the countdown. Mandate, 23 hours 49 minutes and 45 seconds. Chow Bai began to imagine himself gaining 100 pounds. It's only 220 pounds. Nangon Lingwei's cheeks turned red after she turned off the live broadcast. She'd heard her housemates say that offering a venue was some kind of indescribable invitation. So she decisively refused and shut down the live stream. That's when Yoon Yun's call came in. An anxious voice came from the opposite microphone. Vivi, what are you doing? Don't you want to earn money to pay off your father's debts? Why did you shut down the studio when you had such a good chance? He said to provide the venue. What if I get ate up and then he kills me? I'm so scared. Egu, I drop an anta. I remember the internet said that the 75 level is usually a large company's labor union, bosses and whatnot, digging people with the number, so the probability is that people want to sign you or what such a great opportunity Huh? I thought you guys said the grounds were all bad places? That also depends on when this time. Oops, even if you take a 10,000 steps back, even if it is which venue so what, they are big bosses, you don't look for others, you recommend me to others also, okay? But. Don't but Vivi, listen to me, take it. I don't dare, I'm afraid. Egu, wait, I'm going back now. Yun hung up the phone and sighed with hatred. And Nangon Lingwei was still caught in a tangle that. Chapter 42, 2 Levels of Reversal. Nangon Lingwei thought of her father. When I was a kid, I told myself I couldn't live with pornography. I didn't tell myself he'd gamble his ass off. Playing cards all day long. From mahjong to goldfish, from the landlord to the fastest way to run. But anything that has to do with gambling. There's nothing he won't do. The rumor of 9 out of 10 gamblers losing since ancient times was actually broken by him. He's going to go straight to 10 bets and lose. At the end of the day, even the money for her tuition was borrowed from her grandmother. Yesterday grandma called and said her father's leg was broken by a debt collector. Said he owed someone more than $2 million. Nangon Lingwei was shocked at the time and she's never seen so much money in her life. And grandma's worried about the debt collectors finding her, so she told her not to run around, just stay in school. Don't come back even on vacation. She'll go borrow from her relatives. Stall for a while. This made the already timid Nangon Lingwei even more scared. But it's today. Cloud says she's had an official meeting with her big brother from the live feeds. I heard her say that Big Brother swiped tens of thousands of dollars for her. Nangon Lingwei just thought that her face value was still slightly better than hers. There should be a Big Brother out there who'd like that. At the opening meeting, Cloud had been telling her to stabilize her emotions to stabilize her big brother. But she's really too timid. At this point she was still cowering in her dorm bed with her bare pillow. As for Chow Baiyi's news, she didn't see it at all. Chow Baiyi was a little chagrined and went to Qin Rushua's office to eat his skinny egg congee. Qin Rushua looked at him in a not very good mood, a little puzzled. Not just promoted team leader, should be a lot easier, this is the most lazy work, how to see your face full of unhappy look? Would you still love me if I gained 100 pounds? Qin Rushua's eyes lit up at the words. That's great. Huh? Great? Yeah, look at you now, you're so thin, even though you've gained a bit of weight from before, you're still so thin. Said she, squeezing Chow Baiyi's arm. Look, you can't even pinch a bit of flesh like that, it's too skinny, too skinny. I said 100 pounds, not 10. I know, it's good to be a little fat, if I really gain 100 pounds, I'll rely on you to keep me warm in the winter. This hobby of yours? It's quite chic. At this time, Chow Baiyi called out to the system. Tuanzi, there's one way to say it, you're not being fair. It's fine to give such a difficult task. Not a bit of gossip. What do you want me to do here, go to the station? Or do you want me to be drastically changed all at once and sent straight to the dissecting room for dissection? After a while a system alert sounded. Given that no specific gossip content has been scanned, the host may be given the opportunity to unbind this binding. Tuzi, it's you who is the most sensible, the most understanding, and the most caring. Chow Baiyi was thinking of letting the system unbind him. Suddenly a message from Nangon Lingwei popped up on his cell phone. I'm sorry, Deputy Patriarch Adults, just now the phone was cat knocked over, directly point to the live closed button, you will not blame me, right? Oh. What? Go back in time a few minutes. Zhang Shuyun ran back to the dormitory in a panic. The conch chowder in my hand is still steaming hot. She shouted as she looked at Nangon Lingwei, who was cowering in the corner of the bed holding a bare pillow. Wei, you're crazy. 75 level of God's Hole also cannot be found. You just shut down the live broadcast? Do you know that this number is equivalent to a black card in the live broadcasting world? Gong Lingwei squeezed the bear's tail tightly, the tips of her ears still red. But he said somewhere. What are you thinking, you? People are talking about the venue. What can be called a venue? Office, gym, at least a big piece of space. If you're worried about me going with you, it's okay. By the way, it's also good to show me around. Ah, this way. Or what? So, what am I supposed to do? I can't even say welcome, big brother. Zhang Shuyun rolled her eyes. You look at your cell phone. Did big brother leave you a message? If not, you leave him a message saying that the phone was knocked over by a cat and turned off the live stream by mistake. But I don't have a cat. Stupid. You unlock your phone and I'll send it for you. At this time, Nangon Lingwei slid open her cell phone and suddenly I found a message from Chao Bai. That? I think I left a message? Let me see. When Zhang Shuyun saw Chao Bai's message, I'm from Joey Media Company, I just want to talk to you about cooperation. I can provide the venue and the dance teacher from my side. I told you, look at you look. People are a long time a media, when the even play sister is how to be popular you do not know? I don't know. Never mind, I can't tell you, it's just a very big live streaming company anyway. Said grabbed Nangon Lingwei's cell phone and quickly typed. Chao Bai was a bit hesitant when he received the message. The difficulty of this mission is really high. But now there's sort of a system underpinning it. So he still wants to try and. It's okay, think about it, I'm very sincere about wanting to work with you. It didn't take long for the message to come through that. Don't think about it, I want to know how to work together. How much? Can I get an advance on my paycheck? Seeing this, Chao Bai was a bit puzzled, but for him this is not a matter of fact. Money is not a problem, we will discuss in person. Address. Kuwaichi Media Building. Okay, it's close, so we'll be there this afternoon. Us? Yes, I'm a bit of a roadie, so I'll ask my classmates to take me. You won't mind, will you? No. Okay, thank you. See you this afternoon. I'll see you there. Chao Bai saw the reversal and was in a good mood again, humming a little song as he walked back to his office. Shin Rushua looked at his back a bit puzzled. Why is this team leader in such a state of shock? Done, I'll take you to meet the bigwigs of Kuwaichi Media this afternoon. Zhang Shuyun excitedly patted Nangon Lingwei's shoulder. Ha? Oh? Looking at Nangon Lingwei's appearance. Zhang Shuyun said with a smile. Yeah, just keep it that way, I have a feeling this big guy likes you just the way you are. As he spoke, he picked out clothes from the closet. Vivi, quickly help me see which one looks good, this wrap dress or this light blue JK dress? JK dresses, I think. Okay, this one then. Said she was about to change her clothes. Looking at Nangon Lingwei, who was still in a daze. What are you waiting for? You change too. Oh, good. Nangon Lingwei, who had changed into a set of pink JKs after a while, asked. Yun, do you think Big Brother really won't lie to us? And, I've googled it, and the person gave the address of Joey Media's proper company. Well. Seeing that Nangon Lingwei was still a little confused, she continued. I'll talk to him first when we get there later, it's fine, don't worry. Definitely straighten you out. Chapter 43, 10,000 Miles of Kuanpeng. Su Wanru woke up and realized that the person beside her was still not there. It filled her with questions. The man became more and more fascinated by. He's going to work? A man who bought me a bag for $1.88 million. A man who swiped countless carnivals in a half-hour binge. Going to work? He wouldn't have thoughts about Lai Xinu, would he? Just then the cell phone rang out of nowhere. Su Wanro looked to see that it was the assistant's call. It's been 2 days since she's bothered with the company's business. As soon as the call was answered, the assistant Xiaotong said hurriedly. Mr. Su, I'm going to call the police if you don't get back to me. What's the matter, so panic? The land at Changyang Lake is approved, and the planning department has compiled a large number of proposals waiting for you to rule on them. Ha? Down so soon? Good, I'll be there in half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Manhwa thought about Chungyang Lake. Because so much of Mordor is already developed. And the land over here is inches and inches of land. Just taking the land is already a sky-high price, and I don't know how long it will take to recover the cost. It just so happened that there was a casual conversation where Li Xinu was also thinking of moving their companies together. The two of them have come to realize that there is no land in Mordor, but there is land in Jiangnan. It just so subconsciously, I used my skills. My fingertips unconsciously started tapping the word kunpo in succession. The live feed went dark and the sound effects of the waves churning up carried a golden sailboat breaking the waves. Suddenly, the sea is a long way from churning. A huge black shadow emerges from the bottom of the sea. With a lone, pleasing chorus. A kuanping that covers the sky breaks through the water. The dark purple feathers spread out to take up a full half of the screen. The scales glowed glazed in the moonlight. The splash of the tail fin against the surface is so realistic that you can see the splash path of the water droplets. Immediately after, a golden lightning bolt crossed the sky, and the sharp cry of a golden white divine eagle pierced through the sky. It gathered its feathers and soared high in the sky, rushing toward the glimmering light of the entire live broadcast room steeply boiled after a short silence. What happened? What kind of special effect is this? It's so grippy. What's this? I'm a hot horse. What a sight. What did I see? It's that goddamn Chow family vice chief from the recent video. This special effect is unbeatable. Any carnival is a brother before this gift. Before they could react, Chow Bai started his clicking frenzy. Vice clan chief of the Chow clan sent out Kuanpeng Wanli 1. Vice clan chief of the Chow clan sent out Kuanpeng Wanli 2. The vice clan chief of the Chow clan sent out Kuanpeng Wanli 3. When Chow Bai saw the balance on his bank card grow to 2 small goals, that's when the heat of the live stream shot up to number 1 on the station. In the backstage monitoring room of Joey Media's live broadcast, the director of operations stared at the soaring numbers and huffed backward. In less than half an hour, 2 billion sound waves were swiped? Is the Chow clan afraid that they're going to crash the server? Chow Bai also stopped at this time and began to follow Lin Yuetong's chatter. It's getting better and better. Go for it. When is brother Chow coming to see me? I'll wait for the next 2 days to finish, so be good. Well, thanks. Lin Yutang friendship plus 2 current friendship 88. Along with the system's beeps, another live queue popped up that the anchor you follow, Chopper, is on the air right now. Chow Bai walked into Chow Ba's live room after chattering with Lin Yuetang for a while longer. It's better if you don't go in, but once you do. He nearly spewed his freshly brewed coffee all over his desk and what the hell is this? On the screen, Joba, in a pink frog onesie, is hopping around on one foot. Meow. Welcome. Quack quack quack. Moo. A cow bellowed out coldly in the background. The camera pans out to see an auntie with a floral apron standing behind Chopper. Hands over his hands screaming, while an older man with old glasses next to him is beaming at the camera. Choppa, deputy chief of the Chow clan. Ba ba ba. Anti-shabby skirt, moo. Chopper, welcome. Quack. Big brother. Meow meow. Uncle Presbyopia, woof 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 woof. Good lord, this is straight out of the zoo to live? That's when Chow Bai noticed. The gift bar on the direct left isn't the same as it was yesterday. Today's is Power with Love Frog Call. Boo Boo Milk Tea Cat Call. Big Beer Sheep Barking. Come on, duck. Flowers. The stars light the lamps, the doves coo. Sports car firepower. Chow Bai looked for a moment and realized that the aunts and uncles behind him were actually Chow Ba's parents. Have to say, this program is a blast to watch. He tapped his fingers furiously and swish. The deputy head of the Chow family gave away the sports car 99. After receiving the gift, Joba took a bow before the camera and then proceeded to thank the thanks. Quack 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 quack. Deputy head of the Chow family. Moo. Woof 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 woof. Sent in. Meow 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 meow. Moo. Woof 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 woof. Sports cars? Ba ba ba. Moo. Woof 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 woof. Chapter 44, The JK Duo. The editing room, which had been so quiet that you could only hear the tapping of keyboards. At that moment there was a sudden explosion of rising and falling. Moo woof. 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 Quack quack quack. Everyone's hands froze on the mouse and countless heads poking out from between the partitions of the workstations. What's this commotion? Intern Chang's headphone cord snapped to the floor. Only the glass door of Chow Bai's office was hidden. You could see him through the glass, tapping the tabletop. Old Zhang hooked his head and asked the fat man beside him. What is this brother Chow playing on his first day in office? If you ask me, who am I going to ask? Maybe Chow wants to open a zoo or something. Fatty rolled his eyes and continued to nibble on the briny egg in his hand. Qin Rushue also heard the sound at this time. She stepped out of the office, and when she saw that it was Chow Bai's side of the noise, came over and knocked on the glass door. Ahem. Keep your voice down. When Chow Bai heard it, he realized that the sound was a bit too loud. And on the screen, Chopper is cocking his head and learning to coo like a pigeon. Coo 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 trailed off extraordinarily clear in the suddenly quiet office. Chow Bai looked up and swept a glance which realized that the entire editing room was holding back their laughter. Even the cleaning ants were poking their heads in the doorway with mops. Sorry. He coughed twice and held his cell phone upside down on the table. Take care of the job right away. Qin Rushue smiled, then stepped on her high heels and walked back to her office. Just then, the cell phone vibrated twice and a message from Nangong Lingwei popped up. Patriarch, we're downstairs. With a selfie attached. She's wearing a cat-eared headband. Beside her stood her roommate, Zhang Shuyun. The Lagoof Joey media behind us glittered in the sunlight. Chow Bai hooked his lips. Putting the embarrassing moment just now behind us. Humming a little tune as he walked out of the office. In the metal reflection of the revolving door, Chow Bai stepped out in his white shirt and he looked at the two JK pixies in front of him and Nangong Lingwei on the left had pink Mary Jane shoes on her feet and a pleated skirt that just revealed 3 centimeters of white stockings on her knees. The short, light white shirt floats the whole thing with a touch of youthfulness. On the right, Zhang Shuyun was wearing a classic blue JK suit with a blue pleated skirt with knee-length black stockings. Holy! This is a double ponytail duo from the manga, right? Chow Bai couldn't help whistling. It was exchanged for an exaggerated wink from Zhang Shuyun. She had one arm crossed, her black silk glistening in the sunlight. So the legendary Shinhao Data is actually so young and handsome. Nangong Lingwei also found that the person in front of her was not far from a movie star. Subconsciously blinking his eyes. In her original impression, the average godly man wasn't one of those middle-aged, greasy uncles. With a big belly? I didn't expect. So handsome. Nangong Lingwei friendship plus 10 current friendship 0. I thought all godly men had beards. Zhang Shuyun covered her mouth before she finished speaking. The latter scowled at Chow Bai. Patriarch it's so sunny outside. Chow Bai instantly understood. Inside, please, ladies. He swept a glance at Zhang Shuyun with his gossipy. Name, Zhang Shuyun. Age, 22. Height, 168. Weight, 42 kilograms. Appearance rating, 90. Body type rating, 84. Overall rating, 87. Friendliness, 30. Emotional experience, 12. Number of collaborations, 178. Gossip, non-goddesses will not be identified. Noticing that her face is still a little heavy with hyaluronic acid marks. Otherwise, these two might have been a little more interesting with a JK combo. The two girls were taken by Chow Bai to the dance practice room on the 21st floor. Since Chow Bai's promotion, he realized that the card given to him by Li Xinyue actually couldn't be swiped except for Li Xinyue's office on the top floor. All other floors can be swiped. As he walked out of the editing room, he pressed all the by. The latter was scrambling about, picking up a bear doll on the floor. He looked at the two women and said, presumably the venue, as you can see, if you sign with the company you will be trained by a specialized dance teacher. At this time Nangong Lingwei said, but we're still in school, it's not always possible to Chow Bai interrupted her before she could finish her sentence. That I know, and it will be organized according to your work schedule when the time comes. Let her send it back first. And then going out and borrowing money for her today. This kind of best friend is really a blessing in 8 lifetimes. She asked cautiously at the thought. Then what if Brother Chow doesn't agree? Zhang Shuyun, on the other hand, swept Nangon Lingwei up and down and said. Wei, be confident, you have to know, if it wasn't for your usual social panic and low profile, Throne of the Flower of the Magic City University would be 100% you. It was the clouds that forced me to write it. She didn't finish her sentence before she saw Chow Bai's fingertips tracing the second one. The monthly love allowance of $5,200 needs to be delivered by the 14th of the month. Chow Bai suddenly burst out laughing. It's all about giving, and as a relationship agreement, shouldn't there be something from the other party? Only to see Nangon Lingwei's head lowered and almost buried in her collarbone. Whispered in a voice the size of a mosquito. Cloud said. She said. Chow Bai interrupted her when he heard this. I'm not asking her to say it, I'm asking you to say it, look at me and say it. Nangon Lingwei squeezed the hem of her pleated skirt with both hands. After a long time with her watery eyes looking at Chow Bai. I know a lot of ways to top you. She seemed to have used up all her courage in saying this. When Chow Bai heard that. What's the word? What a word this is. I'm borrowing money and I'm being contradicted. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. The body jerked and turn out STH. There's something about this Shu Yun. But Chow Bai thinks that's not good enough. After all, a relationship agreement isn't the same as a prenup. And he feels as if this one becomes a debtor's glance when he signs it. What kind of person has a soft spot for a debtor? After all, that's how he got here, too. Just as he was about to say yes. A system alert sounded in his head. Ding! Detected Goddess Nangon Lingwei's mood fluctuations, triggering the Gossip 8 option. Option 1, sign immediately and say loudly to Nangon Lingwei, from now on, you are my person. Reward Social Death Gift Pack, fart whenever you enter the elevator. Option 2, kick Nangon Lingwei out the door and roar, I'm a godly man, let me sign the agreement? Who do you think you are? Get lost. Reward Social Death Gift Pack, whenever you see a woman, you open your mouth woman, you're playing with fire. Option 3, what kind of relationship agreement? Who signs that? I want you to come over here and be. Reward, reverse quest scroll, convert the claiming quest issued by the system into a goddess-initiated gift. Having seen the system options, Chow Bai's whole body is in bad shape. That's 3 options. You don't even have to look at it, do you? Those 2 social death bonanzas. Help! I'm afraid the whole thing won't be good if I really choose. Chapter 46, How dare you contradict me? That's 3 options. You don't even have to look at it, do you? Those 2 social death bonanzas. Help! I'm afraid the whole thing won't be good if I really choose it. He coughed lightly at the thought. I'm not signing this agreement of yours. As soon as the words fell, Nangon Lingwei seemed like a deflated ball of skin softening on the chair. But Chow Bai suddenly came closer. Looking at the shadows cast by her lashes. I'll sign another agreement with you. I will change the loan of 2 million to booking live signing money of 2 million, pocket money for live bonuses, and will give you additional bonuses if the live benefits are good. Nangon Lingwei, who originally heard Chow Bai's refusal to sign the agreement, felt that the whole sky had collapsed. She couldn't really find any way to get any more money to pay her father's debts. But immediately afterward, as she listened to what he said, it's just a simple process of signing an anchor. The only difference is that he's willing to pay the signing bonus straight up. That means myself will pay me as long as I'm live. My God, there really are such nice men in this world. Nangon Lingwei looked at Chow Bai incredulously. Really, really? Chow Bai laughed softly and. Sure. Why? Because you're worth it, and. He said this just as the sunlight came through the blinds and hit the. Be confident, you're beautiful. It made her feel that Chow Bai at this moment was like a beam of light that. Shining down on her. Nangon Lingwei lightly bit her lower lip. Suddenly I remembered the scene I saw at school last week. The school flower, Lin with grave A with ring above, selected by the campus forum of Mordor University, was surrounded by many boys who sent flowers to her. Back then she hid in her dorm room, thinking those rays of light belonged in another world, and her world only consisted of her father's gambling debts, her grandmother's sighs, and the strawberry-flavored lollipops that Zhang Shuyun had shoved down her throat. But at this moment, Xiao Bai, with a simple live streaming protocol, with the simplest of compliments. It made her suddenly think that she might actually be the glowing sweetness that Cloud was talking about. Really, really? She heard her voice shaking and Xiao Bai smiled and drew out a pen, took out the live broadcast agreement and handed it to her. After signing, she felt like her whole body was in a trance. It's that simple? And the system prompt in Xiao Bai's head at this time also sounded. Option 3 is selected successfully, and the props obtained have been deposited into the system's backpack. Hearing the system prompt, Xiao Bai was delighted. Well. You're still sensible, Tetsuko. It doesn't work automatically for me anymore. Good people live in peace. Xiao Bai thought for a while. Now that the live streaming deal is signed. So in trying to finish the mission? Then she asked Nangon Lingwei. You green bubble add me. Nangon Lingwei sniffed and cut out her QR code. Upon seeing that the validation message passed, the chat box pop up. Xiao Bai transfers 2 million renminbi to you with a note, live broadcasting signing fee. Her little hand trembled slightly as she clicked collect and... That's what you got? Just simply settle your father's debt? And Xiao Bai's mouth turned up at this point. Looking at the clueless person in front of me. Didn't you just say you were going to contradict me? Come on. Only then did Nangon Lingwei think of what she had said before. Blushing. I was just about to explain something. After thinking about it, he slowly approached Xiao Bai. Nangon Lingwei's friendship won. Nangon Lingwei's friendship won. Nangon Lingwei's friendship won. Nangon Lingwei's friendship +1. Nangon Lingwei's friendship +1. Nangon Lingwei's friendship +1. Zhang Shuyun was outside the door listening to the two men's quarrel getting louder and louder. I'm sure it's a sure thing. After waiting almost an hour, the office door finally opens and Xiao Bai's white shirt was open at the collar. Cupped in his hand were two documents, one of which had printed on the front page. Kuwaichi Media Newcomer Live Streaming Agreement. He looked at Zhang Shuyun and asked, Want to sign a live deal? Zhang Shuyun immediately jumped up. Sign. Sign now. Without reading the terms first? Xiao Bai raised an eyebrow at her stance of reaching out and snatching the agreement. It looks like we're grabbing a double 11-second sale item. And Zhang Shuyun had already pulled out the pen he always carried. The tip of the pen swishes the name, signature of Party B. No. The agreement given by the patriarch's elder brother is definitely one of conscience. If I can't trust anyone else, I can't trust you. After signing the agreement, she threw it on the table and stared at Xiao Bai with glittering eyes. As far as she knew, Joey Media was known to be the media company with the best benefits. As good as it gets. It's the kind of anchor that, as long as the company recognizes it and signs it, they all give a portion of the live signing bonus up front. When you're not violating the rules of the contract. After 3 months of cumulative live broadcasts, the money is yours. And there's not that many rules and regulations in Joey Media's live contract. The live broadcast time will be customized to fit each person's lifestyle. If there are more of them at a certain time, or if there are too many people of the same type of anchor. I'm sorry, but I'm not hiring anyone at Joey Media. This is the reason why the company has an excellent reputation in the industry. At this time Nangon Lingwei, who was resting on a chair, saw Xiao Bai smiling helplessly. After scanning Zhang Shuyun's green bubble and transferring 200,000 yuan, he said. The amount of the live sign bonus needs to be kept secret, you guys know. Age, 23. Height, 179-18. Weight, 122. Appearance score, temperament plus charm plus appearance comprehensive judgment 81. Strength score, strength plus agility combined judgment 44. Physical fitness score, endurance plus recovery plus combined fatigue resistance 76. Goddess. Xin Rushue Friendship 70. Su Wanru Friendship 82. Xin Yulai Friendship 20 plus 30. Su Xia Friendship 40. Lam Yutong Friendship 88. Nangon Lingwei Friendship 30. Xiao Bai feels like he actually has muscles. She squeezed her biceps in excitement and... It's a small lotus, but the future is promising. Clenched his fists. Well, just a billion points away from normal. After glancing at it a little bit, and after seeing Lin Yuetang's 88 points of friendliness. Thinking about it. Skills used today. Then we'll just have to wait until she's off the air and pick her up and grow a wave that. We'll find out what the reward for 90 is, when the time comes. Thinking of this, he clicked on the follow list to enter Lin Yuetang's live room. He came in only to find that Lin Yuetang was sitting sullenly in front of the camera at the moment. There was no dancing. There was no talking. Tears could be seen glistening in the corners of her eyes. It's like you've just been crying. After seeing the cue of the deputy patriarch of the Chow clan entering the live broadcasting room. Only then did she wipe the corners of her eyes with the palm of her hand and barely squeezing out a smile. What's going on? Chow Bai asked on the public screen. It's okay, brother Chow. He said so, but he couldn't hide his unhappiness at all, right? That's when the rest of the pop-up audience began to speak up. Tong Tong will be fine, we believe you. Tong Tong, don't cry. The anchorman across the street has gone too far. Truth or Dare asks about relationship experience, says that a goddess of Tong Tong's caliber must have 17 or 18 exes. That's it. If you lose a PK, you're going to attack me personally. At this time Chow Bai probably understood what happened. It's probably just that Lin Yuetang was humiliated by his opponent when he lost the PK. That's not tolerable. Spinning around, Chow Bai typed, Chow's family vice president, let her hang up PK notarized the loss of Guan Meiyan. After Lin Yuetang repeated Chow Bai's words. A shrill laugh from across the room tried to. Moving his shoulders to deliberately slide the straps of his pajama top halfway down, Then if you lose, you have to smear your entire face with charcoal black and keep it on air for 3 days straight. Dare you? Lin Yuetang sniffed and pinched her nails into her palm. There's a hint of resistance within. She only agreed to that punishment before because she was provoked by her opponent, and who knew the other side had such a foul mouth? But after seeing the words of the pop-up deputy chief of the Tso clan, don't worry. She dropped her heart at once and okay, as you say, I'll start. With that, she closed her opponent's mic and submitted the PK penalty to customer service. If the other party doesn't fulfill the conditions, the Kuwaichi Union can toss her in this way. Of course the opposite side is old enough that they should still know this kind of rule. On the contrary, on Su Hui's side, as soon as she saw that the opposite side had closed their mics, she started greeting tickets, too. Good brothers, come on upvote whether Hui can win or not depends on you. Said other side of the shoulder strap slipped halfway down her accidental shoulder. The score is now 1073 to 19, 632. Su Hui smiled contemptuously. She is aware of it, the opposite side of this kind of no set or anything at first glance is a new anchor. The words in her mouth for such little anchors were take that. After all, the traffic group that can be resident on her side is itself 30 plus. If you can coax and trick, the gift basically stops there. Especially today. List 1 swiped a lot of gifts. Just now after PK is asking for her green bubbles on the air. And coincidentally that's when Lin Yuetang turned on PK. Su Hui said with a twinkle in her eye that she would add green bubbles if she won this PK. And at that moment the middle-aged uncle in the other apartment in the show top liked that. Looking at the live score at this point. That's right. He's Su Hui's list 1 for today. The middle-aged man who was buckling his feet as soon as he heard this. The eyes went straight for a second. Staring dead at the screen. Only to find that you can't see a thing. This Hui, it really will. When he finished he backhanded 10 carnival. 30,000 points per carnival. The score popped up. 40271, 359626. Su Hui was so happy to see this. And he kept giving flying kisses to the camera. Thanks to list 1 Big Brother turkey-flavored potpourri for sending in the carnival. This one's a sure thing, I'll be off the air after the live broadcast. The clock has come to a countdown of 1 minute. Chow Bai, on the other hand, is not looking at the score. He's imagining how Big Brother Pengjiai across the street will look when he sees her with her beauty filter turned off. It was a great scene. It was a great scene. Thinking about it he tapped a Supreme Guardian gift to give it away. only to see that the soft light of Lin Yuetang's live broadcast was suddenly dimmed. The whole screen lit up with a whole starry sky that a grandiose BGM plays. The camera jerks away as an angel in armor descends from the sky and the feathers on his shoulder armor absorbed the moonlight and lit up the entire screen of his cell phone. With the sound of a deep male voice, wield the sword with despair, cast the dead as armor. A sword blade flashed by, crushing the entire starry sky. There's a flurry of pop-ups. Oh, my god, the special effects are so grippy. Why can't I find this in my present? Silly you, can't you see that it's a 75 level god who swiped it? It must be an exclusive customized gift. I've been to the city and seen a lot of things. Mom, I'm crying. Chao Bai looked at the clock and saw 30 seconds left. And the score came down to 162341374821. Without further. The pop-ups over here are overflowing with a joyous atmosphere of an opposite Su Hui. Shuddering, he turned off the beauty enhancement of physical fitness is the first element, pointing all the attributes to strength. Suddenly he felt a ripping sensation all over his body. Immediately afterward, he noticed that his arm had grown larger in size, as far as the eye could see. Looking at the system panel's weight again, it had come to 127. He sat in his office chair and watched Lin Yutang's dance for half an hour before he slowed down and touching his stomach, realizing that there are actually abs in the making. Unico is awesome. Just then, received a series of green bubble text message alerts that Chao Bai opened it. It was Nangong Lingwei who took a few photos and passed them over to attach the text. Brother Deputy Patriarch, help me see which one looks good. Chao Bai clicked on the picture and looked at it. The first set was Nangong Lingwei curled up on a cushion in the fitting room, the cuffs of her cream-colored knit sweater piled up into fluffy little clouds of. The light blue pleated skirt just revealed 3 centimeters of white lace stockings on her knees. With her new bear satchel in her arms and the bells on her cat-eared headband tilted to one side. Picture.jpg. The second is a pale pink halter dress over a short knit cardigan with a slightly open neckline. She was leaning against the fitting mirror, one hand unconsciously twisting the hem of her cardigan, while the other was giving the camera a heart. The skirt was cut to fit the waistline, but slipped a breathable lace trim around the hem, revealing the hidden edges of the black silk of the picture.jpg. The third set was a light yellow dress, and she stood on her tiptoes and gave the camera scissor hands that, revealing the ruffled hem of her skirt and the sunlight through the blinds of the fitting room, casting thin patches of light on her face. Combined with the slightly pursed corners of her lips, it made the whole person look as if they were lemony, sour and sweet. Picture.jpg. Chao Bai stayed the longest in the second set. But it's obvious that you can't just say that. With that he began to reply. All 3 sets look good. But the first set is better suited for locations, and the third set is better suited for home, so well. But you can buy all 3 sets, and you can wear them when you go shopping with me. After that, Green Bubble transferred $100,000. He was so focused on the backlash just now that he almost forgot that Nangong Lingwei's money was to pay off his father's debt. How can I afford to buy clothes after paying it off? Chapter 49, Gossip Editing Team. Nangong Lingwei Friendship plus 10 Current Friendship 40. Thank you, Mr. Sao, Trojan Horse. Have fun. After replying to the message, Chao Bai unfolded his chair. Put your feet up on the office desk. Hands on your head, looking at the panel's friendliness. Lin Yuetang is already 90, Su Wanro has to keep working hard, the others are too low, Qin Rushue. Just then. The glass door was pushed open by Qin Rushue. She couldn't help but smile gently as she looked at Chao Bai's soothing appearance. Team Leader Chao, you've just been promoted to Team Leader, aren't you? At that Chao Bai half narrowed his eyes and, with his feet still up in the office. Superintendent Qin is here to check in? Who dares to check on you? Oh. I think you dare. That won't work, I wouldn't dare. Then what are you? Chao Bai looked at Qin Rushua with a hint of hesitation on her face, tilted her head and asked, and? Short of money again? Qin Rushua walked up to him, moved a chair and sat down and said. Nola, the money has been paid over there, it's already in the observation period, I just don't know how to thank you. Before she could finish her sentence she saw Chao Bai waving his hand and Now he's a couple $100 million back in a half hour. This few $100,000 is really just a sprinkle to him. Small thing, no, if it's not enough. Just halfway through his sentence, he picked up his cell phone and transferred 1 million renminbi to Qin Rushue. Remarks, voluntary gift. After signaling Qin Rushue to collect the money, she said, "Feel free to spend it, and let me know if you run out of money later." Qin Rushue froze. She didn't realize that the skinny man in front of her. And they gave her $1 million without batting an eyelid. You know, nowadays, everyone brags about how much money their family has. But when the time comes to use the money, not to mention $1 million, I'm afraid I can't even get out a few tens of thousands of dollars. Why else would online lending platforms be so hot right now? It's all brainwashed by the internet. It's like the previous data. The per capita wage in the Dragon Kingdom is over 5,000. The per capita wage in Mordor is 12,307. But how many people will actually get this money? At least in the editing department she oversees. An ordinary editor can get 4,000-5,000 after deducting 5 insurance and 1 gold. She's got just over 15,000 herself, which is a little more than the per capita. And being in the Magic City, there's no way to save any of that money after expenses are thrown out of the way. At this point she looked at the arrival alert on her cell phone and couldn't help but feel a pang in my heart that Qin Rushue's friendship plus 5 current friendship 75. A system alert sound came into Chao Baiyi's mind. His eyes lit up. I didn't realize that the district would go up by $1 million. So would it be better to spin a little more? Just as he was rambling on, Qin Rushue's red lips approached his earlobe. So how about we go to a talk show today? Chao Baiyi didn't turn the corner for a while. Shouldn't the normal logical thanks be to hug him for a while? Stand-up comedy? Yeah, today said there is a big horse monkey have opening, before always wanted to go to see, but work busy has been also have no time, and then a big pony monkey can do stand-up comedy? Yeah, I've heard it's hot lately, and I've been wanting to check it out. So? Chao Baiyi looked at her squirming, raised his hand and clapped. Geez, what are you doing? With a blank stare attached in passing, Chao Baiyi smiled and now. The show starts at 7:30. Qin Rushue subconsciously replied, but suddenly thought of something and added. Not now, after the talk show. Ha, well said. After receiving Chao Baiyi's affirmative answer, Qin Rushue scrambled out of his office. She sensed that if she stayed a little longer something serious might happen to someone. As she ran back to her office in a panic on her heels, the sound of keyboards in the editing room came to an abrupt halt and the old Chang swiveled his chair and slid over to Fatty's workstation. And Fatty was retracting his cell phone, and on the cell phone screen was the very moment just now when Qin Rushue was close to Chao Baiyi's earlobe. Photographed? Old Zhang poked the fat man's arm, his eyes glued to the cell phone screen. The tip of this ear is as red as a ripe cherry. Superintendent Qin usually doesn't get this soft when he curses. Fatty shoved his cell phone into a drawer. Just a half-second shot. Why did she run so fast? In that position, what's the point of hesitating? If it were me, I'd do it. What's the point? There are so many of us out there, do you think they don't have any restraint? Restraint my ass. Li poked half his head out from behind the partition and Team Leader Chao went into the office. You count how many times Superintendent Qin has been there? This is only the first day of promotion, the days to come. TSK, tisk. Is there a possibility they're waiting for us to be out of sight before they go on a nibbling spree? That are not to the depths of love, the last time and the Qin director wildly nod that picture I old Zhang would like to call the strongest. The cubicle resounded with stifled laughter. Shali suddenly pointed at the glass door and exclaimed, Team Leader Chao has gone out. Only to see Chao Baiyi walking towards the elevator, shaking his car keys. Old Zhang stared at the glass door of Qin Rushue's office. Seeing that she heard Chao Baiyi's movement out of the door and was hooking her neck to look at it. I'll bet a packet of wazoo that she'll be following her out in 5 minutes. Old Zhang just finished speaking. See Qin Rushue. That glass door creak pushed open. Qin Rushue looked at the few of them nestled in a ball. Frowning, he cried out. What's everyone doing? Is everything done? A few people scrambled back to their stations and started pounding away. After staring for a while, Qin Rushue. Then he walked to the exit elevator. After a while a few people nestled back together and Take a look, you're so mean to us, but when it comes to Chow Bai's shy and coy demeanor, you're really more angry than the others. Who says it isn't? That is, Brother Chow is fierce. I don't know how he took it down, it's a model for our generation. Just then the roar of a sports car starting up came from downstairs, like a muffled thunderclap lighting up the entire floor with sound-activated lights. Lee was nibbling on his sandwich when he heard the noise and immediately peeled the glass window to look down. Ferrari SF90. I heard a car costs $6 million. Fatty shouted. Halogen Egg also stepped over to look, to see the car. Chow Bai shocked off the jaw. Isn't that team leader Chow? The car is actually his? Old Zhang also ran over at the word. He came close to the glass window and saw that Qin Rushue was stepping on her high heels to sit on the passenger side of the car. Director Qin is on the passenger side. Big brother Chow is deep in hiding. The fat man was lying on the windowsill, his double chin pressed against the window frame. Last week I laughed at him for riding a shared bike to work, so it's a good thing that the other team leader, Mr. Chow, parked his car in the garage to eat dust. Old Zhang looked out the window at the fading shadow of the car. You guys, what's he up to? Not driving a luxury car, wearing an old t-shirt every day. Lee said with a slur in his mouth as he nibbled on his sandwich. What? I'd like to see Director Qin's beauty, but if I had the money, I'd dare to chase. Che. Come on. Chapter 50, Stand-Up Comedy. Chow Bai drove Qin Rushue toward the mall in his Ferrari SF90. At this point he's cruising at a constant speed of 88 km/h. Why 88 km/h? Because of what Chow Bai learned when he went to the traffic police brigade to shoot a promotional video earlier. Surveillance will only register you for speeding 10% or more over the speed limit. That means you just have to jam at 110% of the speed limit on a legal level that won't count towards fines, points, etc. It's like the general speed limit on the highway is 120, and you're going 130 the whole way. Not a single point all the way down. That's just the rules of the traffic control, of course. Driving is about safety first, too. When Chow Bai traveled through the tunnel, the sound of the engine exploded in the enclosed space, a favorite of sports car enthusiasts. That's the tunnel. The usual space is so diffused that only the ear-pleasing roar of a sports car driving through a tunnel comes back to the ear, Just as he was about to change lanes, a pink light whizzed past her in the right lane. The matte pink body of the locomotive is wrapped in colorful light strips that illuminated in the warm light of the tunnel, another feeling of in a hurry to get reincarnated? Chow Bai subconsciously stepped on the gas, who thought that the motorcycle also steeply accelerated the gas. It was only then that he noticed that the person driving the motorcycle was actually a girl. Calves wrapped in fine fishnet stockings under black leather shorts. Muscle lines tense and stretch as the locomotive accelerates. The short, waist-bearing blouse was lifted up by the air currents of revealing the tattooed words of a wooden company corpse on his back. She's wearing a pink cat-eared helmet. The locomotive came around the bend in a beautiful press, the rear wheels rubbing out a sheet of sparks trailing a half-meter-long trail of light across the ground. The corner of the lips under the helmeted visor of the girl driving the car curled up. The moderator went on to say, "It seems that the response wasn't very enthusiastic. I hope that when we bring out the actors later on, everyone will give a little more enthusiasm, okay?" There was more applause this time, mixed in with some shouts of yes from the Atmosphere group. The host sniffed. "Okay, so let's try it first. Let's give a round of applause to today's actor, City Donkey." The cheers and shouts of applause from the stage just after he spoke came one after the other. The host pressed his palms together and said, "Good, very nice, that's excellent. Keep that pace up everyone, then I'll cut to the chase. The show will start right away. Let's welcome today's first performer, City Donkey." After saying that, he walked backstage accompanied by the BGM. With a burst of dynamic music, the audience in the front row began to roar with laughter and Chow Bai and Qin Rushue looked up, only to see the host from earlier swinging onto the stage. "Hello everyone, I'm today's first cast member, City Donkey." Chow Bai subconsciously applauded along with the audience. Qin Rushue laughed softly from the side. This host is weirdly amusing. That's when the normal person pulls a long mic around the stage and spins a. I was just asked by a viewer why I came up with the name Hacienda Donkey. First of all, let me clarify that a donkey in Hacienda is a Hacienda donkey, and I'm a husky donkey, which in the Northeast is a term of endearment for a good brother. It's like when you see a beautiful woman in sexy stockings on the streets of the Northeast and you go up to her and call her a screaming donkey, and pretty soon you're hitting it off. Shin Rushua suddenly choked on popcorn and coughed. Chao Bai stifled his laughter and patted her back. The moderator proceeded to share the experience of the donkey at this point. And in the Northeast, there's a trick to this donkey braying, like a. You have to have that feeling of not being able to catch your breath, and then exaggerate the sound by taking a breath out and then pressing the next with your chest down. Come on, let's connect the dots. Is Many spectators in the Jingdu duck? No. It should be called Jingdu Gagaga. So the next question, what do the Teletubbies say? Shin Rushua raised her hand and shouted, Teletubbies? Hey, that pretty girl in the striped socks, you got the. It's really hard to imagine that this demoness who reigns supreme in the editing department actually had such a side to her. But at the moment there was no time for him to think about it. He hurriedly pulled her into the car and, with the roar of a Ferrari SF90, he's headed straight for Bulgari. The scuffling of tires mingled with the roar of the engine as it resonated down the road. Chao Bai's afterglow caught a glimpse of Shin Rushua in the passenger seat, tugging the sock edge of her striped stocking upward, and when we get to Bulgari. Shin Rushua stepped down from the car with her fine high heels. She couldn't help but laugh softly when she saw that Chao Bai hadn't picked up her words all the way. What's the matter, team leader Chao, why can't you do it? Didn't I just see you picking up on a few lines in the talk show, but why did you get stuck when it came to a few lines of love from me? Chao Bai was silent, frantically pressing the elevator. Wait until the room card is inserted. Chao Bai said. Okay, here you go on. Say what? Didn't you just say that with great vigor? Say what? Shin Rushua tilted her head and blinked. Chao Bai looked at the way she was pretending she didn't understand even though she knew it. The fire was instantly. Shin Rushua instantly sensed that Chao Bai was not in a good mood. She subconsciously put the suit on the foyer and. Then how about I learn to bray like a donkey to the stand-up comedy I just did for you? Chao Bai saw the way Shin Rushua opened up the pattern of. The fire pressed into his heart all at once, with Shin Rushua's learned donkey bray Chao Bai was instantly satisfied. Shin Rushua's friendship plus 5 current friendship 80. After stopping for enough time for Shin Rushua to learn how to bray a donkey for an hour, Chao Bai finally realized why the host said that girls had a special advantage in learning how to bray like a donkey. He had goosebumps all over his body when he heard the last of it. And Chao Bai looked at the system's prompt. Congratulations to the host for increasing his friendship with the goddess Shin Rushua to 80, reward, elementary hypnosis skill. Seeing this skill, Chao Bai's eyes lit up. This thing works. He had heard some rumors about hypnosis in the Dragon Kingdom. That was a couple years ago. There was that little girl who used to sell firewood by the harbor at that time. But who buys this stuff nowadays? She realized something was wrong, so she delved into hypnosis in a fit of rage, and after drilling for a long time, originally, she'd only been experimenting on a small scale with getting people to buy firewood. But I didn't realize that the firewood, which usually goes unnoticed, was snapped up all at once. It made her think of more ideas, and then there's no telling how she got her hands on the C4 explosives. Because C4 is just like dough. Again, she hypnotized everyone into thinking they were buying back the finest flour, As it turned out, she pushed the button in the harbor during that just after summer season. There was a lot of hype around this story at the time, if Chao Bai hadn't edited the video for that side later. He was genuinely in disbelief that from start to finish the little girl had accomplished all she had accomplished with just a single hypnosis. At that point he was thinking. If he had this thing, he could hypnotize a rich woman. A rich woman, for God's sake. I've been to the top of the earth for a long time. Thinking about this, he began to familiarize himself with the use of the hypnosis skill in his mind, accompanied by special movements and verbal repetitions 3 times, in conjunction with the anchor points of the target's subconscious mind, can be achieved. For example, Shin Rushua always rubs her temples when she is rewriting, which corresponds to the correlation between working overtime and relaxation. What's all the fuss about? Shin Rushue braced herself and realized that he was staring into the void and laughing. Is it hard to really think I'm an ass? Returning to his senses, Chow Bai stared into her eyes, his hands swinging in a strange motion. He repeated relax 3 times before she froze. Suddenly, Shin Rushue, who had been bracing herself just a moment ago, her whole body suddenly lost its support and fell limply into his arms. And so hastily fell asleep. Chow Bai's temples are bursting at the seams. No. You're relaxed. I haven't. How can you fall asleep so easily? He fiddled with Shin Rushue back and forth but realized how she didn't wake up. Then Chow Bai asked the system. So we're saying that this skill can only be used like this? I'm turning into a master sleep aid here on the shelf? I have other ways to help her sleep feed, it can be achieved without this at all feed. Explanation of the wonderful use of primary hypnosis skills. Chapter 52 Practicing Hypnosis. Explanation of the wonderful use of primary hypnosis skills. 1. Sleeping aid, better than moving bricks, no after effects, quacking good. 2. Psychological changes, turning things that were originally hated into favorites. For example, Shin Rushue hates soy milk, and through hypnosis she can be made to turn it into her favorite drink. 3. Memory fragments are spliced together. For example, Shin Rushue has been in the midst of worrying about her mother's illness at home, and through hypnosis she can be made to forget about it for a short period of time, or be modified to say that her mother's illness is not serious. 4. In neurological deception, such as hypnotizing a person's subconscious mind so that when his hand is cut by a razor blade, he is made to feel no pain through hypnosis. Chow Bai looked at the system's explanation, unable to help but fall into a state of contemplation. After a while, he asked the system in his head how to wake up. Follow the action with a choking sound and yell open. You can do it. Just as Chow Bai was about to start the test, the system prompt came out immediately after that. After the sleep aid effect, you need to wait for natural awakening, and the awakening is ineffective. So what does that mean? I can only fly alone today? ING. Convinced. Chow Bai looked at the striped stockings on his hands and just about to take off. Suddenly he remembered something. Getting up and picking his pants up off the floor. Rummaging around in his pants pockets, a touch of the hand. Found a note. It's a call from Chen Wei, the manager of the previous Chanel store. Chow Bai smiled darkly. What time is it? Dude is a godly man with a system. It can't be like this, can it? Practicing her hypnosis skills is just right. He vaguely remembered that Chen Wei was still very good in all aspects. But I didn't scan it carefully with the gossip the other day, so it's not too late to scan it later. With that, Chow Bai went to the windowsill and dialed the phone. Chen Wei's phone answered on the 3rd ring. In the background, there's the characteristic soft music of a musical restaurant bar. Hello Mr. Chow, her voice carried a professional sweetness to it. Chow Bai is a bit surprised. It's worthy of a manager. I can't believe I saved his number. Before he even spoke, the opposite side knew he was Mr. Chow. It's true that you're a professional when it comes to sales. He didn't hesitate much, though. Softly, he said, I'd like to ask you a favor, I don't know if I'm free? When Chen Wei heard it, it's now that time of the year, asking her to help out. What's going on? Said, glancing aside at his drunken female companion. Mr. Chow is talking out of his ass, how can you call it a favor? I think we should be like-minded, wanting to explore life. Hearing this, Chow Bai couldn't help but marvel. I'm sure you're a luxury sales manager. That's a tall order. It's really high. All of a sudden it rises to another level. It does need to be explored, so I'll add you and pick up a few things on the way. Chen Wei sniffed and answered petulantly. You say it's a big night, and you're either yelling for help or asking to buy something. How could a sales professional not do this simple favor, as a professional? Especially for such a deep-pocketed, godforsaken man. Just a little help, then later. Don't even think about it. She rushed to open her cell phone and only to see Chow Bai's friend verification message pop up. By the time she's finished adding Chow Bai transferred 100,000 yuan to her. A few items were noted, as well as the address. Once she replied to receive it, she turned to her female companion next to her. I'm leaving first, it's urgent, I've told you not to hang from one tree, anyway, think about it. After that, he rushed off in a cab. Chow Bai asked the receptionist to open an extra room next door after transferring the money. Then he sent the room number to Chen Wei and went in to take a shower. When the guest room doorbell rang half an hour later, Chow Bai had just wrapped up in his bathrobe. Chen Wei is wearing a leopard print halter neck dress. The matching light-colored black stockings made her legs look straight and slender. Chow Bai sidled up to let her in. "Bring this stuff?" Chen Wei handed the paper bag to Chow Bai's palm. "Fortunately, as you noted, they are all new and unopened." Chow Bai subconsciously scanned Chen Wei with gossip. Name, Chen Wei. Age, 26. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 42 plus 1 kg. Appearance rating, 90. Body type rating, 80. Overall rating, 85. Friendliness, 50. Emotional experience, 9. Charge, 268. Chow Bai froze for a moment and asked the system in his head. "Unico, what does 42 plus 1 mean?" "Silicone plus prosthesis plus filling." Chow Bai instantly understood, swept a glance and then no longer look at it. Open the contents of the paper bag to view the. Inside are cosplay costumes for stewardesses, nurses, and policewomen. There's a little square box at the bottom. Chen Wei leaned against the door of the guest room, the corner of her lips hooked into a professional light smile as her gaze swept over the scattered uniforms. "How does Mr. Chow want to try?" "Let's start with the nurse." After Chow Bai finished speaking, he swung his motion at Chen Wei and. Subsequently, according to what he had in mind, as a luxury goods sales manager, then she has only one goal, to make money. So Chow Bai whispered along with the movement, chanting out. "Dragon coin, dragon coin, dragon coin." Suddenly, Chow Bai realized a lot of things regarding the money Chen Wei gets from serving her clients. Chow Bai then began experimenting with modifications. First, modify her to be a nurse herself. And being terminally ill himself. Chen Wei is employed by herself and is performing the treatment that. And after Chen Wei's eyes changed from normal to confused to dull and back to normal, changed into a nurse's uniform. Then pinching the non-existent thermometer in his fingertips, he said to Chow Bai. "Mr. Chow, your pulse is a little weak, you need a full body check." With Chow Bai testing for an hour after they modified her memory fragments to the stewardess, again. Chen Wei is a flight attendant for Farfleet Airlines. Today after work, after a tiring day, she got a call from her boyfriend. Found her boyfriend waiting for her here. Thereupon she came in a flaming hurry and waiting for Chen Wei's eyes to change over. She looked at the sweat on her. Then it's off to the showers. When you get out of the shower, you change into your stewardess uniform. Beginning interactive kinetic interactions in accordance with a set characterization of the play. Waiting for another hour. Chow Bai is trying to test the third round. But steeply realized that his head was a little dizzy. That's when the system alert popped up. Overuse of mental power, please try again later. What the hell, just try the skills. Can you be more reliable? Is it easy for me to pull out a skill after all our hard work? The host's mental power is too low. Fine, you're the father, I'll obey, okay. After spouting off about the system, Chow Bai began to think. It seems like I can only cast it twice a day at most in my current state. By the way, Toon-chan, will modifying your memory and then recovering it have an effect on this memory? Chapter 53 Specialization. Disclaimer: role-playing costumes are required for plot purposes without any innuendo or implication. Modified memories do not permanently affect the original memories when restored. Temporary overwriting: memory modifications during hypnosis are temporarily implanted false fragments, similar to labeling the subconscious mind after the effect is over, e.g., mental exhaustion, natural awakening. The labeling falls off and the brain automatically returns to the original memory logic. Memory ambiguity: Chen Wei may feel ambiguous or confused about her behavior during hypnosis after recovery, e.g., why did she wear the stewardess uniform, but will not clearly remember the modified episode, similar to the sense of severance between dream. At this time, Chen Wei looked at Chow Bai and asked, "Mr. Chow, would you like to try on the policewoman costume next?" Her eyes were horribly clear at the moment, completely devoid of the mesmerizing feeling she had just had for her boyfriend. Chow Jokei looked at her and said with a light smile, "Come what may, try it." The warm light of the guest room instantly sharpened after Chen Wei changed into her policewoman costume. She put her police cap on over her curly hair and I only saw that it was written "Thank you Mr. Chow for the errand fee, you can call on me anytime in the future if needed." Chow Bai sked. What do you mean you know what you're doing? That's what I call knowing what you're doing. What does it mean to be a professional? That's what it means to be a professional. After throwing everything that needed to be thrown in the trash, Chow Bai came to the next door ready to call Qin Rushue to get up. When he pushed open the door, Qin Rushue also happened to open her eyes. She had just pivoted out of her bedding, her hair a messy mess, and stretching her back, she said, "I slept so well yesterday." After seeing Chow Bai come in wearing a bathrobe. Curious, she asked, "Out walking in the morning?" Go, it's not like I thought you'd be up and hungry to get you some breakfast," Chow Bai said, shaking the snack in his hand. "Wow, can't see Chow big team leader so sweet. Oh. Qin Rushue's friendship plus 2 current friendship 82. When Qin Rushue got up and washed herself, Chow Bai's order of hot soy milk has also arrived. Qin Rushue was eating a snack and drinking soy milk. And every now and then a murmur escapes his lips. "Not as tasty as yours." Chow Bai, on the other hand, gave her a blank look. "You don't have to eat if you don't want to, by the way, deleted." "What deleted?" "PPT. Oops, that you do not say I forgot, delete why? I'll leave it to you as a souvenir." "No, what's wrong with you, you always feel weird." "What's weird about it?" "Weirdly good looking." Qin Rushue sniffed and didn't hold back her laughter. She didn't realize that Chow Bai was waiting for her over here. Well, yesterday you were like a mope, but today you're good, you just open your mouth." Chow Bai, on the other hand, wiped his body with a paper towel and Superintendent Qin taught me well. Poor mouth. Saying this on her lips, but Qin Rushue suddenly realized at the bottom of her heart that it's such a good feeling. The thing about relationships to her isn't that it's just two people going crazy together and having a good time. Talking and laughing together. Chow Bai looked at Qin Rushue, whose eyes were pulling silk. "Thinking about what? Your face is red." "No, it's nothing." Having said that, he continued to look down and nibble on his snack. Qin Rushue's friendship plus 2 current friendship 84. Aha! What's going on here? Chow Bai is a bit puzzled. Saying a greasy, earthy love story increases your friendliness? Qin Rushue likes this play? Not waiting for him to get carried away with his thoughts, Qin Rushue had gotten up and rolled up her stockings and Chow Bai looks like there's a bit of pilling on it. But he didn't say. Qin Rushue looked at Chow Bai and realized that his eyes were a bit strange. What's wrong? Nothing, it's nice, yes, it's nice, that's it, yes. A little dubious, though. But Qin Rushue didn't ask much. In the light of the underground garage, the Ferrari's engine whined and Qin Rushue buckled her seatbelt. Suddenly, he said, "Next time don't take such a sweet snack, okay? It's easy to get cavities." "Okay then, listen to you. Chow Bai will say he didn't order the dessert? It's obvious he won't." After saying that, Chow Bai stepped on the gas. The roar of the engine drowned out her subsequent words. The tires made a shallow half circle of marks on the ground. Scampered away. By the time the two arrived downstairs at the office, only to find a bunch of people gathered around the gate making a lot of noise over there. When the two get out of the car, Chow Bai looked that way. Qin Rushue, however, suddenly pulled him back. Chapter 54: A Rich Kid's Flower Work. What's wrong? Chow Bai felt Qin Rushue's fingertips pinching his wrist with force. Following her stiffened gaze, just see a guy in a Givenchy sweatshirt is raising his foot and kicking the fallen anchor woman. The heel of her shoe crushed a red mark against her collarbone. That's Zhang Xinzong's son, Zhang Xingzi. Qin Rushue's voice was suppressed extremely low. Just impregnated a company anchor woman last month, and now. Before she could finish her sentence, I saw that Zhang Xingzi was about to grab the anchor woman's hair and slam it into the marble floor. Chow Bai patted the back of Qin Rushue's cold hand. The head of security was heard shouting as he made his way through the crowd. Don't do it. Don't do it. But no one dared to really come forward to stop them. Chow Bai looked at the girl on the ground and it's the new guy whose video he fixed last month. At the moment the clothes are torn and exposing the skin at the back of the neck, scratched by nails. Young Zhang, calm down. The CFO nods and passes tissues. The girl doesn't know any better. The words were flung at him before he could finish them. Zhang Qing's LV belt glowed coldly in the light. Raising his foot, he kicked the girl in the waist again. How dare you cheat on me? Do you know how much money my father invested in your company? Qiao Baiyi listened to the whispering crowd around him. I heard he slept with 10 contracted anchors. Last time the 3rd floor of the Lulu sister. Was 3 months pregnant by him to force to abortion? Why isn't the security guard stopping this? If his own mom doesn't care, what can we minions say? Last month Li in the administration department advised don't do it, and the next day he was in the hospital. The crowd was suddenly silent for a split second. I only saw that Zhang Sung-taek was running over the anchor woman's fingers with the tip of his leather shoe. Her muffled grunts mixed with the inhaling sounds of the onlookers reached Qiao Baiyi's ears. Seeing that none of the people had any intention of going up to help, Qiao Baiyi shouted towards Zhang Qingze. Hey #O. By the time Zhang Qingze looked over, Qiao Baiyi repeated 3 times. Woman, woman, woman. With a snap of his ringing finger, Zhang Qingze's eyes turned steeply into confusion. My name is Zhang Sung-taek. I'm competing in the Global Son of a Millionaire pageant. Surrounded by an audience of people. And the jury. At this point, I'm in the middle of a striptease session. The crowd only saw Zhang Qingze suddenly fix his body and, with the sound of his LV belt buckle clicking loose, he looked down at his reflective leather shoes and the dirty water reflected Zhang Qingze's exaggerated splits on the ground. Even the force with which Qin Rushue was pinching Qiao Baiyi's wrist began to increase. It's. The security chief's rubber baton hit the ground with a clang. He stared at the cartoon in Zhang Qingze's hand and. This is young Zhang? The young security guard next to him, Xiao, finally couldn't help but laugh. After saying that, the two of them were ready to go forward and grab Zhang Qingze. Instead, he threw out the cartoon in his hand and. Are the judges going after me? This is an extra session, right? Wow, the judges were really nice to me. Team Chen coughed lightly. Li, take him to the car first, by the way. Get a shirt to block him. Having said that, he walked towards the crowd and. At this time, the finance director saw Zhang Qingze being taken to the police car and hurried over. Do you know who he is? You take him back? The words were interrupted by Officer Chen before they were finished, and he glanced at the finance director with icy eyes and said. Who is he? Just a public order offender. You can go to the police station if you have a problem with that. With that, he looked over at the anchor woman cowering by the trash can. Looking at her scarred cheeks, she said. Just now, a member of the public reported that someone assaulted you. May I ask what kind of person that person looks like? Has he fled? That's when Fatty leaned over and. Officer, I know, you've already cuffed the one who just hit me. Team Chen pointed at Zhang Qingze, whose eyes were glaring like bronze bells in the police car. Him? Beating people up? The onlookers nodded their heads and. The security team's young king said. Just hit the old hard, frame a beat, but also take the foot kick, grab hair smashed. This is to put people to death to beat up. Police officer, you look at this girl was beaten. Panda eyes, then I went to school to stay up 7 days and 7 nights are deep. Intern Li squeezes in, holding up his cell phone. The screen of his cell phone was playing the image of Zhang Qingze swinging his fist. Look officer, this is the footage that was just recorded. Team Chen took over the phone, and when he transferred the video to his own cell phone. And the ambulance arrived just in time. He said to the paramedics. Send them to the hospital for examination of their injuries first, and when the report comes out, please send it to me as a chain of evidence as soon as possible. He then turned around and got into the police car after taking a deep look at the finance director, Wang Jiangwo. Qin Rushue suddenly laughed softly, her eyes sweeping over Wang Jiangwo, the finance director, who was frozen over there. At the annual meeting the year before last, he pressed the newcomers in the operations department to toast Zhang Qingze at the wine table, euphemistically calling it fostering customer relations, and now that Zhang Qingze has been handcuffed, he's afraid that he'll have to follow up on Zhang Xianzong's wrath. The words have not yet been spoken. Qiao Baiyi then saw Wang Jiangwo turn around and pick up the phone and say something. The expression on his face that was a few points worse than crying. This kind of person is even more disgusting than Zhang Qingze. Just then there was a roar that came over the. Chow Bai looked back, only to see that Lai Xinu was driving a Ferrari F8. It braked to a halt next to his Ferrari SF90 like a bolt of red lightning. As she got out of the car on her stiletto heels and swept through the crowd, he asked after looking at the hands that Chow Bai and Qin Rushue were holding. "What's going on?" After Qin Rushue finished a few simple sentences of explanation, the Lai Xinu frowned. "Go to my office first." Then he shouted at the CFO who was about to bolt. "Wang Jiangwo, bring me Zhang Qing's reimbursement forms for these months." After saying that, without waiting for him to respond, he walked towards the door of Koichi Media. When the three of them arrived at Lai Xinu's office, after Lai Xinu listened to Qin Rushue's detailed recapitulation of what happened, her knuckles knocked on the desktop and, "Director Qin, you now go and contact the anchors who have been hurt by Zhang Qing's, especially the one you just mentioned, Sister Lulu, and ask her to bring her abortion record to the police station as a witness." "Okay." Qin Rushue nodded her head in response. Lai Xinu looked at her halfway through the day and asked, "What are you waiting for? Don't go yet." Qin Rushue looked at Chow Bai. Eventually it went out. When Qin Rushue walked out of the office, Li Xinu propped her chin on both hands to look at Chow Bai. "Team leader Chow, is this for getting my sister Wanru in a tender place?" "Why yes, I'm all for the company." "Oh, serving the company to the point of being 10 fingers with director Qin Rushue? Then shouldn't I thank you properly?" "Aga Mr. Lai, what are you talking about? Should be, no need to be polite. The grease paint has grown quite a bit, but..." She suddenly grabbed the crystal ashtray on the table and smashed it at Chow Bai. "If you let me know that Su Wanru is upset by you, I'll make you improve your routine with Zhang Qing's." Chow Bai took 2 steps back, touching his earlobe that had been rubbed by the ashtray. "Mr. Li, we don't have any deep grudges, right? This thing to really hit the head of the fear of the night on the table, you want to eat table straight say, we do not have to do this." Before he could finish his sentence, Lai Xinu copied the folder and smashed it on his forehead. "Get out. Che is fierce, and I don't know who can stand you." "What did you say?" Chow Bai heard Li Xinyue's raised voice and hurriedly ran away. Lai Xinu, on the other hand, rolled her eyes. "This man, why is he all over the place when you see him?" A finger then quickly flipped through the address book to the ant note. By the time the call was answered, her tone had steeply softened and, "Auntie, do you know about what happened to Zhang Qing's today?" "Huh? Still don't know, huh? That's probably because the video hasn't gone viral yet, I'm telling you. Oh. First he did this. Then after that. Here's the video of the scene I'm sending you. In the manor house on the other side of the ocean, Lai Manchu is trimming her nails in the floor mirror. The 10-carat diamond ring refracts cold light in the light of the Persian cat lying at her feet flicked its tail in surprise at her nail file and, "Roger that." She ran her fingertips across her cell phone and zoom in on the video. The image of Jiang Sung take doing the splits in muddy water suddenly spreads across the entire screen. Lai Manchu's nail file fell to the ground with a click and a sneer spreads across the corners of his mouth and, "Why did I give birth to what thing?" She then snapped her fingers and, in a few moments a servant in a maid's outfit came in and, "You called for me, Mr. Lai? Well, book me first class for today, I'm flying to Mordor." "Okay, Mr. Lai." Chapter 56 Zhang Xianzong's helplessness. Zhang Xianzong's cell phone vibrated at the foot of his bed. The woman in the red bib next to him shook him and he ignored it. "Go back to sleep. Until the 5th call." The woman shook him again. Zhang Xianzong yelled at the woman in annoyance. "Can't anyone sleep anymore? 5 times a night. Can't you be a little fair to middle-aged people?" "Luwenjia is not this meaning, Luwenjia, see your cell phone keeps ringing, this person has called 5 times, there must be something very urgent." The woman beamed and murmuring in a whiny voice. Hearing the woman's voice, Zhang Xianzong was jolted. A moment of clarity. He then picked up his cell phone and looked at it. Look at the caller ID for Wang Jiangwo. The temples are throbbing. This is the finance director he planted in Lai Xinu's company. Every time I call him, it's probably because my baby boy is up to something again. There's been a lot of fuss about getting someone else's anchor pregnant before. It's been a while. I don't know what's going on. Mr. Zhang, it's not good. The phone just picked up. Wang Jiangmo's voice then poured in with a sobbing tone. Young Master Sun Take is in front of Kuwaichi media. The other side is suddenly stuck. There was a rising and falling intake of breath in the background. You'd better look at the hot searches yourself. Hashtag Jang Sun Take performance art has already hung the #1 spot. When the cell phone screen lights up, the video thumbnail under the hot search term instantly sobered Zhang Xianzong. His baby boy is dancing in front of 2 cops. Flutterby. Flutter your brother-in-law. Who's a good guy dumping in front of the cops so freely and so naturally? The Dragon Kingdom can't find such a person for 5,000 years, okay? When Zhang Xianzong's fingers trembled as he clicked on the video, the only thing that could be heard was the off-screen security guard shouting, Young Zhan! Don't be taking it off. It's gone. It's really gone. His temples were pounding. Not long after that he did a split, still vertical. The muffled sound of the mosaic landing on the screen. Hearing him tighten up and this. Do you want my family to die? Ding, ding, ding. A flurry of text messages followed. The secretary sent a real-time screenshot of the stock price. Chang's opened down 18 points. The board group has exploded. Several major shareholders took turns at him demanding an explanation. Zhang Xianzong smashed his cell phone on the pillow. The clothes on his back had long been drenched in the cold sweat of his body. All at once his thoughts were all over the place. He recalled the scene last week when Qin Rushue had suddenly sought him out. She was wearing her new Gucci black silk that day. Mr. Zhang, let's not contact each other. The look of desperation as he turned around left a deep mark on his heart. That's besides his ex-wife. The most beautiful woman I've ever known. Originally, he was thinking of bullying and. But then the company said that the original bidding for the Changyang Lake site failed. When I asked, I realized it happened to be rival Su Wanru's Wingchong construction. That land was originally the centerpiece of his planned new energy project. This failure is a case of pulling the rug out from under you. The original $50 billion market capitalization of the Chang's Group. Straight to a 20-centimeter drop. Straight down to 40 billion. No way. Being the largest shareholder, he could only sign guarantees and betting agreements again, saying outwardly that the next piece of land will be a success. This has only managed to suppress the anger of the shareholders. He also reached out to the starlet he'd been keeping before that night, and promising to pay for the movie when it starts filming. She'll be the first female lead in the movie. But who'd have thought? Got such a call this morning. The sky is falling for the old man. Just as he was rambling, another text message came through. Your share guarantee is about to reach the share price threshold. Please replenish the money in time. Your share guarantee has reached the share price threshold. Please replenish the outstanding amount of 5 billion. Your share guarantee has reached the compulsory liquidation threshold and all your shares in Chung's Group have been mortgaged in accordance with the contract. It's over. Zhang Xianzong's heart was like ashes at this time. It's all over. Originally, he still held a hint of fluke, thinking that really cannot be on the ex-wife Li Manchu Kowtow to admit fault. After all, it was his fault for cheating on his wife. But at that time, he just happened to hook up with a new energy company in Kyoto. The two of them are ready for the big one, with Lake Shenyang as the base. And then one step at a time. Just as they got back to the house to party, I'd been run over by Mansour Lai. He also didn't expect Lai Manchu, who was usually very busy at the company, to come home on that day. When she saw the great spectacle of a room of 10 women and only 2 men, she filed for divorce immediately. The next day, Zhang Xianzong signed it straight away. He didn't realize that woman didn't want his shares in Zhang's Group. As soon as the virtual currency account and the $1 billion in cash. Although I've since heard that the currency has gone up quite a bit. But it doesn't matter to him. After all, the market value of a 34% stake in Zhang's Group in his hand is nearly $20 billion. Plus the annual dividends of several $100 million from Lai Xin use 30% stake in Joey Media. He doesn't give a damn about the two-legged. Then Li Manchu left the country. He had a pretty good time during that time, too. Flying in the sky. Running on the ground. Swimming in the sea. It's kind of like experiencing what it means to be alive. Thinking about it, he slid open his cell phone and was about to call Manchu. But I didn't expect the other party to call first. His hand trembled slightly as he picked up the phone. Manchu. You're here to help. He was interrupted by Manchu before he could finish his sentence. Don't call it so much affection, I don't know you well. Immediately afterward, he said. The board just called me and said your share guarantee has blown up? Zhang Xianzong's back tensed violently. What do you want? Simple, transfer 30% of the shares of Joey Media to me. Li Xinyue is my own niece, I'm afraid you can't manage it well. Impossible. Zhang Xianzong's temples jutted out, thinking about that annual dividend of several $100 million, as well as hearing 2 days ago that her live streaming earnings broke the $100 million mark in a single night. That's what I left for Sung Take. Leave it to Sung Jack? Lai Manchu sneered. He danced mother to the cops, is that what you taught him? She suddenly lowered her voice and said. Don't forget, I haven't turned over the runoff from your Swiss bank vault to the tax office, yet. The knot in Zhang Xianzong's throat rolled hard, remembering all those luxury bills he'd swiped on his black card to the little star. Every single one of them is listed under his private account, your extortion. Blackmail? Lai Manchu laughed softly. I'm doing you a favor. Zhang Xianzong, do you know what the board of directors told me over there? They said that after your share guarantee blew up, the pledge rate of Zhang's group has exceeded 60%. Lai Manchu deliberately paused for a moment and. If we don't do something about it, next month Zhang's group will change its last name to something else. Chapter 57 Zhang Xianzong's Compromise. Zhang Xianzong stared at the anti-hypertensive pills on the bedside table, and bitterness rose in his throat. You can have the shares if you want, $3 billion in cash. $3 billion? Lai Manchu laughed like she heard a joke. You're really good at opening that? Let's see, bought a Porsche last week, a Land Rover the other day, and a $200,000 last night. Ha, I'm not supposed to be bothering someone with this call, am I? No way, no way? Enough! Zhang Xianzong suddenly roared. It shook the scented candles on the bed. Manchu, for the sake of husband and wife. A husband and wife? Lai Manchu cut him off. Why don't you think about husband and wife when you're having fun? I'm only going to say this once. I'll give you $500 million at most. Otherwise, you'll wait for the tax office to find you tomorrow. Zhang Xianzong clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. $500 million? You're sending a beggar? That share's annual dividend is a few $100 million, you taking it away is equivalent to robbing. Rob? Lai Manchu's laughter came through and. I told you, I'm only going to say this once, and there will be consequences. When he finished speaking, he was ready to hang up the phone. Zhang Xianzong gritted his teeth, you take away the shares, I want to retain the right to dividends. Dream on. Lin Manchu immediately spoke, full transfer, no additional terms. She heard the silence on the other end of the line and knew that the fire had reached the. Zhang Xianzong, you still have 20 hours, I'll be at the Joey Media building at this time tomorrow, I hope you'll be there on time to sign the papers. The phone hung up after that. An exasperated Zhang Xianzong slammed the bedside picture frame on the floor. The glass of the picture frame shattered into cobwebs of. Splitting the family in the photo into a million pieces, At this point his marriage, career, dignity, seemed to be all scattered and could no longer be put together. Just then. Mr. Zhang, the coffee is ready. The young starlet Lin Xiaoshuang came in with a tray of. Zhang Xianzong looked deeply at Lin Xiaoshuang. No, I still have my dignity. Even if it's $500 million. I'll be able to make a comeback by investing in a movie then. With that, he said to Lin Xiaoshuang. Sharp, I'm going to be a little hot under the collar. Lin Xiaoshuang sniffed while she took a chopstick from the table and coiled her hair up. Chao Baiyi has returned to his office. Watching Lin Yuetang dance, he turned on his skills and started brushing furiously. Half an hour later. Your Longhua bank account tail number 1118. Balance after transaction $560,707,586.18. Ma'am, that's comforting. Let me take a look at how much. $560 million, the back's not level. He then picked up his cell phone and transferred 707,586 renminbi and 18 cents to Qin Rushue. Ding, a transfer alert popped up on his cell phone. Your Manhwa bank account with tail number 1118, green bubble spent $707,586.18 and has a balance of $560 million after the transaction. Yeah, it's so cozy. Not a moment later Qin Rushue hurried over from her office. Xiao Baiyi, what do you want? Now. Xiao Baiyi asked, looking up at the people in the editing room outside the glass door. Oops, not that. I'm asking what you're doing suddenly transferring $700,000 to me? Xiao Baiyi cocked his head and. So you want to move yourself, that's fine. Xiao Baiyi. What the hell do you want? Think. Bah, don't ask. After saying that, Qin Rushue pretended to walk out of the office in a huff again. Old Chang elbowed Fatty. Fatty, take a look, the demoness looks like she's on drugs, what's that blush like? That is to say, team leader Chow, look at the way that covered his mouth and smiled, it's really the iron tree that is going to blossom, the maiden family is going to marry. Shoo. She's staring at us. Huh, actually glaring and not cracking up? Brother Zhang, our future is promising. Period your ass. You think you're Xiao Baiyi? Ha, that's all I'm saying. Go go go, I'll pretend I didn't hear that, I want to live. Zhang Qingze was paralyzed on the iron chair in the interrogation room. The metal chair was hurting his ass, but he was still swaying with his legs crossed. Mr. Judge, are we going to do any plot interpretation at this point? He asked, dangling across the room at a cold white-skinned female instructor. The policewoman narrowed her dainty eyes and ignored him. Instead, he took out his own transcript and asked, Name. Aren't you all supposed to have player profiles so undisciplined? Asked you a question, name. Well, then the teacher of the jury can remember Zhang Qingze, Bolong Zhang, inheritance of Chang, and Zhe. By the way, Mr. Judge, will I win an award? The policewoman didn't lift her eyes, her pen rustling on the paper. Why were you undressed at the time of the murder? Hearing this, Zhang Sungtaek tried to get up from his iron chair. Only to be knocked by the bars again. And finally, half standing. He was seen flinging into the air the clothes that Officer Lee Jr. had draped over him. Is that so? Mr. Judge, this is artistic creation. Policewoman Ling Yuega froze. She looked at the mosaic of men before her and. Originally, she had heard about a guy who bullied girls. She'd like to see what kind of bulls, horses, and snakes. The OP was very, very happy to have her on the record. Who knows? Good man. Straight up good guy. He had the nerve to be so wild in the interrogation room. The fountain pen in Ling Yu's hand clicked and snapped. The ink dripped onto the transcript, haloing the large blue stain. The metal chair legs scraped harshly against the floor as she snapped to her feet and. Get your clothes on. Is Mr. Judge angry? Zhang Qingze tilted his head and looked at the tips of her reddened ears. Don't be mad, I'll show you Swan Lake next. Enough. Ling Yuega suddenly slapped the table, and the infrared light point of the law enforcement recorder was shaken and shaken. What do you think this is a live feed? She pulled out the surveillance screenshot and flung it on the table. It was the image of Zhang Qingze kicking the anchor woman in the collarbone. The victim has 3 cracked ribs and you have the nerve to act in a beauty pageant here? It was as if some switch had been turned on by these angry shouts that. The smile on Zhang Qingze's face suddenly froze. The sight looked at his own twisted expression, Suddenly, I felt a sudden throbbing in my temples. The hum of the fluorescent tubes in the interrogation room burrowed into the eardrums of the. It's like a million mosquitoes swirling around in your ears. He suddenly remembered the muffled sound of his fall in the muddy water, The tailbone also sends a dull ache into the brain at this time. Hiss. Ouch. It hurts. The dazed feeling of being hypnotized by Xiao Baiyi receded like a tidal wave. The cold sensation of the iron chair reached the body at that moment, Only then did Zhang Qingze see the number on the policewoman's chest clearly. That's not a jury number anywhere. It's a ING police number. Chapter 58 Sober Zhang Qingze. Ling Yuega watched as Zhang Qingze's face suddenly turned white. Is this sober? Sober up and tell me why you assaulted someone? She reaches for a transcript and opens it. On the contrary, Chang Sung-taek. At this point pain welled up all over the body and. It's starting to hurt all over my body. It's like my ass has been split into 8 pieces. The ribs look like they'd been hit by a car. The ligaments seem to have been completely torn. The bottom line is over there, the pain goes straight to the sky. It hurts. Help. I need to see a doctor. Ow. Ah. It hurts. Zhang Qing's entire body began to shake. With the creaking and squeaking of an iron chair moving to the. It stung in the interrogation room. Ling Yuega looked at Zhang Qing's, flipped open the law enforcement recorder, and began to re-record. Now, confess truthfully to your offense. Zhang Qing's sniffles. Can I see a doctor first? When he looked up again, his eyes fell on the baton at Ling Yuega's waist. I said. When the transcript is confirmed and he's finished signing it. Ling Yuega stood up and was about to tell him to get in the ambulance. Suddenly the door to the interrogation room was pushed open and Officer Li pushed his way in, panicked. Ling Yuega said. Look at you in a hurry, the statement is done here, I'm going to call the doctor to check him out. Li took a breathy break and waved his hand. Wait. Just now a girl reported that Zhang Qing's forced her to have an abortion. Hearing this, Ling Yuega immediately widened her eyes. Any trace of pity for Zhang Qing's that was still there just now was suddenly gone. She was seen snapping the interrogation table. Could you, Zhang Qing's, how dare you force it? How could you do such a heartless thing? Do you know that the sentence is life imprisonment? Who gave you the guts? What? No period? Help! I want daddy, I want mommy. What? When Shang Xinsheng came to the interrogation room. It just so happened that Ling Yuega had finished making a statement from the interrogation room. When you see Zhang Xianzong. She tapped the Ziploc bag and. Zhang Xianzong, right? Your son used the Mercedes-Benz G63 in your name and parked it in the underground garage of the Lilian Maternity Hospital 3 times last month. Are you aware of this? After all, Zhang Xianzong had also seen big scenes, and although he was panicking inside, his voice was as steady as an old dog. Officer Ling, young people are inevitably impulsive. Impulsive enough to lose a girl after putting her in the hospital? Ling Yuega drew out the hospital's diagnosis. Zhao Lulu is still lying in the ICU with a diagnosis of incomplete medical abortion causing hemorrhage. She tapped her fingers on the wall and the surveillance screen clearly reflected the image of Zhang Qing's swiping his card to enter the hospital room at 3 a.m. last Wednesday. Zhang Xianzong's throat tightened as his eyes swept over the words hemorrhagic shock on the diagnosis. By the time he looked at Zhang Qing's, the latter suddenly looked up and burst into tears. Dad, I really didn't know she was going to hemorrhage. Before he could finish his words, he was glared at by Zhang Xianzong, and the latter part of his sentence was swallowed back into his stomach. He suddenly turned to Ling Yuega, and there was more than a hint of compromise in his tone. Officer Ling, the young man is being a jerk, we're willing to cover all the medical expenses. It's not the money. Ling Yuega closed the transcript. Article 234 of the Criminal Law, the crime of intentional injury resulting in serious injury shall be punishable by imprisonment for a term of not less than 3 years and not more than 10 years. She looked at Zhang Qing's suddenly pale face. What's more, Lulu Zhao is only 19. Plus forcing her to have an abortion, a combination of several offenses. I'm afraid the rest of my life. Hearing this, Zhang Xianzong no longer had the calmness he had earlier. He looked at his baby boy, curled up in the metal chair. Officer Ling, can you give the young man a chance to change his ways? He's only just graduated from college. A chance to reform? Ling Yuega pulled out a photo from the folder. This is Zhao Lulu lying on the operating table with more than 30 heels of tubes. Her parents are on their way here. Do you think they want compensation or justice? Zhang Xianzong looked deeply at Ling Yuega. Then he said to Zhang Qing's, wait for the lawyer to come and talk. After that, he walked out. Ling Yuega then shouted at Officer Shaoli. Take him for a physical. Qin Rushua stepped on her fine heels and walked to the door of Li Xinyue's office. Fingertips just touching the doorknob. I saw the finance director Wang Jiangwo rushing out from inside in a panic. The tie was askew on his body, and a fine bead of sweat was still hanging from the tip of his nose. She sidestepped out of the way and watched as the other woman disappeared around the corner of the corridor, almost at a trot. Qin Rushua frowned slightly. Since Chang Sung-taek was taken away. This seemed to be the third time Wang Jiangwo ran to Li Xinyue's office today. By the time she pushed her way in, Li Xinu was looking down to annotate a document. Looking at this scourge-level goddess chairman of the board, she backed away from the window, self-consciously. looking at the skyscrapers beyond the glass walls. After waiting on the sidelines for 7 or 8 minutes. It wasn't until after Lee Xinu had put down the pen in her hand and turned her office chair to face her that. Only then did Qin Rushue take a step forward. Someone has already been arranged to go over to Zhao Lulu's side, and word came back from there that things are going to get bigger this time. Lee Xinu raised an eyebrow at her words, and her fingertips gently knocked on the desktop. Good efficiency, that's all for now, I'll arrange for others to follow behind. She then stared at Qin Rushue's neckline and laughed softly. But I'm more curious, what kind of relationship are you and Xiao Bai in now? Just now in front of the company, you guys were holding hands quite tightly. The tips of Qin Rushue's ears abruptly burned. She cleared her throat, purposely pulling the conversation away. Mr. Lai is joking, it's just a work match. Lee Xinu obviously wasn't going to let it go, leaning forward and... The teary moles at the end of her eyes shifted in the light. Cooperate to the point of interlocking fingers? No, no. Seeing the blushing Qin Rushue, she waved her hand and... Okay, I don't care about personal matters, just asking. Suddenly her words changed. But in all seriousness, Wang Jiangwo, this financial director position I want to change. You followed me for 3 years, workability I have in my eyes, is there any interest in taking over the finance department? Qin Rushue froze, but soon she settled down. If Mr. Lai arranges it, I'll obey the transfer. Okay, go about your business and let personnel hand over to you when the time comes. Okay, Mr. Lai. When Qin Rushue left, Lee Xinu murmured in a small voice. Dead pervert, I'll transfer people away from the editing department to see how you're still making trouble, my poor sister Wanrua. It's all my fault for not watching over you properly. At this time Su Wanru was surveying the topographical environment of Chungyang Lake. Suddenly sneezed. It must be that Xiao Bai misses me. She waved her hand at the bald bodyguard next to her, Old Song. Go get some crabs from the lake and I'll bring them back. Lao Song.